Ayenan deny yo way, oh ayenan deny yo way, oh ayenan deny yo ayenan deny yo way, oh ayenan deny yo way, oh ayenan deny yo ayenan deny yo way, oh ayenan deny yo.
Minol Gijebagat. Wabagan kwendigo, abusho. Wabagan kwendigo, the ganze being the da. We kwem kungi bin jabanapa, makwando de. Gibo sen mego nangwa winama. Tam dash mananga skad. Ga kep kwenes with this. You could give that to one of the guys. Barbara Dace, and man there, I forget his name. Rainey? Oh, he's way up there. Naha, ga kenamadash. Agje manido. Gje manido. Kigwech me go nango mampi we bescheid. We benad moyang. Manda wene kinege go na sap we nend bang. Manda we majish kamagak. Shingwauk Kinoomaage Gamig. Kinege go shin de wana kamagak we nem nasek. Mi ejip go sen me go in me shemnedo. Mi no adish udnikia wabanong nido ge achik. Gok misnanik mishum sinanik. Kigwech mananik inwa ma we beshat. We do kawi and gain while we are baska with tawing. Minonikia shall nom nitoke yachik. Which mananik in while we beshatuma. Cook misnanik, mishum sinanik, can go with the nendagnanik o de yachik. Which me go gain while we beshat ma. We baska with tawing. Midish minodnikia, Gabia nong, nargonong anin kedoke brishmuk, migunasa beong. Minidoko de achek kok misnanik, mishum sinanik, minogadinu endagnanik. We beshat to magi no, we buido kawing. When it can get winish semgak mampi wat nakmagak, dango minawabang. Minodnik kiagi wet nong nitoke achek, ginoki which mananik we beshat to ma. Kino de mishum sinanik, kok misnanik, dinu endagnanik, no maui beshat. Minode shode spimming, kinegego etemgak, kinode eachik, gisok, nangok, kinegego de bematsimok etemgak. Gwech manane geno we puido kawing, minog mi gwech weana, kinegego man going gunda. Minode shodem being, minode gobigis sin being, bish. Gwech manani geno de minadok. Mi gwech we anani kinege gwech chigat. Mi jim geo de bin shabamgak. Mi noshin da git kamik, man pish kak mikweng. Kinege goshin de temgak. Mi gwech we anag shem ne do gat tot. Kine we mat seeing. We siag begit na mot be mat sinu na. Kine we sneeing. Kinege goshin da gadana. We numad seeing. Tigo, kinege gumskike, zaki magak. Kinege go menu seeing shandakadana. Mish mi wetchwin magnangwa. Mi wetch tishkadinana, jemnedo. Mi wetch, aha, mi wetch, aha, mi wetch.
Miigwech. Thanks, Barb. I just wanted to also acknowledge that there is a sacred fire that's happening outside. Mishomis Wabus is out there tending the fire for us, and welcome you to do that. There's some offerings here if you'd like. There's berries, there's all the medicines that are primary medicines you can use. You're welcome to do that. It's so nice as the original people to be able to do things in this way. And we're really looking forward to the blessings from our ancestors in the next couple of days to guide us in the work that we're doing for our people and all of society and all of the world, really. There's going to be a lot of benefit from the work that you're doing, and we really appreciate you coming, sitting with us and guiding us and really giving all your input. It'll be so beneficial to us. To help us in greeting the Spirit and thanking the Spirit for being with us, we want to ask Nimkianakwit, local youth drum group from Kitiganzibi, to help us with an opening song. And I just wanted to make mention of the names of the singers that are here. It's good to have you here, boys, this morning. J.C. Hill Pine, Stephen Day Nolan, Denny Berry, Owen Larvier, Nashoba Moore, Jacob Pay, Wayne Jones, Arthur Vincent, and Lawrence Solomon. So I turn it over to you for our opening song. Miigwech. Miigwech, guys. Thank you. Nimki Anakwit. The board of directors here at Shingwauk Kinoomaage Gamig really thanks you for coming and joining us in this work that we're going to do. And we also want to acknowledge the survivors of the residential school era in our history. And we'd like to acknowledge your continued support, your continued work in helping us move the yardstick. So thank you for being here today. And we really appreciated, in particular, the Truth and Reconciliations Commission's recommendations, and we really are working hard to bring those to life. We also want to acknowledge, like I made mention of, our knowledge keepers, our ceremony people that are helping us doing these things in a really good way as best that we can. And we really appreciate you attending our Anishinaabe School of Education Symposium, Gathering of Hearts and Minds. And we're going to call on Joel Surratt momentarily here to provide some words of welcome, but I also wanted to make mention of our partnership here at Shingwauk Kinoomaage Gamig with Algoma University. And we've partnered to develop a unique 4-year land-based Anishinaabe School of Education degree program. And yeah. And that's why we're here today. We're here to talk about what it looks like for all of us who have dreamed of a different experience that we want to give our kids, our grandkids, and our future. And I think about this legacy that we've inherited as the original peoples of this part of the world. And the people that have been here prior to me in this role, and the board and the knowledge keepers, in particular, people like Eddie Benton Benet Ba, who and Shirley Roach Ba, and other elders that really believed in what you see here today. And this is only part of the vision that's come to fruition so far. It's really beautiful to be where we're at and take inventory of our reserved rights, our reserved obligations to creation. And we've always, and I think about over time what I've heard as far as what our relationship with the newcomers was to be. And in our formal agreements, there was this essence of inherent jurisdiction, inherent obligations, inherent rights that we have never surrendered in any relationship with the newcomers to our lands. And it's from that perspective that we've exercised some mandate here to move the yardstick in regards to post-secondary education. But the effects are not only at the post-secondary education level, they're at the secondary level, the primary level, even daycare, all the way through life. What we've reserved as a people to help our people to fulfill our promises is what we're trying to accomplish through work that we're going to do in the next couple of days. I think about the elders a little farther north of here talking about our teaching lodge, and you can see a teaching lodge out here to the south, to the southeast, and it faces east-west, and it's our school. And when we originally welcomed people from around the world to our lands, we had always understood that lodge, our way of life, would withstand the test of time, and we would be able to continue to honor the promises we made to creation and to the Creator, and that what was going to come was going to complement that. It was never to extinguish what we had promised all of creation in our teaching lodges, in our ceremonies, in our way of life, in our language. So it's from that thread that we are doing some of this work, understanding our inherent promises that we made. And it's good to see people, Anishinaabe and our settler friends here today, helping us to reclaim where we need to be moving towards. And I really appreciate those knowledge keepers and the people that have really moved the yardstick. And I think about Barb, and Barb helped us out this morning. And Barb also attended residential school here in Spanish from 1952 to 1957, and is still doing some incredible work in our villages here in Baoting area, in Kittigansee and Badranang, and this whole area. And we're really honored to have her helping out this morning. Thank you. And she has some incredible initiatives on the horizon, and she might shed some light on that with us at some point in the next couple of days, but she just gave us a little peek into what's coming and exciting. And that's what it should be, and that's what we want to create with you here, this essence of excitement. We're on this precipice of such a beautiful, beautiful future for our people. And we want to encourage you to not think about the existing boxes that we're stuck in as far as colonial education, but think about what our people, think about what we need to bring to light and bring to life without any of those encumbrances, without any barriers, without any distinctions of where we can go, where we can't go. We are in charge. We are Anishinaabe. We are a nation. We are a people. We need to protect our language, our law, our spirituality, our entire way of life. And this is where it starts, through education. So don't be afraid to dream in the next couple of days. Help us see through your lens. It's really exciting. Thank you. They made some notes for me just so I don't forget. And I don't usually work from that perspective, but anyway, I don't want to miss anything. So I want to call on Joel now. If I could get Joel to come up, and Joel is really doing some incredible work with our partner sister organization here at Algoma University, and he's Anishinaabe from Batchewana First Nation, and I'm going to turn it over to him on behalf of Algoma University and OSMA to provide some welcome remarks. Joel.
Anytime you put me in front of a podium, I always grab the microphone. I think that's maybe my powwow MC roots showing. Wanted to say miigwech to Gimasers, miigwech to leadership here at Shingwauk Kinoomaage Gamig, as well as the board, Nigana Zijig. Hausa Akowena Winita Ojibwe Moyan, Ishkedash Nidowe Maganiduk. Anemiki bene shins nindago megazin and dotem Ojibwe Anishinaabe and nene and dao. Minawa ongwe oe odnashone and nene ngae. Mioma about the gongash gonaganing away in Jabayan about the gongash gonaganing or Badgewanang as Juin Jagadegwa in the Bendagwis. Ishke miigweche wene nemengyosa nigana zijig minawa ikono ama gejeg miigweche gabajaye gabe gikono ama widi gamigong jingwak gikono ama widi gamigong ejuin jagadeg koedash bangi jaganash yimang. So I wanted to say thank you to everybody who's here. We have leaders here, we have teachers, we have staff, and everybody who has really come together to make this possible. I work on the other side of the street with our sister institution, and going back a little more than a year ago about this time, we had come together through the process of ceremony. We opened by offering our tobacco, and through that exchange of songs, and as those petitions were made, we put forth a really powerful exchange. And, I come from the Batchewana First Nation community, and very, very proud to be a member of Batchewana First Nation. I also have deep connections in Garden River. What I don't say publicly in Ojibwe country is my father also comes from 6 nations of the Grand River. I don't say that too loudly in Ojibwe territory. But that's also part of my story. And what we had presented was, it comes from my father's people. It's what's called the Gaswanta. We know that as the Two-World Wampum Belt. And, the Haudenosaunee, the Ginyet-Ganhaga people, they are famous for this being one of our first treaties that was ever documented between Indigenous people and non-Indigenous people. And it depicts a journey through life, down the river of life. 2 canoes are said to travel down that river together. And of course, we are not to interfere with the other's boat. You know, and Gima Sayers talks about this in great detail, you know, all of the things that are in those boats, particularly in ours, things that relate to our worldview, our language, our ceremonies, our life ways, our relationality with all living things in the natural world. And for us, we presented that as a path forward in education. And we believe that as an institution who was given independence in 2008, part of our charter, that's a large part to the work that was put forth by those Gete Anishinaabe. All of those Gete Anishinaabe going back to the time of, you know, leadership, Shingwauk, Nebenegojing, Wabajichuk, all of the great chiefs from this area. And as the times begin to change, what our leaders did is they gathered in ceremony and they offered their tobacco. They made those petitions. You know, and there's an old man that I sit with, Akiwenzi Awasa Wanjabad, Mrs. Zagaiganing. He comes from a community called Mrs. Zagaiganing. His name is Obazan. And he says, Gada mi koinama manane gingyo Anishinaabe wa nigan eajig. We need to remember our Anishinaabe who will be here in our future. And if we think back to that time, those people, as they offered that tobacco, you know, by us being here today, starting in this work, you know, we are the answer to that tobacco. We are the answer to our ancestors' prayers. We are the answer to our ancestors' prayers. You know, and I think to some of the language teachers who are here, some of the advocates, the warriors, you know, juggernauts who really move this work forward, thinking of Auntie-Barbara-Nolan.com, thinking of Nemes, Mani Otaguajuan, and many others, you know, Ruby Nawagijig, all of these people, Rosie Trudeau, you know, who walked on. Back in the 70s, they came together. They took a French curriculum. They adapted that curriculum and they put forth language programming that happened right here in Bawating. It was the first program of Indigenous language in public education. A lot of things start here in Bawating, and given our history, we don't always take the time to acknowledge that, but we want to remember those Anishinaabe that have come before us. So in the spirit of what that looks like for us, you know, we understand that our curriculum unfolds every single day for us as Anishinaabe people. You know, when you wake up early and you look to the east, you see that first light. Our elders talk about that beautiful teaching of Bidaban. And as that money dew travels across the sky, what our elders tell us is, you know, that's the coming of the new day. Everything is made new. And it's almost like that page in a book turns. That is our textbook. That is our curriculum. Everything that was put here, that was given a natural responsibility to make all of life possible. And it is in that way we think of what we have entrusted to us. You know, as Gima Sayers spoke of this, we don't own these things. They're only entrusted to us to think of those generations that are yet to come. It goes back to that word, Gida mi koinama manane gingyo Anishinaabe wa nigan eajig. We need to remember our Anishinaabe who will be here in the future. So on behalf of senior leadership, on behalf of our partnership, our rich history as sister institutions, I want to take this opportunity to say miigwech to all of you for being here. And we live in exciting times. There are some incredible changes that are coming, and it is with great humility, and it is a great honor and privilege to be involved in this work for all of us. Ahaw, enga ijitchige, miigwech mbizendawig.
Oh, miigwech, Joel. Thank you. Really appreciate his words, and it brings to light where we are today. And we are in Baoting, and like he said, this is a really important, prominent place in the history of our people. And the spirits become accustomed to looking this way for beautiful things happening. And we've encouraged them to come here today. We have the fire going out there, and as we get that fire ready, we prepare the wood, we make sure that it's done ceremonially when it's harvested. We also use flint and striker. And when we use the flint and striker to start the fire, when we strike, it asks the spirit and compels the spirit to come here, because there's something beautiful that's going to happen. And when we use our shakers, when we use the cedar, when we use the medicines, we're making it a safe place for our ancestors to join us in ceremony. So we've asked them to come here and witness and guide us and help us through this work in the next while. So what better time to honor and present some of our really beautiful Anishinaabe to the ancestors. And we do that by remembering how we came here through that star world. And we ask all those stars who are a reflection of our ancestors, all of our ancestors in the spirit world, in the star world, are looking this way. And while they look this way, we ask them to embrace and hug and hold those that are dear to us and acknowledge and thank them for what they've done and for surviving such an atrocity, such a really difficult time in our history. So we're going to embrace and wrap you in our ancestors' love today by presenting you with a star blanket. And we are going to ask some of those survivors to make their way up here. And we're going to ask some of the staff as well to help us embrace you and wrap you in the love of our ancestors with these star blankets. So first of all, I want to call Francis Diamond. And if you can make your way up here, Francis. And Francis spent 6 years at St. Philip's in Fort George, BC from 1964 to 1970, and she survived. And she's a beautiful, beautiful Anishinaabe Kwe. Come on up, Francis. Miigwech. Beautiful. Next, we want to have George Diamond make his way up. And George spent 10 years here at Shingwauk from 1957 to 1967. And what a beautiful survivor doing incredible work in our villages. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, George. Margaret Diamond, if you can make your way up as well. And Margaret spent 10 years from 1957 to 1967. We embrace you and thank you and ask the spirits to continue blessing you. Thank you for your resiliency. Miigwech. Daisy Costas. If you can make your way up, Daisy. Miigwech Bajaya. And Daisy spent 14 years here at Shingwauk from 1954 to 1968. And I had lunch with her yesterday, and such beautiful memories that she's been able to find and still be such a beautiful role model to us. And we thank you for joining us here, and thank you for your resiliency. Thank you for being such a beautiful role model to our people. Miigwech. Ellen Pine. Come on up, Ellen. And Ellen attended Shingwauk Indian Residential School from 1952 to 1963, 11 years. Thank you for your time spent with us, and thank you for your resiliency. Thank you for being here today. Miigwech. John Sailors, are you in the house? Come on up, John. John Sailors attended here as well at Shingwauk from 1953 to 1964. Anishinaabe Nene, such a beautiful resource for our people now, really shares his knowledge with a lot of our villages, ceremonially, culturally. Thank you for your help in the community. We look forward to continuing to really enjoy the effects of the work that you're going to continue. Thank you, John. Christine Solomon. And Christine attended Shingwauk from 1965 to 1969. I was just a baby. Come on up. Again, thank you for your resiliency and continuing to help us and help us learn from that experience that we've had as a people through that time in our history when the residential schools were applied to us. So, miigwech. And Dolly Surrett. Come on up, Dolly. Well, she's making her way up here. She's from Badgerang. She's from here in Baoting. And when you call the Batchwana band office for the last 45 years, she answers the phone. What a pleasant, beautiful voice. Even though she had a tough childhood and her attendance here at Shingwauk from 1966 to 1970, she still is a beautiful medicine for our people, and you can feel that whenever she answers the phone. She's also captured her experience in a book of poetry. And that book of poetry, we'll have some copies around here. And thank you, Dolly. Beautiful Anishinaabe. I was talking about your book, yes. Thank you. And Harvey Trudeau, Chief Trudeau from Zgamuk. Miigwech Bajayan Gima, and he attended Spanish 1957, 1958, and he said he just got into the swing and they closed the school. So thank you for your resiliency, and thank you for being such a beautiful role model for all of us, including the chiefs, being a former chief in your community. Gordon Whiskey Chan. And Gordon attended Hardin Hall and Moose Factory from 1959 to 1966, a total of 7 years. And you don't even have any gray hair. That's cool. Thank you for your resiliency. Barb Nolan. Come on up, Barb. We want to recognize you as well. She attended Spanish residential school from 1952 to 1957. And she doesn't hold any of her feelings and her education, her knowledge, her language, and we are really benefiting from her work today in all levels of our community, from our littlest kids to our elders. She worked with Batchwana a long time with our language keepers here, and lots of fun with her. Thank you for your resiliency, Barb. We also have some support workers here from Wichitawin Support Services. We thank you. And Nellie?
Yes, we'd like to invite Nellie Mitchell up.
Nellie Mitchell. Come on up, Nellie. We want to acknowledge you as well. Come on up, Nellie. Thank you for your resiliency. 19 what?
54 to 64.
54 to 64. Wow. Thank you. Thank you for coming here today. We honor you with this star blanket today. And Jackie Fletcher. Where's Jackie? Is she? Okay, Jackie, can we, do you want us to just come over there? Okay, you want to bring it over there? And Sophie Solomon. Come on up, Sophie. We want to honor you as well. Thank you for your resiliency. Yes, you're twin. We had that discussion at lunch yesterday. Thank you. Oh, that's a beautiful star blanket. And as we wrap you with our ancestors, and we pray for continued blessings for you and all of you. And I think Jackie's going to make her way up. Okay. Come on, Jackie. What
59 to 61 here, and then I was in a private home.
1959 to 1961, Jackie was here at Shingwauk, and then she went 4 years to a private home. So thank you for your sacrifices, and thank you for your resiliency. We really appreciate you coming here today. I saw you coming in there earlier today, and I said, oh, good, she's here. Well, I'm glad you're here. Miigwech. So on behalf of all of us, all of those in attendance, our leadership in all of our villages, and if I could speak on behalf of our people, we thank you for your resiliency. And if we could please stand and give them a beautiful applause for your resiliency. Miigwech, 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 miigwech. Thank you. Yes, thank you. You may be seated, and while you're making your way back to your chairs, okay, hang on a sec. While they're here, can you sit down?
SKG would also like to honor Gima Dean Sayers. He's been an instrumental helper and a mentor as well. He's helped us with ceremony. He helped us build the lodge a few times actually, and now it's going to be strong and sturdy like the foundation we're building here at SKG for our students. So please help us honor Gima Dean Sayers with a star blanket. Miigwech, everyone. Okay, I just wanted to introduce myself. Miwakagi-Zog, Dishnakaz, Getganzi-B, Donjaba, Hmong, Dodem, Ojibwe, Kwe, and Dao. My name is Diane Roach. My mom taught me how to introduce my name after she passed because Algoma had sent me a bunch of videos that she had done at some conferences, and I just kept rewinding it. So I'm very proud to say that she taught me to introduce myself in our language after she was in the spirit world. And my mom is here. I know we recognized all of the survivors. My mom went to Shingwauk Indian Residential School for 7 years. She played an instrumental part in Shingwauk Kinoomaage Gamig, along with a number of other leaders. I'm very proud to be standing in this position. I grew up kind of with the elders, the survivors, because I used to always go to different gatherings with my mom, so it really is an honor and a privilege to be standing here with you all. I want to introduce you to our incredible team. We are very small, but very dynamic. We have Cher Jameson. She is our Student Support and Success Counselor. We have Lindsay Ackland. She is our Marketing and Communications Manager. We have Jaislyn Moore. She is my Executive Assistant, so brag about that or what. Then we have Michaela Egwa. She's our Receptionist. Leanne Gamble, she's our Language and Culture Coordinator. Christina Whiskey-Chan, she is our Finance Administrator. And we have Joanne Thiessen, who is our Medicine Garden Coordinator. So I want to say miigwech to all of them. I just wanted to add, because we do have a strong partnership with the Ministry of the Solicitor General. In fact, they have invested over $500,000 in building a medicine garden that is just on the outside of the grounds here, and the intention is really to provide those medicines to all of our parolees leaving the penal system. We all know that we're overrepresented, and just want to say miigwech to Joanne because she does an awesome job for us here at SKG, along with our entire team. Oh, and Lisa, where's Lisa? Lisa, get over here. And is Warren? Warren's not here. And we have Warren Wagner as our custodian. Lisa Busno is our medicine garden worker, but she's been off on sick leave because she injured her arm, so my apologies there, Lisa. So miigwech to everybody. I know that we're going to have an incredible few days together, and we look forward to spending more time with you. Chigi miigwech.
And this is Diane Roach. She's the Director of Operations, moving the yardstick for us. Thank you for your work, Diane, on behalf of your team as well. Thank you. Okay, thank you. If you can make your way back to your seats, we'll start moving into introductions of our consultants who are going to be helping us move through this process. And they'll talk a little in a few minutes about what the engagement process will look like. First of all, I want to say good morning to Jerry Kerr, who comes to us with over 40 years of experience in the education field. If you can give them a wave, and we'll bring you up shortly. And Beverly Friedman, who has worked internationally in the education field and, in fact, helped SKG with our 5-year strategic plan, and not too long ago, but thank you. Thank you for being here and helping us. And Mark Guibault, who's over 25 years of experience as well. We're really proud to have such an extreme wealth of knowledge in helping us with this work that we're doing. And I'm going to turn it over to you guys for some overviews, okay?
Screen up here first to see. Well, good morning, everyone. Bonjour. My name's Jerry Kerr. I've been involved in First Nation education for over 40 years, and I see a lot of familiar faces here. So my background is in First Nation education. I started way back when Indian Affairs was still running the schools. I started as principal in Pekanjikam, which is an isolated First Nation community, Ojibwe. And that experience led me to continue in that system, and I continued in that system for about 20 years. I became the Director General for Ontario Region for Indian Affairs. I was the Director General for Indian Education across Canada. And I woke up one day and said, I'm leaving. And I left over 25 years ago, and I've worked on the First Nation side of the table ever since. So we're really pleased to be here, and I'm going to introduce the other two members of the team and have them introduce themselves so you know what we're doing. I want to say off the start, though, we're not here to make the decisions, we're not here to guide direction. We're simply here to facilitate and to hear from you. And without hearing from you and without getting direction from you, this program will not be a success. We don't have all the answers. We have all the questions. We don't have all the answers. All the answers are out here and in the communities, and that's the way we intend to proceed. So, Beverly, could I ask you to introduce yourself briefly?
So one of the themes is we're not so good at retiring. And I've retired from more jobs than most people. Several stints with the ministry, former superintendent in the Durham District School Board. I've taught at universities. I've done consulting for OISE internationally. And I can't think of a more compelling time than we're going to spend the next few days. This isn't an issue where we say, we have a plan, what do you think? This is the vision, tell us what you want, and we will help make it happen. And that's a very appropriate way to begin. Miigwech.
Minokajep, Mark Guibault. Mark Guibault Disney-Cars, Chippewaza Rama, Donjaba, and Gigon Dodom. I've been a teacher in First Nations education for my whole career. I was educated alongside Dr. Pam back in Nipissing, back in, was it 93, I think. I felt a calling to work in First Nations, and I was fortunate enough to spend 25 years in Wikwemikong. I started off teaching grade 4 and grade 7 and coaching a lot of sports and and initiating some outdoor education programming, some land-based learning, canoe tripping, and teaching kids canoeing. That's one of my greatest passions. It was my connection to my culture, having been adopted and raised in Whitby. That's where I got my start. I moved to Wikwemikong, spent 25 years there, and then was fortunate enough to move over to Kinoomaage and spent the last 5 years leading the Pathways program there. So along the theme of retirement, I sort of retired in September, but not so much. Still been supporting the Pathways program at Kinoomaage, and then received this call, and it seemed like again too compelling of an opportunity to start something new, to move it forward in a good way, and the timing of being with you today to move that yardstick forward and gather your input is fantastic. Chimigwech, I'm honored to be here.
Thanks, Mark and Bev. I wanted to start with a little story that kind of sets a bit of a tone in terms of where we're going, and it's about 7 grandmothers who got together and wanted to go and talk to the local school because there was nothing in there in terms of Native studies or anything. So they went and talked to the principal of this provincial school, and they said, "We'd like to see a Native language program put into this school. So the principal said, "Well, it's maybe a good idea, but I want to do a little research on it, and I'll let you know in a couple of weeks if we're going to put that program in." So he thought one of the things he'd do would talk to one of the students. So he went down to the grade 4 class, and he pulled a little Native boy out of the class, and he said, "Son, is it important for you to learn your native language?" "Oh, yes," he said, "it is." "Oh, well, why?" "Well, when I pass on from this world and I go up and meet the Creator, I want to be able to speak to him in my native language." I said, "Yeah, that makes a lot of sense." He said, "But what if you don't go up there? What if you don't live a good life and you go down to that other place down there?" He says, "Well, I already know English." All right, so that's why we're here. I want to start and just let you know we've sat down as a team and said, what are we doing here? How do we proceed? And I want to run through here some of the strategic objectives that we set that we see. And I want to say again that this is all draft. We need your input, but we want to start with something. How do we see this moving forward? So let me walk through what we see as the preliminary, and I say that preliminary strategic objectives that will follow. And these will underpin the program development. We don't want to start off on the wrong foot. We want to make sure that we're starting in the right direction and that it's going to get us where we want to go. So we've set out a preliminary set of strategic objectives in terms of what we're trying to do to develop this very unique program. And I want to say that too, we know there's a lot of teacher education programs around, and a lot of them are designed to bring in Native candidates and have them become teachers. Well, what we want to do is bring in candidates and have them be teachers of Native children to understand different learning styles. So the focus of this program is very different than any other program that's out there. And our candidates are going to be trained in strategies and techniques and programs that will respect the culture and will allow students to understand and respect their culture. We know that First Nation students who understand their culture will do much better in school than those who don't. It's just a fact, and that's a focus that we're going to have in this program. So here's some of the objectives that we've set. First of all, we want to make sure that we're starting on the right way. So what are our strategic foundations? What are we trying to do? So we want to develop a program mission statement so that it's very clear to everybody what it is. We want to establish the guiding principles that will underpin this program, and we will not divert from what those guiding principles are as we move forward. Part of that is looking at what are the values that we want to instill in this program, this very unique and new program. What are the learning outcomes? At the end of the day, when a student finishes this program, this B.Ed program, what do we want them to know? What kind of skills do we want them to have? We also want to look at a process for continuing quality and innovation. We know we're not going to get it perfectly right the first time. So we need a process where we can look at the program and on an ongoing basis modify it so that folks that are graduating from this program will be effective teachers in First Nation communities and in those public schools where First Nation schools attend. We want to do the preparatory research, and we've already started this. There are a number of teacher education programs in Canada, and we've started to look at them. And there are things we can learn from those programs. There are some things we can learn from them. We've got a pretty impressive list of programs that we're already looking at. And Bev is looking internationally as well in terms of other programs in Australia and New Zealand and other places, so we can learn from them. So we think by doing that, by doing this kind of preparatory research, we're not starting at square one. We'll take the best from that. We'll take the lessons that they've learned and we'll apply them to what we're doing. We know that we're developing a program that's going to really reflect this area, so we need input. We need to engage with communities and we need to get input from them to these communities. So we want to start early on with a community awareness strategy so people know we're doing this. What are you guys doing? We're developing a program. How can you be involved? And we want to have those mechanisms for community involvement and community awareness of what we're doing early on. If we don't do that, then the communities won't have ownership of the program. And if they don't have the ownership of the program, it's not going to be successful. We want to also create an elders forum that will meet at least biannually to look at what we're doing and provide information and provide guidance on an ongoing basis. That's really important to us. We saw elders honored here. We know those people with that kind of experience can say, this is how you do it, this is the way we want to see it done. So we're looking forward to that. We want to engage speakers as well. I mean, if we're going to, we know that the number of speakers are diminishing. We want to know how can we improve that. We want that to be an important part of our program. It's critical to understanding culture. Very difficult to understand culture if you don't understand the language. That's just a fact. So how do we in this program empower graduates to be able to, in their teaching in the classroom, bring in the First Nation language? We'll call this culture, language, and place. We need to develop strategies to incorporate culture, language, and place throughout the teacher education program. I mentioned before that there are a number of programs that are designed, for Native folks to become teachers. We want to develop a program that teachers can provide to students an understanding of their culture, of their language, of their place in this world. And to do that, we'll develop these strategies and we want to include it throughout the program. It's not going to be 3 o'clock on Thursday, let's have Native culture. That's not the way it's going to be. We want to, what we use the word is infuse culture throughout this teacher education program. Not be part of it, but to be it. And this I think will set this program apart from other programs that are operating. We want to provide examples of land-based programming and strategies for adapting these. We want our teacher graduates to be able to know how to do that, how to incorporate the land, and what are the strategies for doing that, how to incorporate culture in their teachings. It's very important that the graduates in this program can do that. If they can't do that, then we just put them through, might as well go through a regular program. So this has to be different. We also want to make sure that we're reflecting in the teacher education program for those candidates an understanding of learning styles, of Indigenous learning styles. How do Indigenous students learn? What's the best practices of them for them to learn? My experience as a teacher and a principal was hands-on. If students are hands-on, then that's much better than just reading a book. They learn by doing, they learn by touching, they learn by being on the land. So we need to have our teacher candidates understand how to do that and how to create those opportunities that reflect those styles. And we'll help them with that because if they don't do that, then it might as well just be a regular teacher education program. So it's going to be difficult. whoa, it's going to be difficult, but I mean, it's something that, as I said, is new, and we'll need guidance from the elders and others to be able to do that. Having said all that, we still need to meet the regulatory requirements if we're going to have Ontario teacher certificates at the end of our program. That's going to be important. So to do that, we're going to establish early on engagement with the Ontario College of Teachers to seek their advice and guidance for the program. We've already started with the provincial government. We've engaged the Indigenous Affairs Department. Some of you may know Sean Baptiste. He's actually now the Deputy Minister in the Ontario government for Indigenous Affairs. So I've talked to him, and he's assigned the members of his staff to work with us right from the start. And we're going to use them to provide the liaison to the Department of Education and others within the government. We've got an open invitation from him to use their services, so we're going to work with the Ontario government from the inside and from the outside to kind of achieve our objectives. When I was talking to Sean, he's totally supportive of this. I talked to his ADMs. They are totally supportive of this. So we will be, as I said, using them to work inside the government to make sure when we come to them and say we want to do it this way and this objectives, that we're going to get approval so that we can, from our program, issue on Ontario or have them eligible to be issued Ontario teaching certificates. We'll also look at existing teacher education programs, and as I said before, we want to learn from them. We also want to have, as we move along in the development of this process, approvals internally from folks like you. Does this make sense? Yes, it does, or no, it doesn't. So we're not going to go away and do this and then here it is. Ongoing throughout this process, we're going to need engagement if it's really going to work. Culture, language, and space, I've talked to briefly. We need to incorporate this. We need to develop those challenges in terms of doing it. This will be a critical piece in terms of this program. We're going to make sure it's in there. Now, in terms of staffing this, getting a staffing plan in place, we need to know what kind of positions are we going to need, what roles should the existing Algoma and SHINGWAUK'S staff play in the teacher education program. Are there some courses that we can take from Algoma staff and have them credited into our program? So this is going to be difficult. We're going to create new courses, but there's also some existing ones that can play into this. So that program design, right now, we're not excluding anything. We want to work and make sure that we're developing a program that's unique, but where something is already existing, let's bring that in and use it. We will develop job descriptions for this program, and we'll determine, the qualifications of that and the staffing for it. We're going to need staff, obviously, to run this program. Well, what kind of staff do we need? What kind of positions will they be? What will the qualifications be? And so on. So we'll be developing all that as we get nearer to the end of this. And we'll talk about the timing. We'd like, for instance, to bring on the director of this program soon. We don't know who that is, but we'd like to get them on soon so that they're in at the beginning of this and working with us as we go through and fill on a gradual basis the other positions. But the director position is going to be very important, and so that's something we would hope to do very early in the process. One of the other things we know that for the teacher candidates, we want to make sure that we've got the supports they need. Those that are from town, those that are from away, what kind of support will our teachers need in terms of what existing student support services are out there, what information on financial options for these students to attend here are there, and what grants are available and so on, so that there will be cost of attending here. How can we offset those costs for our students coming in? We want to make sure for the students that are here, the teacher candidates, they have ongoing access to elders for support. I know how important that is. In some of the schools that we work with where there are elders in the school, it makes a huge difference. I think of schools in Thunder Bay, like Dennis Franklin Camardi School, which is a high school in Thunder Bay, where they have elders in the school at all times. They have an elder program, there's an elders lounge, there's always tea and bannock in there, and students can go there in any time to talk to the elders. So the elders are an integral part of this, and so we will make sure we build in kind of those components in terms of design. In addition to elders, students may need access to education counselors to help them with their work, especially if they're coming in without a degree. And also students have financial needs. They're going to have to live, they have to eat, they have to, all this stuff. How can we help them with that in terms of ensuring that while they're in teacher training, that their financial needs are taken care of? And finally, also, we want to make sure that we're continuing to liaise with the post-secondary counselors that are on reserve from the home communities of the students that are here. So we understand that in addition to the program, we have to be taking care of the students that are coming here, the teacher candidates that are coming in. We need to figure out what this is going to cost to operate this program, and then figure out where we're going to get the funding from to do it. So we know that a lot of the funding that may be available is proposal-based. That's fine for doing the work, but on an ongoing basis, how is this program going to be funded? So we'll be looking at the financial side of this, and we'll be looking not only to Indigenous services, not only to the province, but other departments like in the federal government, like culture and language and so on. So we're going to look cross-based, where can we get funding, as much funding to be into the program. And the kind of funding that we prefer, obviously, is regular funding, not proposal-based. Because proposal-based, you put a proposal in and you get it funded 1 year, and then the next year you don't get it. So we want to look at regular programming so we can see straightforward that we've got all our costs covered, that we're reduced to the extent possible the burden on students, and that we can engage the communities, that we have cultures, that we have all the things to make this. One of the things that's worked are the sponsorships that we can get from local businesses to set up scholarships or something like that. Yeah, we'll look at that too. That can really help individual students if there's scholarships available. So yeah, we'll make sure that First Nation, that our candidates, to the extent possible, have their financial needs covered. We don't want any student dropping out or going home because they can't support their family or because for funding reasons. So we're going to work on that from the start. So that's a very quick run through in terms of how we're starting this and how our planning process is going. Once again, I'll emphasize, we're not here to say this is how you do it. We're here to learn from you how to do it. So we're really, really excited as a team. We're on the phone all the time talking about this and talking about that. So we need your input. We're going to make sure that you have information in terms of how to get a hold of us, or if you have an idea, we'll be setting up a website that'll be interactive and that you can provide your comments and so on. So once again, thank you. This is very, for an introduction. I appreciate very much your attention, and you'll see a lot more of us. Thank you.
Miigwech, thank you for that segue, some oversight, overview in the process. We're going to roll up our sleeves here momentarily and start filling ourselves with some really beautiful insights into Anishinaabe education. We will be looking forward to Dr. Pam Toulouse's presentation next on your agenda. There is an overview of Pam in your agenda, but I wanted to let you know from our perspective here that we've been working on this for a few years now. We've planted the seed in regards to how we want to evolve as a post-secondary institute, and we recognize that there was a need for this educational institute that we are now designing. And we couldn't have done that without some cooperation being extended with Dr. Toulouse, but also through Ozma Vesna from Algoma University, who's here, has arrived, and we thank her. I know she had some other commitments this morning, but welcome, Ozma. Let's give her a round of applause for the work that she's been doing to help us move over time. We've used Algoma University to help us with our needs as far as accreditation and providing diplomas and helping us keep afloat as far as the obligations that we've made. So thank you, Ozma and Algoma University. But not only have we had that incredible cooperation with Algoma, Dr. Toulouse has helped us in building this program. And we appreciate the work that she's done with the program review that's happened as far as our organization is concerned through Indigenous Advanced Education Skills Council. And she's also helping us with the development of our standalone child well-being model. So thank you, Dr. Toulouse. And if we could maybe introduce Pam and welcome you to come to Bao Ting here to share with us your thoughts. So ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Toulouse.
All right. Oh, it's so nice here today. Oh my goodness, I get to see some old relations, some new relations, people from my community, people from my past. Oh, a couple exes at the back there. Oh, yes. But my wonderful friends, I have to start off that way in a good way. And what I want to do is that, like, one of the major gifts that we've actually been given, right? Anishinaabe people, a major gift that we've been given is the ability to laugh. Oh, chabop, eh. Oh, looking at Barb here, chabop, eh. So we're going to start off with a sacred circle. So what I want you to do is I just want you to draw a sacred circle. Draw a circle in the air. Yeah, draw it. Oh, yeah. You can visualize it too. Oh, yes. Take your other hand now. Let's open up the other side of the brain. Let's draw another sacred circle. Oh, yes. Now let's put those sacred circles down. Now, what I'm going to have you do as part of that sacred circle, my beautiful friends, is this, all right? So, our sacred circle is about all of those, those beings, right? Those beautiful beings, that influence us, that make us happy. Maybe, it is Mother Earth. Maybe it's your neighbor. Maybe it's like, that person sitting beside you. Maybe it's your bingo partner. I don't know, okay? But we're going to take 1 minute just to share who are those beings that influence you today, okay? Who are those beings? They can be, again, seen or unseen, living or else in the spirit world. So again, take about a minute, all right? So talk to someone beside you, say, oh, yes, oh, this person, I love them, okay? Let them know why. Okay, you got a minute, go ahead. Oh boy. I just gotta type in my thing. That's it. There we go. Wrapping it up, wrapping it up. All right. my gorgeous Nichkins. When I say me, you say gwetch. Me, 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 me. Oh, we got lots to be miigwetching for today. Now, when I say that we have lots to be miigwetching for today, here we are in this special location, in this sacred space, but this sacred space to really come together and to have these amazing conversations together about what the land-based, again, four-year education program is going to look like. But I have to tell you, my friends, that I'm really, again, miigwetching today, and I'm oozing it. Oh, it's oozing. Oh, you can smell it. You can smell the miigwetches on me today, and I'm going to tell you why. I feel really, really honored because we have our survivors sitting up here at the front. And to me, these really are, you know, the true warriors. These are the true, again, warriors, the true healers of our nation. And you sit here, and I am just honored to be with you. And I would ask, you know, everybody here if we can let the survivors know how much we honor them, but we're going to do it in this way. So I want you again to make a heart with your fingers. Show me a heart. Okay, show a heart, okay? Now I want you to look at the survivors, and I want you to say these words. I want you to say, Zog, de win. So go, Zog, de win. And I want you to push that heart towards them. So push the heart, Zog, de win. Zog, de win. Push it towards the survivors. Now I want you to push that towards your table. Zog, de win. Now, I want you to give yourself some Zog to win. So take that heart and go, Zog to win. Oh, yes. Giving that good love to everybody. Okay. Now, a lot of folks, you might be wondering who I am. Some of you might know who I am. But I will say a couple of things in the language, and then I'll tell you a bit about myself and how I came here. So anyways, again, good morning. It's Chickajep for me. Oh, a little early. Some of us stayed out last night. Yes, we did. At the casino, I think. Oh, some of us buckanog, yeah. Oh, yes, playing bingo. But let me tell you, my beautiful friends, okay, is that if you want to know who I am, there's a lot of people actually here that can tell you. Because I'm really lucky. My sister Cher's here today, Harvey and Dolores. Oh, yes. We've got, you know, Joe and Mona. We got Teresa. We got Marnie. It's unbelievable, the people that are here that know me, so they can tell you who I am. Oh, yes, Dorothy here. She's like, I've known her ever since she was running around on the res there, you know. Yeah, and Grandma there pulling my hair, trying to put my wild hair and, you know, in these beautiful ponytails and stuff. But let me tell you, my friends, you know, I'm very honored because wase ekawabitque nidijnakos. Ganoje dorem sagmak nishnabek donjaba. So what I said is, you know, about 2.5 decades ago, my aunties gave me this name, right? This name, but the name came from the spirit world because it was already there, right? Because that's where I came from. So it's like, well, who is this? You know, who is this girl? So I was like, listen, you know, I'd like this name. So I did all of the things I was supposed to do, you know, all of those good things, and I got that name, Wase Ekawabitque, she that looks ahead. And I'll tell you, the moment that I got the name, she that looks ahead, it was like this awakening for me. And anybody that's ever had that experience will know what I'm talking about. Not only that, Ginoje Dodem, right? Pike. Oh, that big, beautiful fish. That one that you're like, oh, I like it filleted, I like it fried. Well, listen, I am the living embodiment of a pike. So that is my family, it's my Dodem, my clan. Sagmuk Nishnabek Donjaba, where I put down my head. And I'm from Sagmuk, that's my home community, and I'm very proud to be from there. That is the place where I was raised. I was born down there and, like, you know, raised down the river. Anybody that knows me in Sagmuk knows me and my siblings as those kids living down the river. So that's who we are. Now, how did I come, you know, to work with SKG? I had the opportunity, really, again, like, you know, to work with such a fabulous group. Not like this staff is unbelievable. I've got to do like work plans with them, some strategic planning. I've written some program documents. I've done some stuff on wellness with them. And every time it is always amazing to see the level of commitment and passion and dedication and the care for our people. And that's why I know that with you being here and supporting and guiding, that this is going to be a program that is for our people, right? It's going to be one that's going to lead, it's going to inspire, and it is one that's definitely making me perspire right now. Yeah, sorry folks, yeah. You know what happens? You get to that gentle age, you know. I'm aging gracefully, but also having a heat flash right now. But I have been really lucky, you know, to work with SKG and the staff here, and to be able to see, like, you know, the vision of the community come to life. So, our last sacred circle, and I'm going to share a model with you. So what I want you to do, my beautiful friends, is I want you to go like this. I want you to look real mean at somebody. Look real mean at them. Jeez. Look real mean at them. Oh. Now, you're going to look real mean at them, and here's what you're going to do. You're going to look real mean, and we're going to start this off. You're going to look real mean, and you're going to do these things. I'm going to teach you how to cuss at them real good. Now, you're going to look at them real mean, and you're going to repeat after me. You are too amazing. You are so beautiful that the earth weeps every time you awake. Now, one more last good sacred circle cussing activity. I want you to look real mean this time. Take a finger, take your lips or nose. If you're from Garden River, use your lips even farther. Okay? Now, I want you to look at them, and we're going to cuss real good again. We're going to look at these gorgeous people. Oh, okay. Shake your hand. Look real mean at them. Oh, go ahead. Shake your hand. You can do it. Oh, you wonderful. You wonderful. You beautiful. Human being. My goodness, they broke the mold the day that you were born. Okay, now, the sacred circle, right? So whenever I do a sacred circle introduction, and you're probably thinking, oh, you're going to be going back, and you'll be like, oh my goodness, she made us cuss today. We were cussing. You'll have to tell your grandkids that. You'll be like, oh, you want to learn how to cuss? I'm going to teach you today. Yeah, oh yes. Yes, you are so amazing. Yeah. But a sacred circle intro is really about us introducing ourselves, but me introducing myself as well. I worked over 30 years, little over 30 in education, and actually went to university, to Lakehead with Ozma. And yes, and that's why I said, you want to know who I am? Just ask a couple people around this room. Yeah, but only believe half of them. So my beautiful people, the sacred circle is about us joining in together and coming in together. It's about sharing in laughter and humility, because that's where we need to start. We need to start with laughter and humility and sharing of self, and also being able to identify who we are in a way that is good. I really feel, again, honored, because I had the opportunity to work with several community members. And this was one of the things that was really important. It was called well-being, okay? A model of well-being. But we're going to do this a bit differently, okay? We're going to do it a bit differently. So IASC, which is the Indigenous Advanced Education Skills Development Council, requires that all institutes have a wellness model, okay? But then I was asked, well, can you guide us in this process to develop this wellness model? And then I thought, yeah, you know what, I could do it, but I could facilitate it. And I'll tell you, you know, we did several sessions online and also, you know, some things also in person. And I'll tell you, this is the model of well-being. But how we're going to experience this model of well-being is we're going to share with each other, because that's where we need to start, right, with the model of well-being. So when I take a look at that model of well-being, right at the heart of that model of the well-being is that wigwam, okay? So that's SHINGWAUK'S vision. That's that teaching lodge and that wigwam. So what I want you to do, my friends, is with your arms or hands, or you can visualize, I want you to show me what a wigwam looks like. What does a wigwam look like? Let's see. Oh, we got some good wigwams out there. Oh my goodness, I said, okay, there we go. I said a wigwam, not an orange back there, okay? Yeah. All right, we got your beautiful wigwam. So I want you again to think about that wigwam and to think about your own home, okay? Think about the wigwam as your own home. And I want you to share with someone beside you. Or maybe you're like, oh, geez, I gotta find myself a new bingo partner. You might wanna get up and walk over and see somebody else. But what I would like you to share is in your own home, in your own personal wigwams at home, wherever that may be, what are the two most important things that you have to have in your wigwam? Is it love? Is it people? Is it spirit? Is there certain individuals that have to be there? But share with people now, what goes into your own personal wigwam, okay? What goes in? Let them know. It's about a minute. One into your wigwam there, John. Right there. It's the fire. It's the fire. Yeah, I love it. What's going in your wigwam, S? Balls, eh? Yeah. One minute. 1 minute. 1 minute, 1 minute. It's good to see you. Wrapping it up, wrapping it up. All right. Okay. When I say me, you say gwetch. Me? 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 All right, my beautiful friends. All right. So I have to tell you a little bit, of course, about my own journey as well. So over the past 3 decades, I've been doing a couple of things. I've been a little bit busy over the past 3 decades, and like a lot of my colleagues here, I actually retired last August. And, you know, as you can tell, I'm retiring very well. But one of the things is that over 30 years, I had the opportunity to start off as a classroom teacher. And I started off in Chaging First Nation, and 30 years ago in a grade 7 classroom. And for anybody that knows education, one of the most scariest grades to ever teach is kindergarten in grade 7. And I got my first class, it was a grade 7 classroom 30 years ago, and it was the biggest gift of my life. Yeah, and I didn't even know how much of a gift that it was. And at that time, you know, I was trained in like the public system in the province, went to teachers college, all of that business. But then when I got to Chaging, I'll tell you, although I had all that training, you know what really prepared me? What prepared me was my relationships. My relationships in the community, my family lineage, knowing who I am, Because no matter where I went, right, in Chiging, the kids, well, my parents say that your dad is this person. Yeah. I hear that this is your relation too. So they're always checking me out, eh? They always we're figuring out who I am to find out about the relationship. So when I started out in Chiging in grade 7, I felt so honored. We went on some amazing school trips, and those kids were the first ones to give me my teaching of tobacco. And when I say that first teaching, because a sema, right? Because sema is not just tobacco, it's actually the act, right? It's the act. A sema, putting down that sema is actually an act. It's a gift. It's an action. So I was really lucky. We ended up doing this thing, my students in grade 7, I would just say, listen, what do you want to do? Do you want to have this kind of a party or this party? So we always had celebratory parties. We would go through and we would meet certain milestones. So the kids are like, yeah, we want to have a dance in the classroom, or else we're going to have a competition, almost like Fear Factor. But then, then the kids are like, well, you know what? We'd like to actually celebrate, and have a Christmas tree in our classroom. So there I am, brand new teacher, I was 17 at the time. And folks, you really believe me, that I'm 17 at the time? But the very first teaching of tobacco came from my students. And that's why I've been so much more of a learner than a teacher, so much more of a learner. Because what happened is that it ended up being, I remember this young man, Waylon, and we went out, and of course, there I am, young teacher, and I've got my kids, and we're all going into the bush, and I've got an axe. Don't ask me anything else beyond the axe. So we go into the bush, and then we're looking at a tree to take, right? We don't want to take a new one, but one that was coming to the end, right? So we thought, okay, we'll do that. And then it was I was about to go and take the tree, and then Waylon steps up. And Waylon's like, teacher, Pam, you can't just take that tree. And I didn't ask Waylon how he ended up with a cigarette in his pocket. But he took out his tobacco, and he put his tobacco down. And he said, anytime that you're going to take anything, what you need to do is you need to thank that being. So the very first teaching I got, my very first year of teaching, was from one of my students. And in grade 7, it was again, the most humbling moment, but it was the moment that would set my career path about really figuring out that I'm not just a teacher, that I'm also a learner. And that's where it began. I also worked at a couple of universities in between that, and have had an amazing time, wrote a couple things, 55 actually resources, a couple of books, and have felt that I've made some contributions in some way to education. But I also feel that I've made contributions here, and that is through this wellness model. So, my good friends, if you, again, have, a wigwam that you love. Let's see that little wigwam. Show me it with your hands. What's your wigwam look like? What's your wigwam look like? Oh, yes. Now, what I would like you to do is I'd like you, again, to take that wigwam, and I want you to make it bigger. Make that wigwam bigger. Oh, make it bigger. We're going to make it bigger. We're going to make it bigger. And then I'm going to count it down. You're going to let that wigwam go. 3, 2, 1. My beautiful friends, you have just shared your wigwam with everybody else in that sacred energy. Some of the other things, especially working in faculties of education, I've worked in 3 different ones and 4 different ones. I've worked, again, for Laurentian University, Lakehead, but I've also, again, done work with York University. I just retired from there. And the one thing that I'm going to tell you, my beautiful friends, is this, right? Is that when it comes to developing an education program, that some of the biggest, mistakes that I have seen made over the past 30 years is when it's not informed by community. When it is, again, not, again, informed by culture and language. And that's why, having the team here, Jerry and Bev and Mark, sharing and facilitating is so important. Because I'm going to tell you those precious moments in classrooms, especially because teachers, again, have an effect right from early learning all the way through. They are in the formative years of our children. And one thing that I know for sure is that the success of our kids, and my colleagues that are here that are also in the field, that the success of our children, right, comes from how they feel about self. It comes from self-esteem and identity. Who am I? Yeah, what are my colors? You know, can I speak my language? Will I have an opportunity to? Not only that, what teachings am I going to take forward into the future? But that's the one thing that I have seen over the years in teacher education is the programs that honor the culture, the language, the elders, and the identity of our people are those that are the most successful. Now, I'd like you to try something with me, all right? So again, you can also visualize this. The other thing is, my friends, okay, so I want you to take both your hands and hold them up like this, but you can also just, again, just visualize. All right? Now I want you to take those beautiful hands. You don't have to touch anybody though. What I want you to do is I just want you to turn towards somebody and you're going to move your hands towards them, all right? And I'm going to teach you the words that go with that. The words that go with that is Mari, Mari. Just try it. Mari, Mari. Okay? Now, I want you to put a little bit of juice into that. We're going to go Mari, Mari. Now, try it again with somebody. Mari, Mari. Now, look at somebody else and give them a Mari, Mari. All right. All right. Now, Mari, Mari. There is this amazing revolution, and I really do mean it, this amazing revolution taking place across Turtle Island. This amazing revolution that is led by our survivors, by our elders, by our aunties, by our uncles, however you self-identify. This beautiful revolution all across the entire world, like across our Turtle Island, where our people are saying, listen, you know what? We know what we need. Yeah, we know what we need and we know how to get there. And what's interesting is that, you know, I was able to work in South America about 5 years ago with our people there. Yeah, and the Wiche people. And they have 4 very specific nations that, again, that are from the 4 directions. And when I was there, I remember sitting there and thinking, oh my goodness, you know, thinking about the possibilities for education. I sat in this, like, you know, this place in another country, another continent, sat with the Wiche people who always say when they greet each other, Mari, Mari. And what they do is that that word, although it means the number 10 in their language, is that what it actually does is that you're sharing in each other's energy. Because it actually means Mari, Mari means we're connected to the earth and we're connected to each other. When I was with the Wiche in Chile, the other thing is that it also felt like home. And this is, you know, a number of years ago. I went into their lodge, and it was their lodge was right in the middle of their school. And what I loved about that is the elders sat there, and they had a sacred fire, much like the one that we had here today. And thank goodness our Mishomas here is good. Yeah, that he's okay. Yeah, and that Noden was saying, oh, geez, yeah, I'm busy today cleaning the earth. Yeah, and we forgot to, I guess, maybe let Noden know, listen, we got an event going here. Yeah. But our beautiful relations, again, that's what they always start with. Everything is Mari, Mari. And we would sit in that circle. We'd sit in that circle, and there's a fire, sacred fire. The directions are there. The colors are there. And I'm thinking, my goodness, where am I? Like, am I sitting, like, you know, here at SKG? Because that's what it felt like. Yeah. So even back then, there is a revolution. And the people that are leading this revolution of change in Indigenous education is you folks. Yeah. And why are you doing it? You're doing it because of these beautiful elders. You're doing it because of the children, you know, grandchildren, those yet to be named 7 generations from now. But you're the ones that are doing it. All right. So this wellness model, my beautiful friends, we're going to do this activity. Does everybody know where their heart is? Yeah. You know where your heart is? Do you have a heart? You're like, of course you do, right? You got a big heart. Yeah. All right. So you got a big heart. So I want you to take your left hand. Okay, your left hand. Yep. Some of you, your other left hand. Okay. Your left hand. And I want you just to go like this. Take your arm and just feel that arm and left hand. Go like that. Okay. Because that's the one that's closest to our heart, right? The left hand. So I want you to take that. So that left hand, we'll put that down. One of the things also that really, has come out of, what works and lessons learned is this idea of two-eyed seeing. And well, what is two-eyed seeing, right? But I always start with the left being the closest to the heart. Because when it comes to two-eyed seeing in our programs that are evolving, especially in this land-based, what that actually means, right, is that any foundation starts with the origin. It starts with that left arm, goes right to the heart. So this is where it begins whenever we do two-eyed seeing. It comes from this side, right? But it goes left because it starts with the culture and the spirit and who we are. Now I want you to take that right arm, and I want you to give that right arm, just give it a little give it a little wipe down. Yeah, give it a little wipe down. Give it a little rub or a massage while you're at it, right? So we say that right side, right? So that right side, that is we take only select practices and strategies and programs that work, that work in the technological world. We take only those things that work for our people, and we take them and we say, we can use that. We can use medicine. We can use this. We can use the environment. We can use things about climate change, but we are the ones that do that. So whenever we talk about two-eyed seeing, it's really about this, starting with that heart, but also seeing that in that technological and Western world that we take those things that will work for our people and those things only. That's what we do. All right, so next little activity, my beautiful friends. And this activity, all right, is called MIPTO. Now, our elders don't have to do this, okay? You get to just hang back, okay? You get to hang back. But the rest of us are gonna MIPTO. So what I want you to do to MIPTO is we're gonna go like this. You're sitting at your chair, and I just want you to get your arms going like this. Come on, JP. I know you can go harder than that. Okay? Now what I want you to do as part of MIPTO is I want you just again take your feet and you're gonna start running forward. Just stay in your chair though. Okay? All right, that's good. Oh my goodness, I felt the earth shake there. Now, we're gonna be MIPTOing forward. So one last time, MIPTO. Oh yes, now we can stop. All right, so we're gonna be MIPTOing forward. And by MIPTOing forward, we're gonna run forward. Because we're gonna run forward with all of these amazing ideas. Not only that, we're gonna bring our spirit, we're gonna bring our laughter, we're gonna bring our teachings, we're going to bring our languages, and we are going to share with each other and help build this program. But not only that, we're gonna think about these things, right? So when I take a look at that, my beautiful friends, we're gonna think about these things. That always at the center is that sacred wigwam, right? Not just Shingwauk's wigwam, but yours. That safety, love, family, culture, all of those things. At the center of that's creation, but also those more than human beings. So that any time that we do any type of planning, we always think of those beautiful beings out there, right? And what do they have to say? So we think about those beautiful beings, earth, air, fire, and water. But not only that, all those beautiful more than human beings, seen and unseen, that teach us and provide us every day, provide for us. And not only that, that any type of programming has to include, again, the languages, cultures, identities, and worldviews of our people. Because there's not just one Anishinaabe identity, we're Anishinaabe people. But you know what? It changes from community to community, those subtle nuances. Like I already know people from Cutler. All I gotta do is I just gotta look at you, hear you talk, and I'm like, oh my goodness, that's Earl Commander. Yeah. That's Earl Commander. Yeah. But that's, because there's so much diversity amongst our nation, is that we have to make sure that our voices are represented in any type of programming. The other thing is too, my friends, we also want to make sure, that any type of land-based program gives back to the community. And how can we do that, right? There are so many ways that we can. Can we do that, by coupling that education program with health? Can we do it by coupling it with economics? Can we do it by coupling that with, again, food security or employment? There's so many things, my friends, and so many potentials and possibilities for this beautiful program, and that's what it is. So, my gorgeous friends, I want you again, and this is, again, our final little activity, all right? But I want you, again, to look at the person beside you, okay? Yeah, you can look at them, okay? All right, y'all ready? All right, first thing I want you to do as you're looking at those gorgeous people, my friends, is I'd like you to go like this. Okay, take both hands, real hardcore. I want you to shake your hands at them. And I want you to say, Miigwech. Now, with that beautiful person, okay? You're going to let them know. You're going to let them know right now, all right? You're going to let them know. This is the most important thing that has to be in an education program. Is it culture, language, identity, laughter? What is it? So thank them ahead of time, okay? Thank them ahead of time. Go, Miigwech. Okay? Take a minute. What has to be in it? Let them know. Share what has to be in it based on your life experience. What has to be in that program? 1 minute. I know, Elsie. It's been a long time, Elsie. Yeah, Pam Toulouse, yeah.
Maybe you already did it. I'm not sure. I was in the other side of the
Yeah, it's all good. Yeah.
And one of my programs. They don't have an else in here that somebody wants to share.
Yeah.
That's part of it. But we're also
Yes, they do. They're going to start that. Yeah, Elsie.
And who am I talking to anyway?
Pamela Toulouse from Saginaw. Yeah.
So it's been a long time.
It's been a long time. Are you okay if I take this?
Yeah. And you know my husband passed, eh?
Yeah, I know, Romeo. I was so sorry.
He's resting now.
Yeah.
But he knew the language and he used the words that he was
Yeah. Yes, they do. Oh, you know, they don't have it. It's like crap. Yeah, they have stuff here that you can take. There's no selling though. Yeah. I'll see. Yeah. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. All right. All right. My beautiful friends, when I say Buckanaw, you say Geh. Buckanaw? Buckanaw? Now I want you to throw your arm up in the air and go Buckanaw Geh. Oh, yes, you know that word, and you know that it's bingo. Oh, yes, my friends, Buckanaw Geh, Buckanaw Geh. All right. All right. My beautiful friends. So, I've had a lot of experiences in education, and, and some of the really standout programs that I've had the opportunity to experience has been those ones, again, that have a lot of things that have the teachings, the culture, and the ceremonies embedded in them. But not only that they also have curriculum. Miigwech. Yeah. I know. Yeah. You see? The grandmas are still taking care of me. Yeah, oh yes. Yeah. All right. So my beautiful friends. So some of the really neat things I've seen, that actually are very much rooted in this area is that SKG is in this amazing position already, my friends, to do so many great things. Not only do they have this wonderful complement of staff, but they have this beautiful, the land is right here, it's outdoors. The medicines are already here. The heart is already here and the spirit is already working. And this is definitely going to be happening. And the moment that that things are different, right, is that the moment that smudge was brought out and that drum was brought out this morning, that it started off things in that good way. Yeah, that those young drummers are actually, that symbol for why that we are here. Yeah, why we are here. And that drum and that heartbeat of our mother is that reminder of our obligation, not just to those, those young nene that were sitting there around that drum, but also the obligation to her as well. So these, again, are things that are really important just to remind you of, but also, to think about all of those, those teachings, but also all of the innovations and the inventions that our people, that people still continue to benefit from today. And, many of them, they're returning back to our communities, but there are so many things, of course. Now, I'm going to give you one of those innovations, right? And one of those innovations, my friends, is a really important one. And that innovation is known as the sport of hockey. Okay? So what I want you to do, my friends, is I want you to get your hockey stick ready. Get your hockey stick ready. Okay? Get your hockey stick ready. All right? And I'm going to count it down. All right? Because we're going to be making our way. I want you to get ready. We're all headed over. We're going to hit up the goal. I want you to imagine that you are a Toronto Maple Leaf. You are now at the Stanley Cup final and you're at the Stanley Cup game. I want you to wind up. There you go. 60 years, we got to wait again. Oh, no. Yeah. All right. Now, my beautiful friends, the whole thing, the use of humor, our people, again, that's a healing energy, humor. But not only that, right? All of a sudden, science, comes up with, oh, geez, yeah, laughter. Lots of endorphins are pumping through your body. Oh, my goodness. Laughter's medicine. And even now, psychologists are recommending laughter and going for walks outside as an option for treatment, right? But it's listen, our people, we've been doing this a long time. Yeah, we don't need to recommend or write a prescription. Yeah, we've been doing it. Yeah. So it's all of those beautiful gifts, right? All of those gifts that we possess, all of the gifts that are embodied right here in our survivors. Their stories are the foundation. Their spirit, right, Sharky? Yeah. Yeah. Is, again, their spirit is, again, that warrior spirit that is going to provide that strong foundation for all of us. Because they have that strength, they have that beauty, that resilience. I mean, just look at them when they were up here earlier. That is the foundation for a school of education right there. Yeah, that is, because it is going to be built, it's going to be built on the spirits and on the work of all of those that came before us and those that are yet to come. So, I really do have to, pay homage to, again, a couple of beautiful, folks here. So what I would like to do, my beautiful friends, is I'd like to have the SKG staff stand up. SKG staff, stand up wherever you are. Okay. Now, what I would like is the rest of us, every time you see an SKG staff person around you, what I want you to do is go like this. All right. Now, SKG staff, you can grab a seat. I would also like, again, but you do not have to stand up, but what I would like is I'm going to have our good friends as well. So these are folks that are practitioners in the field. So our folks from the school boards that are here, if you could stand up. Listen, Joe's not on his own back there. Yeah, from the school board. So our school board friends, okay? So if we can just go like this, my friends, as well, okay? So I want you to go like this. Raise your hands. And same thing. All right. Now, my beautiful friends, last but not least, I'd like you to take a look at those beautiful faces sitting around you, the survivors. Oh, that good-looking person sitting across from you, okay? I want you to look at them, and I want you to put your hands up. And then I want you to, again, go like this. All right. My beautiful friends, so in the spirit of humor, in the spirit of fun, in the spirit of moving forward in a good way, so that this, again, this education program that is land-based, that it moves forward in that good spirit that has been started out today. And all I know, my beautiful friends, is that I am so excited because I know the possibilities and the potential of what's going to happen here under the guidance of this amazing team. But not only that, with the input of all of you gorgeous folks, and folks I still have to visit because I recognize some faces back there. And with you here, I mean, anything is possible. Yeah, and our people are a testament to that. You know, when I went through university and school, I'll tell you, it wasn't very often. And, you know, there was me and maybe 2 other people, that were like me, right? Not very many. That was it. So now to be able to sit here 30 years later and to be planning a land-based education program is absolutely amazing. So with that, my beautiful friends, what I would like to say is, miigwech! Look at your buddy, miigwech! I want you to look at Dean and say, miigwech. Now, my beautiful friends, with that, right, I would like to say thank you to my sister Cher, my cousin Cher, the singer named Cher, No, I'd like to thank Harvey, Dolores, and everybody else that I know here. Barb, who's been a mentor of mine for a long time. I'm very lucky. She was very good friends with my mother. Dorothy Toulousebaugh, who was directly from Wiki, so we have lots of relations. This weekend is also Anishinaabe Worldview. I really encourage people to also check that out. You know, let's revive our languages and let's ensure that the rest of our generations are able to speak the language and to speak in the language of our spirits, so that when we do return back to that spirit world, that when they say beamed again, we'll go, oh, aha. Yeah, miigwech. So, anyways, my friends, I'm Dr. Pam. Yeah, most people know me as, or else that little girl that grew up down the river in Sagamuk. Yeah, and as you can tell, I'm also a very sweaty person. Yeah, and that's okay. Yeah, I have a very high metabolic rate. So I just want to thank you for taking the time to listen to me, and I'll just leave that wellness model up there, you know, for you to take a look at. But that is the model that's guiding SKG in their work and accreditation. So with that, miigwech!
Miigwech, Dr. Pam, what an energy. We want you to take that energy into our breakouts, which will happen momentarily. And miigwech, Pam. I'm going to ask Ozma. We want to extend a moment for Ozma on behalf of Algoma University to welcome you here as well this morning. Thank you for making your way over. I know you had a busy morning, but thank you, miigwech.
Miigwech Dean and miigwech Pam. For those that haven't put it together yet, Pam and I did Teachers College together. It was actually a 4-year program at Lakehead. And Dr. Pam, I'm now Dr. Oz. We're 2 young women from very small communities. I grew up in Deborah, which was a village of about 400, very close to Garden River, as you know. And when we first arrived at the university, I was really drawn to Pam's energy and her positivity and her laughter. And we became good friends. And I've followed her career for many, many years, watching her go through the teaching profession, write those books that were so important to us who were practicing in the elementary and secondary school system, utilizing those resources in our classrooms every day. Why is this such a special moment for me today? I've got a few reasons. One, I want to acknowledge someone who's passed on to the spirit world who is very influential on me as a president and on my thinking as we were moving forward in a partnership with Shingwauk Kinoomaage Gamig, and that's Shirley Roach-Baugh. Shirley had such a connection to this place and to Shingwauk Kinoomaage Gamig, but also to Algoma University, right? And she could see the value of partnership. But she also recognized how important it was for the Anishinaabe people to have a university of their own, to drive some of these visions forward, this work that was so important. I want to share with you just a couple of the conversations that we would have, and we would have them over and over and over again. I think she just wanted to make sure I would never forget it. But we talked about the vision and the idea of a faculty of education. It wasn't going to be called that, right? But it was the idea of having a place like Shingwauk Kinoomaage Gamig rethink how we train teachers. Rethink that whole framework. And I would talk to her and share my frustration about how we were doing this in the system today and how destructive it was on young children, all children, right? Forcing kids to sit at a desk in rows for hours. And I would share the story of my son who hated school because he needed to be out there, right? Trying to share some of the stories that he would bring back from the trap line, right? From the hunts that he would go on, and not being recognized for that learning that he was doing that was so important, that is who he is today, right? He left after grade 12. He went through I had to bribe him, actually. So I would tell him, you cannot go on that 1 week hunting trip or that 1 week on the trap line unless you get A's in your class. He would work his butt off to get the A's so he could have those 2 weeks a year out of school. Our children need a different way of learning. All of our children, they need to be children. And I think about the elders in this room today. You know what we need to do to teach our children well. I believe, and I think Shirley Roach-Baugh believed, that this is transformative thinking, right? Our schools are still sitting in a factory model of education. It's a forced learning, right? It's built around what the government thinks we need to teach so that people can contribute to community, to society afterwards. It's not true. Right? We forget who we are. We're learning one way, and it's a westernized curriculum. And this is happening all around the world. So why am I so happy today? Because I know this is going to happen, right? And we have so many ancestors that are with us today helping us to create this new path forward. And if I have any hope in this world today, it's that it's these gatherings and these visions and these planning sessions are going to it's going to transform how we do things. And that's what I think Shirley Roach-Baugh saw in the conversations I had with her. It's what the signing of the partnership agreement with Algoma University and SKG, that's what the vision was situated around. It's about working together to make our world a better place. And I just want to acknowledge the survivor community. You are the reason I came to Algoma. It was your stories. I was actually in education. I was a teacher. Right? But your stories helped me to understand we have so much to do. So much to do. Reparation, reconciliation, new ways forward. And while you're still here, I want to see some of that visioning come to reality. You've been so generous with your teachings and your sharing and your energy. And we want to do this while you're still with us. And so we're committed. We're very committed. We believe in this vision and where it's going, and I really absolutely look forward to the next 2 days sitting with all of you, listening, hearing, and thinking together using this side, Pam, right? This side. Thank you. Miigwech.
Miigwech Ozma. Right now, I'm going to take a moment to introduce Dr. Pam Palmater. And Dr. Palmater, I've known her for a lot of years. She probably doesn't know me, but I've watched her for a lot of years. And she was quite the role model over time with providing advice to the chiefs. Whether or not they took it, that was another thing. But what a beautiful way that was brought forward through her lens. And I really appreciated her even entering the national stage to help give contemplation to us in how we might best move forward from a lens of Mi'kmaq, but also as a Mi'kmaq Kwe. She's quite the role model and has been teaching in downtown Toronto. It's no longer Ryerson, it's, what is it called now? Toronto Metropolitan University. And that in itself even is quite the feat, that accomplishment, which is part of the movement that we're seeing from coast to coast to coast, where we're reclaiming our rightful place with honor on these lands as the original people, not ab anything. I'm not abnormal, absent, ab nothing. I'm not half nothing. I'm original. I'm Anishinaabe, as we all are. So we are a beautiful people. We are the original people. And if anybody might be aboriginal, it's not us. So I want to introduce Dr. Pam Palmater. Thank you for joining us here with these discussions today. Make your way up, and thank you, miigwech, 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 miigwech. Want it on there?
Just, yeah. That way I won't like.
Okay. How's that? Okay.
Let's see here. Okay, can you all hear me all right? Yeah? All right. Thank you for that very awesome introduction. I remember him totally because on my social media, I have pictures of us doing Idle No More protests. And there he is, like literally in the front lines, marching on all of these Idle No More protests. So that's how I met him. And I've always looked up to him as a chief. And all the other people who were a part of Idle No More, obviously we've been doing work for decades, long before Idle No More. But to me, Idle No More was this beautiful coming together of people with no elections, no funding, no corporations, no politics, none of the stuff that sometimes we get distracted by or rely on. It was just organic. We were like, you know what? Let's talk to each other about what's going wrong. Let's talk to each other about what we don't like, what we do want. And let's find a way across the country to be unified without having to have an organization or get anyone's approval or have a copyright. We could just share each other's designs, dance in the streets. We were shutting down roads and malls, not in anger, but in celebration. You know, we're dancing alongside our elders. We're doing round dances. We're doing all of these amazing things. And some Canadians, for the first time, actually saw us. You know, think about some of the big cities where the only time they see our people is maybe homeless on the street. And here they saw us. They couldn't go shopping because we shut down the Toronto Eaton Centre for hours and hours because we just didn't want to stop drumming and dancing in round dances. That was amazing. And I mean, I don't know why all the security guards came to me and said, hey, listen, you got to stop this. And I was like, I actually didn't create this. This is like by the people. It's like, well, we've seen you in the media, so we want you to stop this now. And I was like, I invite you to go and talk to these elders over here and tell them to stop doing anything. They're like, okay, well, you better stop soon. And I was like, all right. Hours later, the elders are still singing. And that's what I love about our people and how everything has changed. Like the fact that I'm here on your territory and we're celebrating all of your accomplishments and all of the warriors in this room, as opposed to constantly being focused on the politics and the negative. And that's important work we do. Like the resistance we do, the fighting we do, the warrior work we do, that's really important. But we're not going to get anywhere if we don't balance it out with what you do here, with revitalizing the culture, celebrating our lodges, getting together, lifting each other up, and celebrating all of our successes. Because for every bad thing that's happened, we've also won a battle, but sometimes we forget to celebrate those battles. We think if the success isn't long lasting, that is not a success. And I think about the people out in BC from the Chilcotin people, the Secwepemc people, Wet'suwet'en people, Haida people, all of those who were opposing pipelines. And they went to court to try to stop the pipeline. And they were successful. They were able to, for a short time, stop the Trans Mountain Pipeline. Other people said, oh, I don't know why you're so happy. This is not a success. Of course, they're going to go ahead with the pipeline. But it was a success. They stopped it. They were effective in stopping it. Whatever they did, all that work together they did, they stopped it. It gave them time to regroup, to breathe, to celebrate, to do their ceremonies, to reconnect with the people and say, okay, what's going to be our next strategy? Because maybe litigation isn't going to be it. So what was the next strategy? Well, the next strategy was working with ecology people, working with conservationists, working with scientists and their traditional Indigenous leaders. And they found out that, wait a second, that pipeline's going to be in the path of endangered hummingbirds. We found hummingbird nests. That stopped the pipeline for a while because of the hummingbirds. Did it last? No, it didn't last, but it keeps giving us time to regroup. So we need to celebrate. Okay, these warriors won here. Let's give them a break because it took an awful lot of energy. What are the next set of warriors that we're going to do? And I feel like our education system is really now, like our First Nation education, are really about warrior education. What it means to be a warrior, to stand up for your people, to be able to put everything you learn into practice, like education for action, as opposed to awareness. Like I'm so over awareness because for Canadians, for police officers, for the healthcare system, awareness has gotten them nowhere because they've focused on things like cultural awareness. For decades, we've been going into the RCMP or other police forces, making them culturally aware, talking about our culture, talking about all the wonderful ways of our people, hasn't stopped them from all of the things they do to Native people. In fact, it's gotten worse. And people ask me, well, why? There's so much awareness. And I just keep saying, because it is my pet peeve, because the focus is wrong. The problem has never been our culture. Police don't kill us because of our culture. They don't even know what our culture is. Police kill us because of their racism, their hatred. They're the problem. So we need to turn that focus back on them and say, well, you've got the problem. You've got the racism problem. You've got the sexism problem. That's not on us. Happy to talk to you about it, though, and how it impacts us and what you can do to change it. That's where the conversation usually stops. As long as we're the problem, as long as we're sick and need to be healed, as long as, oh, well, we just don't understand your culture, so of course we're going to do all these terrible things to you. As long as they can sell us that myth, we get stuck there instead of turning it back on them. And it really is about turning it back on them. But again, if all I did was focus on highlighting all of these problems and not taking the time to bring up kids who are warriors and are proud of themselves and see, we got this. Yeah, we've suffered casualties. Some of us are the walking wounded. We've had lots of trauma. We've lots of family members. And now they're our ancestors. And knowing that everything we do, our ancestors are literally standing right here beside us, that's pretty powerful. Yeah, we're going to miss them. But boy, now I've got them behind me. And that's a strength, and we need to remember that and celebrate that. Because I'll tell you this story as an educator, and I know we're all in here about education. There's a lot of really, really smart Native people in school. Could be K-12, could be Aboriginal Head Start, could be in university, colleges, institutes, training institutes. There was this young student, and she was smart. She had like A's or 90 to 100% in everything, super smart. She had to do a presentation about Indigenous issues in Canada. I knew she was going to she had that down pat. So she went up there, she educated this massive class on Indian residential schools, the 60s scoop, the Indian Act, everything you could imagine. Like she knew every fact, she knew every stat, she knew every law. She was very impressive. And then when she was done, I said, well, don't forget, I'll just call her Jane. Don't forget, Jane, you have to do the reflection part of this. So it's not just educating, but what does it mean? Put it in context. And her reflection was how sad our history is and how traumatized our people are and how that's going to prevent all of us from being able to be self-determining. And I was thinking, here's this lady, she learns from her elders, she knows her language, she's volunteered, she's studied, she knows this stuff, she's going to get an A in every course. But her reflection was, we have a really sad history because she's been taught in every course that our history starts at contact, that our history starts at residential schools. And so I just said, afterwards, because obviously we weren't going to have that conversation in front of all these non-Native students, I just said, you know what, let's talk about our history. You did a phenomenal presentation, and it breaks my heart that you're sad about our history. But I think maybe next time your history lesson, maybe it should start, say, 60,000 years ago on Turtle Island and exclude the tiny little blip that is colonization and just talk about our history from that context. And she knew it. So that's the thing. So she started talking about, my granny told me this, and my grandfather told me this, and my cousin told me this, and I learned this when I was hunting and fishing. And so she knew it all. But her primarily non-Native education made her focus on everything contact forward, that it wasn't even in her mind, so much so that she's very sad about it. I was like, look at how kick-ass we are. We've been here forever. And nothing that they've done has been able to stop us. They can hurt us. They can't stop us. And so the next time, in the next course, she had to do a presentation. She was wearing camo, holding a feather, talking about how kick-ass we are and how, of course, we're going to have an amazing future. I just wanted to sign up for her protest wherever she was marching and follow her because she was so inspiring. And it was literally just thinking, sometimes we're learning good things, even from Native professors. We're learning about really important things, and we need to know all of those horrible, horrible things so that we can prevent it from happening in the future and so we can honor the people who've been impacted. But we also can't forget about the countless number of ancestors who have been doing this work for a very long time and got us to this place. And so I think about education in our institutes, like First Nation education, taught by First Nation people and First Nation institutes, and/or First Nation things that are taught in non-First Nation institutes really have to shift their focus. And include this part, the bad stuff, but boy, we've got a lot of celebrating to do. I want to walk into grades 1, 2, and 3 and see that all these kids know who all the chiefs were on their res and what they did. And I don't just mean elected chiefs, because elected chiefs and councils and directors and all these other people are doing great things, but also the ones who negotiated treaties, also the ones who are leading battles, all of our leaders. I want our kids to know that and be proud about it, just as much as Canadians know who Sir John A. Macdonald was, or all these other ones. I won't name them, most of them I don't like. But so it's really, we've got all the information. It's how we package it and how we promote it, because even within our institutions, and I've been teaching at Ryerson/TMU for 15 years now, we're teaching some of that stuff too. You know, sometimes that title is even in, you know, from 1800, like this is the history you're going to learn from 1800 forward, as if it's even possible to understand our history without knowing our entire history. And so to me, reconciliation in education really is about that. It does require a change in curriculum. It does require context, and we should be everywhere. One of the things that really, really get me when I go, because I work with a lot of non-native school districts and non-native institutions, and one of the things that really upsets me is when they want to learn about things in a way that makes them happy and comfortable and nothing uncomfortable. They don't want to risk students being upset by what they hear, and they certainly don't want parents coming in saying, oh my goodness, why on earth would you teach our kids about this very terrible history? And then there's the parents who are like, this never happened, that's a conspiracy theory. And so I'm telling them, they you know, don't talk about reconciliation, don't celebrate it, don't promote it, unless you are going to have the courage to make sure we teach it all and in every subject. We're not just history. We're not just social studies. We're not just native studies, although that is my favorite. We're also math and engineering and science and environmental studies and strategic planning and politics. Like, we should literally be in all of these contexts. Like, we should have content for all of it. Or we're indirectly, even if we don't say so, we're indirectly teaching our kids we're only in history. And if we're primarily only taught in history or / social studies, what message are we constantly giving us? You know, my teacher taught us outright when I was in grade 2 that Indians died off a long time ago, but here's how they used to live. And I was sitting there going, oh, shit. Indians died off a long time ago. What does that mean? Like, it was very confusing, you know? So I went home and I told my, like, I have 8 sisters and 3 brothers, and most of them were very radical. I grew up in a very protesty, hardcore family, surprise, surprise. And I told my brothers, and they were so angry. Had school been open then, my teachers would have gotten an earful. But no, they waited. And keep in mind, I'm in grade 2. They waited until the next morning. We walked into school, and they waited until it was almost time for class to start. So he comes in and he starts lecturing the teacher, making sure that it was in front of all of the other students, and said, what a horribly racist and terrible thing to be teaching my sister that Indians died off a long time ago because we're Mi'kmaq and we've been here and we'll always be here and we will outlive all of you. And the students are all there wide-eyed and just like perfect timing. He said, oh, and by the way, she's not going to be standing for O Canada until you give us our land back and start honoring the treaties. Boom, O Canada comes on, no one moved. No one got out of their seat. They were terrified to get out of their seat. I was mortified that I was never going to have any friends. And for a long time, I didn't have any friends. Didn't understand that. They took me to lots of protests. They took me to lots of marches. They took me to angry community meetings. They took me to, you know, conversations at granny's kitchen tables where people were crying and upset and worried about things. And as a kid, I didn't know what any of that stuff meant. But I knew it had to be important if granny's talking about it, if auntie's crying, if people are raising their voices. And it's like, okay, something's up here. Obviously, over time, I've come to understand all of that. I'm so glad that that happened. But sometimes I don't think we give kids enough credit about just how smart they are and how much information they can take, and in fact, how they can be our educators. So I thought, you know what, I'm going to do this experiment. So I have like this Warrior Life podcast where I talk to land defenders and protesters and advocates and chiefs and elders and everybody. And it's like, here's what's going wrong. Here's how we fix it. That's the moral of my podcast. So then I'm going to do a little experiment. I'm going to have a Warrior Kids podcast. And I'm going to talk about things like residential schools and what happened in residential schools and what needs to change and why. Because I honestly believe we can teach even the youngest kids at age-appropriate levels that things were bad. And I'm going to see what happens. So I did that. All of a sudden, I got all of these messages, not from kids, from teachers who were saying, oh my gosh, thank you. You have given us this out. You know, you are an Indigenous voice on the internet under a kid-friendly podcast. And of course, I got all the certifications and stuff to make sure it's like kid-friendly. And so now they had something that parents really couldn't fight against. It was an Indigenous voice saying, here's what happened at age-appropriate levels. And so the teacher wasn't doing it herself because she was told she wasn't allowed to, but she was able to play these kid-friendly podcasts to learn. And so I thought, you know what? Like, we just need to go forward with this warrior plan for our kids. And that's why I think places like this and how we're going to be teaching future teachers, we're going to be teaching future early childhood educators, we're going to be teaching future everybody who's working in the education system to really embrace the warrior side of things, to really embrace the fact that kids are very smart. And there's a lot that they're going to learn and can learn if we give them credit. I mean, my sons, they're in their 30s now, I keep calling them kids, but when they were in school, I think like grade 3 or 4, some teacher tried to teach something about the Indian Act, how there used to be discrimination in the Indian Act, but there isn't anymore. And here's my little kid standing up saying, yeah, well, Section 6 of the Indian Act does this, and Section 7 of the Indian Act does this, and Section 10, and could literally educate a teacher on something really complex like the Indian Act. So they're well beyond me now, like well beyond. And I think we need to do that in all of our education training settings. And here's the good news, things are changing, right? Like we've seen this kind of wave of change. Before, we used to have little tiny changes. You know, something would happen, it would get attention in the media, it might get a little bit of attention by politicians, but once the media attention was off, it kind of died down. There's something really unique about residential school survivors and people who have been working to support residential school survivors and people who've been advocating with residential school survivors and families who are multiple generations impacted by residential schools. Because unlike every other report, inquiry, and commission that's ever happened, something about that Truth and Reconciliation Commission and the stories of survivors and all of these people who, despite everything that's happened, said, you know what, it's important you hear my voice. And some of them just said it with so much love, I think they literally mesmerized Canadians. Because residential school survivors didn't know in a different way. Sometimes they were speaking their language, sometimes they were wearing their ribbon skirts, sometimes they did ceremonies ahead of time. But they were there, many of them said not for themselves, but for their families, for future generations to make sure it didn't happen. And look, have you ever seen a report inquiry commission like the Truth and Reconciliation Commission ever have such a profound, massive, lasting impact on Canadians, let alone politicians who have to do what Canadians say? And still the word is reconciliation, and it hasn't stopped being the word. Everything we talk about is calls to action, where you've got corporations, governments, universities, schools measuring themselves by whether or not they've taken up the calls to action and what they've done to implement the calls to action, and still talking about it. The fact that I can drive around a neighborhood in downtown Toronto who, usually don't care about anyone but themselves, no offense to Torontonians, probably just me, and see all these orange flags saying every child matters on not Orange Shirt Day, that never. I don't know, more was great. We had it for months. It was the longest, most significant, impactful social movement that's ever happened in Canada. Showed them how powerful and awesome we are. But there's something magical about residential school survivors who didn't stop with the TRC, who said, okay, that was one part. Now we have all these calls to action, but we're not waiting. We're not waiting for institutions to come up with a reconciliation plan or a strategy or a policy. Now we're advocating for money for languages. We're advocating for money for culture. We're advocating to teach ourselves. Think of how long First Nations chiefs and leaders have advocated for First Nation control of First Nation education. Way back when it was Indian control of Indian education, then it changed to First Nation control over First Nation education. Decades and decades and decades and decades. Fighting a massive battle against the powers that be. Something magical about these residential school survivors who just manage with their heart and their experience and their courage and their strength to say, you know what? Let's set up a little project over here. Let's set up a really cool YouTube channel for kids over here. Let's do this by podcast. Let's set up all of these lessons. And so you are all part of that magic that still the government can't quite put its finger on. Because when it comes to protesters like me, for example, they have easy responses to that. You just vilify people in public. You surveil them with the RCMP or CSIS. You make sure that there's this kind of chill around what you could do publicly or not to organize and gather. They haven't quite figured out how to deal with Indian residential school survivors. Because they're your grannies and your aunties and everyone your grandfathers, and they're just out there doing such amazing things. So I think we need to fully embrace that instead of saying, and I've heard some Native people say, okay, well, you know what? We're done with reconciliation. Canadians they're trying to call it reconciliation fatigue, nothing that I've seen. So you know what, let's move on to the next stage. And I'm like, why would you give up something that has managed to penetrate all of our hearts and that Canadians, I guarantee, are still going to be talking about in another 5 years? Because when was that TRC commission? 2015. We're in 2024. It's almost 10 years. Just unheard of. It certainly was with the Royal Commission on Aboriginal Peoples, right? There's a reason why the government's report is called Gathering Dust, because it legit gathers dust on the shelf, because Canadians didn't rally around it. Was that our fault? Nope, not our fault. We put a lot of time, energy, and commitment into that. We have Indigenous commissioners, and we've had that on many, many. But then you've got this one. And I think there's a lot to be said. I think we need to look into it. We need to think about what worked and what didn't. But I think we shouldn't waste too much time doing that. I think we should just embrace it. When our ancestors give us a blessing, and those blessings are residential school survivors and how they're able to get at the heart of Canadians and sustain it so that the government is constantly having to account, constantly. Because of them, we have the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples that's now law in Canada. There is no other country where that is the case. Do I credit Canada for that? This much, maybe, this much. But where did that recommendation come from? Wait a second, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Because that's what Indian residential school survivors were saying, that one of the ways in which we can protect ourselves in the future is kind of have these basic minimum human rights standards. Wouldn't that be a good thing? And so that's call to action. Government's kind of forced to deal with it. They promised to implement all the calls to action. So now we have this, and a recent Supreme Court of Canada decision that said, oh yes, by the way, Bill C-15 that enacted bare minimum human rights for Indigenous peoples and UNDRIP, that's law in Canada, province of Quebec. And no, you don't get to challenge that. Like, for people who aren't lawyers, and good for you. For people who aren't lawyers and don't do a lot of case law, to see what a profound case that is, not because that there isn't problems with like every case that comes out of the Supreme Court of Canada, but the fact that they made that decision. They issued that decision from the court. There's no names attached. In every Supreme Court of Canada case, you have the Chief Justice saying, Chief Justice, say Bastarache, writing for the court, and he issues his decision. And you've got, maybe 4 of the justices that agree with him. You've got maybe 2 that agree but want to add some stuff, and maybe you have 1 that dissents. There's always different names attached. Very rare do you have it coming from the court. And the very first part of the decision that you read is all about the TRC and Canada's commitment and obligations to uphold what came out of the TRC and reconciliation. And one of those things was UNDRIP. Thank a residential school survivor for that. Thank them for that. And then I think about, okay, I'm one of those annoying lawyers that most people don't like to work with, because when something comes out, I say, okay, well, here's all the dangers, and here's all the bad things about it, and here's what we need to do to fix it. Not everybody really likes that, but I do that just so that you know. You got to know what's happening. So when Bill C-91 and C-92 were coming out, I was very, very worried about what the provinces were going to do, because you know what the provinces are like. I don't know if there's any provinces in here, but sometimes they're jerks. A lot of them are jerks. And they like to counter First Nation rights. They like to say they're engaged in reconciliation, but they don't want to give up what they perceive to be their jurisdiction. So you have C-91, which is the Indigenous Languages Act, that gets passed. Why? Why was that passed? Why? That's something we have been advocating for decades, that there needs to be some kind of legislation that protects our rights. And I was, of course, arguing that we should be official languages in whatever territory we're in. Why? Well, you had residential school survivors at all of those hearings saying our languages are so important. They did everything they could to try to beat it out of us. And we've managed to retain it, and we need to save it so it never happens to another child so that we get to pass it on. That became a call to action. And because of that, we have legislation that's at least a start. There's a lot of money that needs to go along with that. But now you've got the legislation. Residential school survivors. We have C-92, the Indigenous Child Welfare Legislation Act, which said First Nations go forth and make your own child and family laws and systems and structures. I was very concerned about that bill, again, because of the provinces, because I knew what an industry our kids have been to the provinces. Think of how many people are involved in child welfare in the provinces. And Ontario is one of the worst. And how many people have careers and making money off of the crisis of taking our kids away from us. So we have C-92 that says First Nations, you get to make your own laws. You get to take your kids back. Effectively, I'm simplifying it. And Quebec challenges it. No surprise there, Quebec. And of course, Alberta was in the media every day saying, that's never going to stand up. That's provincial jurisdiction. You can expect Alberta to do that. And the Supreme Court of Canada, in this recent decision, says, oh, yeah, no, that's totally constitutional. That legislation is totally constitutional. Of course, First Nations can make their own laws with their own kids. That's a commitment that you made. That came out of the TRC. That's something that residential school survivors said we need. They could see that it wasn't just about historic residential schools, that there's a legacy, that residential schools just became the 60s scoop, which just became foster care, which just became youth corrections, which now becomes adult prisons. And so residential school survivors are like, you created all these problems from what you did to us here, and now we need solutions to all of these problems. That's what I mean about these survivors just having this massive vision for how we address all of these problems. And Supreme Court of Canada looking at it in Quebec saying, it's unconstitutional, it's provincial jurisdiction. And they're like, no, it's not. You can't do that because that's effectively self-government. And First Nations don't have self-government. If they wanted to have self-government, you'd have to amend the Constitution. And we all know, imagine getting all of the provinces to agree to the Constitution. So that was the core argument. And the Supreme Court of Canada said, well, no, in fact, the right to be self-governing is already in Section 35 of the Constitution, and you don't need to change the Constitution to recognize it. And why is that? Because Canada committed years and years and years ago, issued this inherent right policy statement saying, yeah, we recognize that self-government is under Section 35. And the court requires that the Crown, whether it's the federal Crown or provincial Crown, has an honor to live up to its obligations, its commitments. It has a fiduciary obligation. So before you even get into the meat and potatoes of that decision and all of the legal stuff, because it's a very big decision, you've got all of these things, you know, TRC, residential school survivors, reconciliation, commitments. You said you would do this. You have to do this. In provinces, you don't get to block it. So I'm kind of glad that case came forward, because it's a strong message to Alberta and other provinces. They're not going to be able to stop you from doing what you want. And every time you celebrate that you have a new law, whether it's for languages or child welfare, or whether it's, you know, dog bylaws, like whatever laws you want to create, dog bylaws, just because I've drafted so many, whatever you want to create, beekeeping bylaws, dog bylaws, like all of these things. And every time you celebrate them, make darn sure you have residential school survivors there, because they might not know what the law is. They might not know how to draft the law. They might not be arguing the case at the Supreme Court of Canada, but it's because of them that we are here having these conversations. And so because of that, I think about all of the work that I do differently now. I really, really do. I used to think about the advocacy work that I did in subject matter areas, you know, because I'm lifelong learning. I'm still learning from my elders. I'm still learning from everyone, you know, even my kids, don't tell them. But I'm still learning. So I used to say, okay, well, the topic of the day right now is land claims. So I'm going to just advocate, learn everything I can about land claims, make sure I'm testifying before Parliament, make sure I'm helping to inform First Nation leaders all over the country about this stuff. And then the next one, it could be something totally different. It could be languages. It could be like a whole wide variety of things. But the more you work in this area, you know, and I feel privileged because I've gotten to work with First Nations all over Canada, including my own Mi'kmaq First Nations, on so many of these subjects that I've been able to just kind of learn from what the elders are telling me, that all of it's all the same, it's all related, it's all connected, you can't do one without the other. I never used to think that because I thought I was a bit of a smarty pants. And I thought, well, no, you know, I'm dealing with the over-incarceration of Indigenous peoples. That's clearly racism in policing, that's racism in judges, racism in the correctional institutions. You know, and it took quite a few residential school survivors to sit me down and say, you know, you're doing really good work. And you know how they do that? They're so just loving. They make you want to cry just listening to them, and they lift you up all the time. They find a way to redirect and critique without you even knowing it. It's kind of sneaky. And so I have all these different elders telling me, you know, that's really good work because we don't want our people in prisons. And so many of them are wrongfully prosecuted. And our women certainly don't belong there. They should be raising their babies and so on and so forth. You know, and then they're like, did you ever talk to any of them in those institutions and ask them about their histories and their stories? You should do that next time. You should just hear their stories. Not so much about the charge, not so much about how they got arrested, but what's their story? And so I was like, okay, that's a good idea. I can do that, you know? And so I started talking. I took this advice from residential school survivors, and I went in and I started talking to these women, and wow, they were residential school survivors. And I was like, what? Wait, what? How is that? And if they weren't residential school survivors, they came from the foster care system. They escaped their home, the foster care places where they were, and lived on the streets, or their foster parents pressed charges against them when, they didn't want to be abused. And so it's like, wait a second, residential school survivors, they're foster care survivors somehow. Or they escaped poverty. One guy stole a sweater because it was minus 35 outside, and he didn't want to be another statistic, and he didn't have any money, and he was homeless, and he knew he's going to have to sleep on the street that night. And he stole a sweater. But because he stole a sweater, they chucked him in the provincial jail. And when he was in there, there's some other dudes not so nice want to get into a fight with him. Well, he defends himself. Well, now he's facing assault charges. And you know how this system stacks up against us. And so I was thinking, all of these things, residential school survivors, foster care, homelessness, I see it. I started to see the connections in a way I never did, in a way that made me want to teach differently. And I teach differently now because of it. I want people to learn about us. I want us to learn about other people in a way where we see all of the relationships and all of the connections, because that's the only way we're going to deal with it. So my advocacy plan going forward, especially in education, is what would a residential school survivor do? What would they say? And if I don't know, then I just talk to them. And they have some advice that doesn't seem like advice. It seems like they're saying, here, have a piece of bannock. But it means something. There's something behind that bannock. And then they will tell you, you know what? Maybe you should go talk to this person, or maybe you should visit this community. And they never tell you why. And you go to the community and it's like, whoa, look at all the overcrowded housing here. And you go and you talk to the family, and there's 25 people in the house, like in some of these northern communities. It's like, how do you sleep? Oh, we sleep in shifts. Well, what do you mean you sleep in shifts? There's 3 beds. How do you do that? And so that one conversation over tea and bannock to go visit this community with no instructions, and I'm a lawyer, give me instructions. What am I supposed to do? That's how we're supposed to learn, I think. Because if someone had said, go do this and think this way and do this, I could do it because I'm very good at following instructions, as long as they're native instructions, not non-native instructions. I don't think I would have grasped the concept, so that by the time it came around to me advocating on the issue of murder to missing Indigenous women and girls, and the issues that we had to talk about in the National Inquiry and at the United Nations and the Inter-American Commission. Now what I'm talking about is all of it. Do you see Indigenous women and girls here in the middle? Do you see residential schools and foster care and homelessness and human trafficking and incarceration and racism and enforced poverty and the breach of our Aboriginal Treaty? Do you see how all that fits to force these situations on Indigenous women and girls? It meant that I finally had the understanding that I could incorporate into my education, for even the youngest child can understand that. They can get that. And I think the education that you're doing is going to literally change the world and change our world. Because even Native lawyers, and probably especially some Native lawyers, Native teachers, Native administrators, sometimes we're not on the same place in our journey. And we don't necessarily see it yet. So we have to be the soft place to fall for all of us in this education system and help one another get there in this process. And this institution, from the time I, got the request to come here, it wasn't one of those normal requests, no offense, normal requests where people are like, oh, we're having this conference and we'd like you to speak here. No, it was a picture. Hey, do you remember when we were trying to recruit you and we were saying all these great things about you and look at all these great women? Remember this? And it's a big, big picture. Do you want to come and talk to us? And I was like, oh, well, geez, yeah. Yeah, of course. So I'm looking through all of these requests and it's yeah, it's the picture that you won me over. It's the picture. And you know what was special about the picture? First of all, is all these smiling, amazing, high energy women wearing their ribbon skirts, all like, you know, just like beaming and happy. And the second I got into the truck with Diane, it was, I'm so glad you're here. This is great. All the way here, all the way here. Like literally, I was getting out the door, and this is so great, and I'm going to introduce you to everybody, and it's wonderful, and we're doing great things here, and you're going to be so proud of us. Right until I got to that table. And then she walked away, and I was like, whoa. That's how you know when you're doing something right. That when we're not sitting in a hotel conference area with an MC saying, oh, you don't get to speak, elder, or you don't get to do this, or you don't get to intermingle, you know, leaders have to sit over here, and these are reserved for, like, I can go sit with elder, YouTube, Barbara Nolan, elder, and hear everything she has to say, and guess what? Now she's coming to my podcast, right? So that's what I mean. It's all of these things that we need to celebrate. And I totally forget when I started speaking. And I meant to actually, like, I had some notes in a speech and things that I'm supposed to say. But like always, I forget. I just start looking at everyone's faces. Like, I don't want to say any of this stuff. I want to talk about what I have learned, because it is like, it's a journey for me, and I'm sure I'm going to learn more, just like I learn every single time. And I'm just waiting for the next, I don't know if I should have done this by way of invitation, but I feel like before I get out this door, some elder is going to be tapping me on the shoulder saying, you know what, I think you should talk to this person. And then I'll be off on another journey to find out I don't know what, which is really intimidating for a lawyer who likes to control everything. But wow, I'm a totally different person because of it, and I teach differently, and my curriculum's different. I have changed everything, and I'm thinking, if I, who just, thinks I know everything all the time because it's in a book or there's a rule or there's a law, if I can say, you know what, I'm going to embrace this insecurity of, I don't know anything. I think a lot of us can do that and just think about curriculum differently and just think about how we do it. Like the fact that we have a YouTube channel that's going to be teaching kids all about Indigenous languages, but in a fun, crazy, elder jumping up and down way, that's how we're going to get it done. So sorry if I went over time, and I know that there's time for questions and answers. So if you want to ask me about anything, it could be about Pierre Poilievre. I don't want to talk about him, but if you have a question about him, I can find a way of answering it. We can talk about pretendians, right? There's a problem with pretendians in our education system. I'm hoping every one of you here is actually First Nations. If you want to talk about, fake Métis groups trying to take First Nations territories, I'm happy to do that too. I'm here for you. It doesn't have to be about education. Ask me anything. If I don't know, I will refer you to a residential school survivor. Thank you so much for listening. Did I go over? Yeah, I'm good for questions.
Thank you, Pam. One more round of applause. What an incredible presentation. And a lot of times after lunch, when I'm talking, I notice people nodding off, but I looked around and everybody's right on the edge of their chairs. So you did a great presentation, and we were blessed by those geese flying by. I guess that's a good sign winter might be over, and with spring comes new beginnings. And thank you for bringing us some beautiful insights. Again, thank you, Pam. We are going to do a little breakout, and I'm going to get Mark to come up. And we're going to have opportunity to get your feedback on a couple more questions. You will be going back to your breakout rooms, again, according to your clan on your name tag. Miigwech.
Oh, of course.
Come on back, Pam. We got a little gift for you here. Thank you. On behalf of SPG and staff. Let's get I'm going to get a picture with you.
Oh, yes, for sure.
Thanks.
Joe.
Joe.
Quick your time. Quickly.
Paparazzi.
be better. This one will be better. Yeah, we'll update it for sure. So you'll see me next year. Yes. Remember this? Sure. Can you see me in there?
We have to call the spirits in here to help us too, eh? Our helpers are everywhere. Yeah. Yeah. Aha, miigwech.
Miigwech, Elsie, and thank you. And as you're making your way back, if we can get everybody to come back, we were talking about earlier with Pam the work that we do is appreciated by our ancestors, and we may not realize it, and we need to be thinking about a modern approach and how we could not dwell so much in what we were challenged by in the past, but where are we going and how do we, and we talk about that a lot here with our staff, creating new memories for our kids, new memories for our people, moving forward and looking at the strengths. And this past week, the 7 First Nations along the North Shore Tribal Council territory here along the North Shore of Lake Huron and Batchewana, we had a ceremony, a groundbreaking ceremony for a brand new treatment center. And it's going to have a lot of skill in dealing with opioid, which has really been prominent with our people. And over the years as chief in the last decade, I don't know how many funerals I'd been to in our villages with a lot of our families losing loved ones to drugs and overdoses. So it was nice to be a part of this new treatment center. And when we started to talk about how we were going to give life to this rebirth of the treatment center, the elder said, well, it's not so much a groundbreaking and it's not a ribbon cutting, but we need to talk to the spirits about what we're doing here. And so we had a pipe ceremony a couple of times in preparing and informing all of creation what we were doing. But this past week on World Water Day, the grandmas played a larger role with the actual ceremony, which was informing all of creation of the event, including this beautiful new treatment center that was coming. So one of the grandmas, Chrissy, she had the vision to create this bundle, and she brought it out in 4 phases. And the first phase was giving thanks to the Creator for this beautiful life we have. The second phase was giving thanks to Grandmother Moon. The third one was thanks to our Mother the Earth. And the last phase was in the water, giving thanks with this bundle. And we all accompanied her, about 50 of us that were there at this ceremony with leadership from across the North Shore. And at the end, when she got to the water, she put the bundle in the water as part of the ceremony in acknowledgement and giving thanks for the spirits to make space for the work that we were going to continue to do, which was really beautiful. And that brings to mind, like, there's really beautiful work that's happening, whether it's here, whether it's in First Nations, whether it's even having messages brought to us like were shared with us today with Dr. Palmater and Dr. Toulouse. beautiful work is happening. Beautiful work's happening with you in whatever your role might be in your agencies, and whether you're bringing the revival of our language back, whether you're telling stories to your grandkids, it's all beautiful work. So after we did this water ceremony on the 22nd of March, we were making our way back in to the lodge. And as soon as we got into the lodge, there was a big crack of thunder in the middle of the morning when there was no thunderclouds around. It was snowing. It was beautiful. And we made mention of that in our ceremony, how we get these signs from our ancestors, from the spirits periodically, that you're on the right track, you're doing the right thing. So I wanted to share that with you. Like, there are many things that are happening, and you are on the right track. We periodically get blessings from the spirits, like these drums that were blessed by the Thunderbirds. Similarly, the Thunderbirds were again involved with the work that's happening with our leadership, with our cultural people, with our families. So we as Anishinaabe here at the center of the Great Lakes have so much to be thankful for, including those spirits like the Thunderbirds, like Mijo. You see on this wall here, some of those really important spirits to us. They have never forgotten their teachings. They have never forgotten their promises to the Creator and to us. And how those Thunderbirds, as you look around Baoting here, you'll hear about the Thunderbirds. You'll hear about the teachings of the Thunderbirds. So centrifugal to us as a people. As you come in from where the Narrows, where the Lake Superior narrows over here, my dad told me one day, and we're going to start in a few minutes. I'm just waiting for everybody to get back here, but I wanted to tell you a couple of stories that we have from our area here. But they built this at Grocap, just out past Sault Ste. Marie. They built a little dock there, and you can launch your canoes there, and they have a little crane that will, if you're disabled, they can put you in the water, in that canoe with this little crane. So the township asked me to come out a few years ago and talk about this area. So I said to my dad, what can I tell them about this area? And he said, this place, Grocap, past the airport out there, is actually called SHINGWAUK'S, and it's the Thunderbirds' resting spot. It's that big rock there. And he said, that's what this place actually is. He said, when those Thunderbirds make their way across Lake Superior, they all come from the west. Those Thunderbirds come and they clean and look after us and protect us. And he said, that's a long distance for them to fly. And when they get here, they like to land on the mountain over by the airport. They call it SHINGWAUK'S. And he said, that's a very special sacred place. That's what they called it. And that's why we need to do ceremonies there. And when we do the ceremonies for the Thunderbirds, we make a plate, we make a feast, and we get somebody to take it up in the tree for us, because the Thunderbirds can access it easier in the trees. So Thunderbirds have been a prominent part of our story here in Baoting as Anishinaabe, as original people. And those are the kind of essences that our board of directors try hard to make sure that we don't lose sight of as we create a new institution, a new post-secondary institute. So we're back and we're ready to have Dr. Chuer join us in a couple of minutes. I'm not sure if there's anything I need to segue before we move to that part of our agenda. Dai, are we all set? Is he ready there yet, Ben? He's trying to get in? Okay. So thank you again for your input with this second batch of questions, and thank you to our staff for help with the facilitation of that discussion. I'm so marveled by Dr. Palmater and Dr. Toulouse, the energy, like, my goodness, we're going to have such a great product that we're going to be able to work from as a result of these really great presenters that have been brought here and blessed by our ancestors, and to bring those messages to you today, as well as tomorrow's presenters that are already making their way here, and we'll have our staff make you feel comfortable, give you some tours of the site, and maybe give you a little bit of history about how Shingwauk Kinoomaage Gamig came into being. It just didn't happen overnight. This has been going on for a very long time, the vision for this particular approach to education. So thank you for your contributions today, wherever you may fare from, wherever you may come from. We really appreciate your input. And watch for some postings of information. There's some of it on the walls already, but there's going to be more. There is a ceremony at 7 o'clock in the morning, but we'll talk about tomorrow's agenda a little later on. But there is a fire, and there is SEMA out there, and there's offerings, if you'd like to access, available for you. So I believe we are ready. So is he in the room yet, Ben? Is Dr. Chur there? Yeah. Is he online now? Is he ready? Okay. Okay. So as our groups make their way in here, we do have next on your agenda Dr. Anton Truer, and he's a professor of Ojibwe at Bemidji State University and author of many books. He has a BA from Princeton University and an MA and a PhD from the University of Minnesota. Truer is a member of the governing boards for the Minnesota State Historical Society, Wadukonding Ojibwe Language Institute, and has received many prestigious awards and fellowships, including one from the American Philosophical Society, the National Endowment for the Humanities, the National Science Foundation, the MacArthur Foundation, the Bush Foundation, the First Nations Development Institute, and the John Simon Guggenheim Foundation. In 2018, he was named Guardian of Culture and Lifeways and recipient of the Pathfinder Award by the Association of Tribal Archives, Libraries, and Museums. His equity, education, and culture work has put him on a path of service around the nation and the world. Dr. Anton Truer will be joining us virtually, and I believe he's here, and it's a real honor to have him join us here. And I know my family also attends some ceremonies. My youngest son, Adamok, attends ceremonies with Mr. Truer, and he's a great medicine for our people, and it's an honor for me to bring him here today in conjunction with our board here with this brand new post-secondary institute called Shingwauk Kinoomaage Gamig. So thank you for joining us here today. Dr. Truer, miigwech b'jaya, you're on. Thank you for joining us.
Kawai maji taya ni wi Ojibwe bangi wa winda munugug e pichi migwe chuendaman in enemiguan ba jayan we wenigo damad uyan in endaman dwajke ishichige angiban we wenigo demino bimadak ga minagus dang Anishinaabe wiyang minawago we wene ge winda munugug bagi yo o ayawian wagush indigu minawa migizi and do dame Minawa gazaga squaji mekagish a kadeo hishkonigan wenja bayan. I wanted to start just by giving you a brief shout out in our language. My native name is Wagush, which means fox. I come from the Eagle clan, and I'm from one of the Minnesota Ojibwe communities over at Leech Lake. I'm excited to see you all, and wish I could be there in person. I'm actually on my way to the Sioux tomorrow for Anishinaabe and Teg, and just couldn't get out there any earlier with other obligations. But I'm really heartened by the efforts underway at Shingwauk to think about how we can reclaim control of educational space and center indigeneity, especially our language, our culture, our ways of being and doing things. And ultimately, the entire point of having and exercising sovereignty is to look out for our people. Nobody knows better than Anishinaabe what's best for Anishinaabe. And I think several generations ago, our ancestors were dealing with very tough times, dealing with treaties and other things. And they were thinking, what will everyone need in the year 2024. And they thought we would need land, and we would need clean water, and we would need self-rule, and we would need our language and our culture. And they fought very hard so that we would have those things. And we have a word in our language, Anikobijigan, and we use this word Anikobijigan like Indanikobijigan would mean my great-grandchild, but also my great-grandparent. The word has two meanings. And literally, if you break it down, it means my line. So those folks 7 generations ago were thinking of us, and today we should be thinking 7 generations from now. We will have descendants living in a world that we can only imagine, but we have to imagine and think about what they might need. And I believe they will need the same things that our ancestors thought we might need today: our language, our culture, each other, our communities, clean water, land, and self-rule. And ultimately, although, education itself has often been used to oppress and suppress our indigeneity, we do have an opportunity now in places like Canada and the United States to change that. Not just to kind of decolonize. It can be a little bit of a buzzword to decolonize, but to really think about what does it mean to indigenize, to center our ways of being and knowing. And, we are likely not going back to 1491 with regard to how we live our lives and so forth, but we can look forward and create a world in which we are recognizable to our ancestors and have all of the things that they believed would be most important for our people going forward. I think it is okay for us to embrace modern technology as we do that. We've had debates. We used to see this a lot in the language universe where it'd say, maybe we shouldn't write it down. Ours is an oral language. Or maybe we shouldn't write it down with that Roman letter writing system because we never had that. Maybe we shouldn't do immersion schools because our people never had those. They always just learned it in the home. And I was often in those kind of conversations thinking, did you drive over here in a car to register that complaint? Why is it that certain kinds of technological or modern adaptations are acceptable and others are not? And these are important questions for us to evaluate as we go forward. But as we do, I've seen this happen. In the United States, the configuration of sovereignty is a little bit different from Canada, in that in Canada, I think legislation, either positive or negative legislation, has a little bit more bearing on things like tribal sovereignty. And in the United States, it's a little bit more inherent and governed by court cases and things like that. And as a result, you get things like the Indian Act in Canada, or more recent calls to action out of the TRC, and some first steps for legislative redress, either at the federal or provincial level. But in the United States, the sovereignty is considered a little more inherent. And as a result, we had a little bit of a head start in developing tribal colleges and some efforts to indigenize education. But in my experience, you can put a brown face on assimilation and still get assimilation. The fact that natives run the show does not mean that we have really decolonized or indigenized the effort. And we do need to think really critically about what do we want to do and how do we want to do it as we go forward. So I'm going to share a few thoughts with you today about that. And I'm really happy to be part of the discussion and field some questions as we go. Glad we got the tech sorted out just in time. I'm just going to proceed without a PowerPoint and it'll be just fine. So I've seen some pretty awesome, remarkable, and wonderful things happen in education, and I've seen some really troubling and disturbing things happen too. I'm going to do a little bit to kind of share some perspective and also to share some success stories. Hopefully it will be helpful to you as you think about what Shingwauk wants to be and how you want to lead in that space going forward. First of all, it is really important that you center Native folks in everything that you do. Oftentimes I'll hear people in Canada or in the United States say things like, we're a nation of immigrants, and obviously we are not. We are a nation with immigrants, with indigenous people, and with, especially in the American context, enslaved Africans in our origin. And the effort to say that Canada is any one thing or America is any one thing is inherently off-putting and divisive. So we need to think about, how do we provide this message and create the goods that are really going to show what that looks like. I've got folks in my own family tree. There was one guy, his name, it's ironic, he got the name John Smith later in life, born in the late 1700s, and he died in 1922. He lived in parts of 3 different centuries. And he was in our area when natives owned 100% of it. And he was still in our area when, the soldiers came back from World War I. He saw all of this change. He never signed a treaty, but saw non-native people become more numerous than native people, and saw the power dynamics shift and change. And it was very difficult for me to think about stories about him or other people that I considered heroic in my native experience, who were not represented at all in my educational experience, K-12, college. I went all the way with my education, got a PhD, and I never once had a native instructor ever for a single grade or level of my education, all the way up to getting my PhD. That is the most common experience for Indigenous learners. And that is not cool. It's not just that we deserve to be represented, but it affects people. I think when I was a kid going to school, it was the absent narratives that were screaming at me. And they were being screamed by, wonderful, kind, good-hearted people who wanted me to succeed for the most part. But what they were saying is, you and yours are not important, not relevant, and do not matter. Because if we were important, relevant, or mattered, somebody would have said something, in 13 years of my early education or somewhere in my higher education, and they did not. And it also communicated that our people are not capable of delivering higher learning, which is not true. So the D in the DEI, the representation, really, really matters. And frankly, I think a lot of even the best intended educational efforts have revolved around teaching our kids how to jump through the hoops so that we can be good little Jaganash, rather than teaching our people how to be good at being Indigenous. By the way, in all fairness, I'm good at whiteness. You know what I mean? Here's my office, right? Check out my walls. That stuff is there and is impressive within whiteness, right? For our people, they're much more interested in, do you know who you are? Ginata Anishinaabe, Anisheja Chigayan, Gigije Wad, and these kind of questions are much more important for our people. But the more you have of that, the better you do financially, in terms of power and things like that. And so oftentimes we focused on, how do we help our people get those credentials or skills or what have you? And one of the things that happens is we can inadvertently support the further colonization and assimilation of our own people if we do not emphasize Indigenous tools and skills. And by the way, our tools and skills deliver the goods. I get to wear a number of hats. So I work at a university, and we have, America's first, in fact, the world's first Ojibwe language program at a college or university. And we've been teaching Ojibwe here since the 1960s. We have one of the world's first Indigenous studies programs at a university. And we still got plenty of problems. But these things have made such a profound difference. Usually, or at least in many years, most of the elected tribal chairs in Minnesota have come through our institution because they want to know about Anishinaabe things. I also sit on a school board for the world's first Ojibwe language medium school for young kids. And it's called Wadukudading. It's located in the Hayward Lakes region in Wisconsin, also in the US. And we've been going for over 20 years there. And I'll just share you a story or two about things I've seen there to show you how that can be empowering. So for example, I've been on the school board there for a few years, but prior to that, I did a lot of work assessing teachers and so forth. And I was over there doing teacher assessments one year, and I was stunned. I was in the early childhood program, so they had 5-year-old children and 6-year-old children and so forth. And the kids were running circle time. So they had a little kid who said, "Buju abenuji dog, anineji webak agwajing nongam." And one of the other kids says, "Anizagate, hakadebwe, awegonengeabi, nodinana, mashkawanimad." And the kid had a little felt board behind him. And as he's asking questions, what's going on with the weather today? You know, some kids saying, "Sun's peeking out." "Yeah, you're right." And he put a little image up for the sun peeking out. You know, "What else? Is there wind?" And someone says, "Yeah, there's a strong wind." So he put a little symbol up for that. And I was watching as these kids were interacting with each other and operating in our language. And I was thinking, this is incredible. I mean, I can't even get my kids to sit still for supper. And here we are running a classroom at a very young age. The confidence and poise of a young child to stand up and just do public speaking. If you do a survey, fear of public speaking is greater than fear of death, even though most people would rather live. So the kid felt confident. And they were also operating in a language that their parents did not even speak at home. It wasn't like they had 20 years in a program. You know, granted, I was in about 7 months into the school year. It's probably the best time for them to do assessments and things like that. But there was something cool happening there. And it just goes to show that when our people learn about who they are, it translates into their success at everything that they do. With every kid at every level. And I know at Shingwauk, you're thinking about your education system, you know, at the higher ed level, and I'm going to be speaking to that. But ultimately, at every level of education, when we create opportunities that enhance the positive identity development of the people that we are educating, you get their engagement. In some ways, you could think of it like this. With any kid of any group, we look for the one thing that will keep them interested and engaged in everything. And for some of them, it's the music program or the sports program or what have you. But pretty consistently for our people, the opportunity to learn about their own language, culture, history, sovereignty, you know, ecological knowledge, you know, all these sorts of things, that makes the difference. And it generates their engagement. Another example, I'll just give you another one from that school first. They have what's called an integrated curricular approach. So instead of like just teaching, you know, history and then teaching the math and then teaching the science, it's kind of integrated and they touch each other. So they might do something like take the whole school to go harvest wild rice, and they'll say, "Anishinaabe Worldview. How much rice can we fit in a canoe?" Which, by the way, if you think about it, is kind of a complex mathematical question. So the kids are like, "Okay, so rectangle here, triangle here, another triangle. Let's calculate, fill the whole canoe full of water, pour it in these cylinders, double check our measurements." We got that right. And then they might do tobacco offerings before they start their harvest. They'll collect rice. They'll bring it back to the school. They will parch it and jig the rice in a butagan, a wood-lined pit, and winnow. And the students are bringing rice home to their families to show what they were able to produce. They're coming back to school and they're saying wild rice is a superfood. What does that mean? What is the caloric content for a serving? how much rice might one person eat in a year if it's a staple food? On this particular area, we have several villages, 732 people here, 534 there. Add them all up, how much rice would you need to feed this population for a year? So the kids are doing their math. They'll do some graphing exercises. Some years, the yield is higher. Some years it's lower. So they're graphing it out. How much would you need to sustain this population over a long period of time? And then the kids are looking around and they're thinking, wow, our ancestors did that? And the instructor's saying, no, you just did that. And all of a sudden, you've got an entirely different level of engagement across disciplines. Now, at the higher ed level, we often have to, specialize ever more within our disciplines, which is fine. But there are ways that these things touch one another. So it shouldn't be the case, in my view, that culture is something that happens on the side, or language happens if you elect it, but it should be integrated in everything that we do. And in fact, when we talk about things like science, we can do that in an indigenous cultural frame. So for example, Nancy Jones, she's actually from the Treaty 3 area, Northwestern Ontario. And she had something interesting to say one time. She said, you can tell when the bear cubs are born. It happens every winter, and there's a pretty big range of dates in which the bear cubs are born. Could be as soon as the second week of January or as late as the end of February. But you can tell on the very day that they're born, because the weather warms up and there's a fog. And the fog is the breath of the bear, waking up the bear cubs. Now, a scientific mind would say, are you serious? Like, come on, show me the data set. Right? They didn't use the scientific method to come up with that one. Well, lo and behold, there have been a number of bear studies in more recent years across multiple states and provinces, some of which have kept cameras in bear dens and started collecting the data. Guess what? There is a highly variable 6-week range in which the bear cubs are born. And when the bear cubs are born, the weather warms up and there is a fog. The scientific mind would say, well, that's probably, some change in barometric pressure, which is bringing in the fog and triggers a physiological response in the bear that tells them that it's time to give birth to the cubs. I won't even argue that point. Here's my question, though. How did she know? How did she know? Because she did not know by the scientific method. She used an indigenous way of knowing that produced a valid, quantifiable, measurable result. And our ways of knowing do that. It's not just wigwam days, it's everything we do. And by the way, wigwam days was also advanced science. Like in our area, they were excavating some of these village sites, and they found that where people had their winter wigwams, they had a double-hulled wigwam. So there are 2 wigwam frames. It was insulated in between. The floors were dug out. They placed large rocks and small rocks, packed it with clay. And at the bottom of the rocks, there was a big split cedar log. And so initially people thought that must have been an air intake for the fire or something like that. But what they did is they reconstructed the winter wigwam with those specifications. And once you build your fire, you can close your smoke flap. And it doesn't just provide an air intake for the fire, it reversed the flow of the air and the smoke went down and out, which meant the heat went down and heated up all those rocks, and you had an ambient floor heat system with no smoke. Clever, right? There's so many different things like that that provide fruit for study about indigenous bases of knowledge and ways of knowing. It makes it all the more maddening to know that, some colonial government came and made everybody rip down the wigwams and gave us tar paper shacks, and we had an explosion of tuberculosis, pneumonia, and things like that in our communities. Our structures were far superior to that. And our ability to innovate is also cutting edge. A huge percentage of endangered species are within native lands, waters, and territories. And indigenous people have pioneered sustainable harvest practices. In fact, Menominee Nation College, which is one of the tribal colleges in eastern Wisconsin, they created a sustainable forestry program and wrote about and spoke about it as such, even way back in the 1800s, when, you know, the American and Canadian governments were just wanting to clear cut everything. By the way, those governments still want to clear cut everything. On my reservation, we had an 11,000 acre land repatriation. And when that happened, the tribe designated old growth forest areas that would never be cut, maple forests that would never be cut so that they could support tribal harvesters. And the land is being stewarded with a level of environmental responsibility that has not been afforded to that forest since the white dudes are taking it over. And by the way, the white guys who live nearby and were at first grumbling, like if those natives have control of the land, we'll never be able to hunt there again. Like their fears have been massaged. The tribe actually allows them to hunt there, and they will have a more vibrant animal population to hunt with permission of the tribe, you know, and the application for a license than if they had tried to hold on to it themselves, because the corporations that would have been busy extracting all of the resources would have cut down those forests. And that's just one of many examples of how indigenous knowledge gets you more climate sensitive policy decisions and everyday uses of the land. Their books, you know, Robin Wall Kimmerer's book, Braiding Sweetgrass, speaks about how indigenous harvest practices actually enhance the vitality of the resources. So it's not only leave it alone, but it's about using in responsible and respectful ways. And you get better ecological results. So we have a lot to teach the rest of the world. We deserve to have our languages, cultures, and ways of thinking and doing things centered for our own sake, but we have something to teach the rest of the world. If you think about it, the colonial way of doing things is taking one language, one religion, one culture, and using it to supplant all the others. It's about erasure, right? And often employing violence to do that. Think what they did to our people with regard to residential boarding schools and so many other things. Well, when you try to solve your problems with violence, it creates a whole bunch of other problems. Now, why would we think that all of the problems created by the colonial way of solving problems can be solved by the colonial way of solving problems? And I think obviously they cannot, you know? So there's a lot at stake. And I think, you know, we have the potential to show the world what it looks like to center some different values in what we do, right? If you think about the Western world, that toolbox revolves around individualism, you know, up by your own bootstraps, hard work, drive, and ambition. And what is my last name? Make sure that goes on the kids. What are my credentials? You know, my titles, ethos, you know? And we're also like so competitive, right? Like how many sporting events where nobody wins and nobody loses? Yoga? You know, we'll probably have a yoga competition. You know, how many board games where nobody wins and nobody loses? And there are a couple games like everybody gets off the sinking islands or nobody does. But for the most part, I'm crushing the children in a game of Risk, or, you know, defeating them soundly in a game of chess, or what have you. And those things can serve purposes. And I think we're also like highly materialistic, right? It doesn't matter how horrible your character is. If you got a lot of money, you're a great success. And you could even be president of the United States. But I think we should have some different things that we say, this is what success looks like. In an indigenous space, you have some different things that get centered. We look at communalism, collaboration, consensus, you know? And I think these things are very critical for showing people what it could actually look like to get along. Because that world that our kids and grandkids and great-grandkids will be living in that we can only imagine, we must imagine that it will also be a diverse place. And so often the way that the modern world has been structured is somebody wins and somebody loses. You want to be a winner. You go win and crush somebody else. Or it is acceptable as long as you have your fruit if someone else is living in abject poverty. I think those are pretty horrible messages. It is an indictment on all of us that anyone should have to live in poverty, or anyone should not have their health concerns and needs taken care of. You know? And so we can show people something entirely different. And in fact, I think that is a lot of what our calling is and should be. My mother was born on the Leech Lake Reservation, lived her whole childhood on the Leech Lake Reservation, a little village of Bena, population 400. Half of them are my cousins. It's not an exaggeration. And, you know, when she went to school, like all the way through her entire education, she only met one professional Native person ever. Which meant that on a large reservation, ours was 40 miles by 40 miles, you know, and, you know, there's lots of natives there. We have a big tribal population, probably 9,000. And it meant that every teacher was white. Every police officer, every social worker, every administrator, every accountant, everything, except for one person. That person, by the way, was the school nurse. My mom finished high school and she thought, maybe I could do that. And she ended up going to nursing school. One of her first jobs was working for our tribe's health program. And she thought, even here, Native people are getting pushed around. Enough of that. I'm going back to school. And she went and got a law degree. She was actually the first female Native attorney in the state of Minnesota. And when I was a kid, she'd haul me with her to court. And she'd say, you just sit there and don't say a word. So, you know, I'd sit there and not say a word. And I cannot remember the details of her court cases. But what I really remember is she was the only woman in court. And she and her law partner, who was a Native man, they were the only Indigenous people in court. And I came walking out of there thinking, you know what? We can do stuff. It made such a difference. So if we don't privilege Joganash ways of thinking and credentialing, but we center and privilege Indigenous ways of thinking, knowing, and authority, I think you're going to get some different results. It's one of the secrets to the success, the academic success of the immersion schools, is that if you're going to run everything in the tribal language, who's going to be speaking the tribal language? So it also means all of a sudden the educators are Indigenous too. And now the kids are being taught by someone who looks like them, thinks a little bit more like them, comes from their communities, and they think, I can do that too. And what's so cool now that we've been going for over 20 years is you got kids who are graduating and going to college and coming back and teaching in the schools. And you're starting to get a little bit more, you know, impacting that catch-22 situation where there aren't enough Native people with credentials to populate the positions to teach the Native people how to get their credentials. And so I think ultimately when you really emphasize the language and culture with those things, you do start to get different results. By the way, and this is more than a sidebar, just about a month ago, we had a retirement celebration for my mom's former law partner. His name was Paul Day. And I told him that story, you know, that I shared with you. And I said, when my mom hauled me to court, you were the first Indigenous man that I ever saw doing anything professional. And it had such a powerful impact on me. And we were in a room full of Native lawyers, judges, social workers, and we have come so far, but we still have so much further to go. And as we take control of these things, sovereignty in many ways is what we make of it. There are the legal battles and the political battles and social battles. All of these things matter. But in many ways, it is the exercise of sovereignty that makes it powerful. I'll share another story that kind of give you an idea how higher ed and community can come together to do some really powerful things. So right before the pandemic, about a year before the pandemic, I was called to a meeting in Mille Lacs. So Mille Lacs is another Ojibwe reservation. It's in central Minnesota, so it's a couple-hour drive away for me. But I'm well connected down there through ceremonies and other things. And so I was brought to a meeting in Mille Lacs, and they said, look, they're one of the really successful gaming tribes in Minnesota. And they said, look, we have some money, mainly, carryovers from different grants, including ones for like workforce development and things like that. We have some other funds too. And what we would like to do is think about, is there a way to do workforce development and the other things that are in these grants that's really more around our language and our culture? And at that time, they had just done a language survey in their community, and they had identified only 25 remaining fluent first speakers in their community. 25, and they were all elders over 70. And so when I came to the meeting, I said, look, you're not going to do something like send your 25 elders, to get college degrees for 5 years, have them come back and work for you for another 20 or 30. You're going to have to do something different. And I had a whole basket of ideas. I said, first of all, we need tools and resources to support our language and culture, new books, things like that. We also, I'd like to see us develop some tools that we can leverage so that the voices of your elders can teach people for a long time further in the future. And I said, how about Rosetta Stone? So Rosetta Stone's a language learning tool that makes use of video, talking flashcards, makes use of artificial intelligence too, so that it can correct your pronunciation as you interact with an app on your phone and things like that. And I trotted out all my ideas. They looked at me and they said, well, let's do all of it. And it was an incredible endeavor. It's still underway, but we released year 2 of Rosetta Stone about a year ago. We're going to release year 3 any day now, and we will continue to release another year of Rosetta Stone every year until we have a full 6-year development. The assessments are built into the application, and every single one of their elders went to work on the program. They were all paired up with linguists and transcribers and other things. They're movie stars now. They were at Anishinaabe last year presenting about their project. And it's pretty heartening to see what happened. We had to address many other questions. Are we going to trust a white-owned private company with our language to profiteer off of all of the bad things that have happened to us? All these questions were there. What if there's a new tribal election and the new tribal officials say, why are they spending so much money on language, and they want to pull the plug on our project? There are all kinds of questions. And so I was very proud even of the business side of how we handled this. We created a contract where we prepaid Rosetta Stone for a service to help with the application and the use of the artificial intelligence tools they had. And then the Mille Lacs Band of Ojibwe retains the copyright. They collect all the revenues. And even with a multi-million-dollar investment, they anticipate recuperating the entire investment over the life of the project. It will have cost them nothing. Furthermore, they can repurpose any video and any audio any other way they want. And then we worked on these books where we assembled a team of 50 people, 25 fluent first speakers, each paired with a transcriber. We worked on storyboards. We had artists and illustrators, and we produced the first 5 books, and we actually convinced a press to publish the books a reputable press, even though no one at the press can speak or read Ojibwe, which I also was kind of proud of. And so now, like, you know, then the pandemic hit, we had to send a grandchild and a computer to every elder's house and learn how to do work by Zoom. That was an interesting endeavor. We actually had one of the grandmas, I remember going to a session with her on Zoom, and I said, hey, asin nashkena, ngadaji kamen getting waywin, we got our appointment. She said, oh, tagij and giwanenda, and aja gibizi kaman, babizi kawagan atage bagamigung niwiaja. She said, oh, I forgot about our appointment. I already got my coat on. I was going to the casino. I said, casino? You're supposed to be staying home. There's a pandemic. Don't be around people. And so she said, well, the language is more important. Let's work. She takes off her coat. We work for like 2.5 hours. She says, well, I'm going to the casino now. My niece has been waiting in the car the whole time. Middle of the winter, you know? But that's how those elders were. They were like so dedicated. It's like drop anything for this. And finally, we had some of our elders died during the pandemic from COVID. It was ridiculous, especially on the U.S. side of the border with regard to the, ineffective government policies and protections and all the different things. It was horrible. But we finally came out of the pandemic. One of our elders, his name was Joe Naquinabe, and he had a brother and a sister who died of COVID during the pandemic. When we had our convening to celebrate the books and the Rosetta Stone and things like that, I thought he would just say, this is just the toughest time we've been through. And what he said kind of floored me. He said, we've been through a lot. We've been through a lot the past few years, and we have been through a lot the past few hundred years. But I have to say, seeing all of these young people coming around, seeing what we have been able to build, new books, new teaching tools, knowing that our elders will be teaching people our language for hundreds of years to come, I have to say that doing this work has been the happiest time of my life. And now, the Mille Lacs Band of Ojibwe can tell everybody that they hire to work for them, you are working for a sovereign Native nation. It is a privilege for you to work here. Whether you are Native or not, we expect everyone who works for us to demonstrate this level of competency in the Anishinaabe language. Here is the tool to get you to that level of competency. The assessment is built into the tool, and that is tribal sovereignty. That's what I mean when I say sovereignty is what we make of it. So instead of just professing things or with titles and statements and land acknowledgements, even though land acknowledgements, titles, and statements do matter, we should do the things, but at the same time, these other things, it's what we make of it. It's how we live our lives. It's what we center in our educational, academic, and other kinds of work. It's the expectations we have of one another and of everybody else who interacts with us. It's our ability to live and demonstrate Anishinaabe and Aindamawin, our way of thinking, our way of operating. And those things are, one thing to say, and it's a whole nother thing to do. I've seen tremendous change, both in the US and Canada, much of which gives me a lot of hope. But we still have to think about how we exercise, emerging efforts to do redress of historical injustice. There is money in Canada coming out of some of the TRC stuff. Call it what you will, guilt money, justice money, or what have you, but we should definitely be using the money to do something productive. Sure, gainful employment for our citizenry, but also things that can leverage the voices of our sacred elders and culture keepers so that this stuff can live and flourish and grow. And, as we do, there's so much that can be done. In the United States, I'm familiar that in 1969, 57% of the Native folks lived below the poverty line. And today we're at 23% below the poverty line, which tells you two things. So one is it's unacceptable that so many of our people should be below the poverty line, but it also means we shaved over 30 percentage points off of Indigenous poverty. And so I will tell people, like, be nice to natives. You're probably going to end up working for one someday. And it is the truth. As we build capacity and mobilize resources and start to produce and do things, then it becomes all the more obvious. So instead of manifest destiny, to keep us down, how about manifest sovereignty to build ourselves back up? No one's going to do it for us, even though we should have high expectations of what the Canadian federal government and each provincial government should do, and the various pots of monies that go to various different groupings of Indigenous folks. We should think about those things carefully and strategically. I could offer some thoughts about some of the stuff that is in the way as we navigate forward. For those of you who are interested in a little more academic book, I kind of felt like I needed a thesaurus and a bottle of aspirin to read, Paulo Freire's Pedagogy of the Oppressed. But he's got some wisdom in there that's been useful for me operating in Native space. So for example, he'd say, if you look at an oppressed group, for the sake of irony, I'll just use the Pilgrims, right? They were being oppressed back in England for their religious beliefs. They get into boats, they go across the ocean. So now there's a whole ocean that separates them from the people who are oppressing them. Was that the end of the oppression? No. Where was it? And the answer is they carried it inside of themselves when they went on that trip. And it showed up, right? So within Puritan culture, blame and shame stuff, internalized oppression, lateral oppression, being mean to their own people, Salem witch trials, burn the witch. They started being mean to Native people, they started being mean to Black people, and all the oppression kept going. When you flash forward to a modern Indigenous context, you'll see the same dynamics. Internalized oppression is, I'm stupid. I can't do college. I'll never learn my language. It's a high suicide rate and a high substance abuse rate. It's being mean to our own people. What? She's running for chief? Are you serious? She probably has a beaded pen and that beaded purse, thinks she's better than everybody. I'm going to start the recall petition now. It's being mean to other people, where anti-Black or homophobia may show up in our communities. And by the way, all of that stuff supports white supremacy. When natives fight natives, white supremacy wins. And so Freire would say there's 4 pillars that hold up the oppression dynamic, and only one of them is like the man keeping us down. So we do need to fight the man keeping us down. But 3 of the things happen inside of our communities: how we think of and speak about ourselves, how we think of and speak about one another, how we think of and speak of and interact with people from other marginalized communities. It's both sobering and empowering to know the 3 of the 4 levers that affect the oppressive, circumstances that our people have experienced are within our ability to influence and control. So while it does matter to deal with the government, it matters a lot more how we think of ourselves, hold and present ourselves, how we treat our fellow people as we're trying to build something at Shingwauk, so that we can actually present our true values of kindness and inclusivity and truth and respect and all these sorts of things. Because if that is your operating culture, nothing will stop you. And if we get bogged down in that person's, really making me mad, and I'm not going to support that, and I'm not going to that place, and, it can derail even the most well-intended emerging efforts. So I do think that some attention needs to be focused on, values, mission, operating culture, as well as the strategic initiatives that are specifically built around things like supporting our language, culture, and so forth. Some of the other things that I've seen, have success, especially at the higher ed level, that might be worth sharing. So, there are a lot of barriers that our people experience, and they include, barriers around things like money. Sometimes it is just really stressful, even though, your tribal government may provide a scholarship and help support things. Oftentimes when somebody has already started working and has children and other responsibilities, taking the time to go to school can be a real financial pressure. And so looking at ways to make sure that your institution is addressing 100% of someone's financial need, in cooperation with all of the other resources at their disposal. So if they're, a member of a First Nation and they've got financial support for tuition and so forth, making sure, that the living stipends and other things are enough so that they don't have to suffer. And oftentimes, all you need is one thing to go wrong, the weather to go wrong, or the car to go wrong, or the daycare to go wrong, and all of a sudden somebody's gone for a couple of weeks, and then it's really hard to catch up. In addition to that, looking for scholarship support, for 100% of need, we've experimented with things like short-term emergency relief grants. We used to do loans, but honestly, that creates other problems with paybacks and things like that. So we moved into grant-based supports for interventions when things go wrong. Addressing technological barriers. In this day and age, people need to be able to access the internet, have a decent computer, looking at job training and internships and a really holistic approach. I think also sometimes academic preparedness is a really important topic to pay attention to as well, to make sure that people are able to handle the self-starting expectations in higher ed. You do want high expectations, but you also want to make sure that they are reasonable and that someone is well supported as they are growing into learning this game. And so we have done things like try to build partnerships, even with people, years before they're going to be entering into our institutions, to make sure that we have a more seamless delivery, that our educational spaces are familiar. So we are hosting students, we are bringing them here, we are showing them around, we're having them go to some classes, while they're still, whatever, in grade 9 or something. And providing academic support, a writing center, a language lab, been developing peer tutor and peer mentor programs. All of those things really matter. It's been a little bit of a patchwork quilt trying to put together funding support for all of this, but we have had an elder in residence program. So there is a grandma or a grandpa at the university hanging out with the kids in the, in the student lounge, coming to classes, guest speaker at the classes. And it just creates a sense of familiarity, a home away from home, and it gets in front of some of that feeling like I don't fit in and this isn't my place or my people. Because a lot of times our kids go from they're living on a First Nation or something and they're around a lot of, their family and their own people. And then all of a sudden they're like swimming in the whiteness and feeling like maybe this isn't for me. So that has been helpful for us. I think it's important too, like with your institution, to say, hey, we are Shingwauk. We want Native people centered in who is delivering the program, what we're delivering, and how we're delivering it. And so your own hiring practices, your own onboarding practices. By the way, it's a diverse world. It's okay to bring in people who are not members of First Nations too. You just want to make sure that you are centering our people, building up our people, and creating opportunities for our people to be the primary delivery vehicles. And of course, we want to get along with everybody and work together. And, I work in mixed company all the time. There's nothing wrong with doing that. Also, when you're onboarding, saying, hey, welcome to Shingwauk, here's what we believe in and what you need to know. And so providing professional development and onboarding opportunities is really important too. We've done things like tried to advocate for a curricular liaison who is Indigenous across the institution. So like every time someone's proposing a new course, someone's proposing a new program, we're saying, hey, this is a great idea. And they're going through each course description and book and everything else and saying, hey, have you thought about this? Have you thought about that? Let's make sure this is in alignment with our stated values. And it just kind of helps streamline your process so that you don't have to push back or give somebody a hard time once they're there. It helps with the development of your tools. Other things that, you know, are good to think about, retention, recruitment, and then also student residential and campus life is also really important to think about too. I think, frankly, there's a demographic issue that has been going on, and I've noticed this with a lot of the Canadian institutions. So first of all, America has just made it a lot harder for international students to come here. So right now, a lot of Canadian higher ed has been having a recent surge in international students, which has been good for short-term metrics, but who knows what the US or Canada or other places are going to do. Yeah, and by the way, y'all let me know when I need to be quiet and let you shift into the next thing. So I am watching the clock and know I just probably have a few minutes left. But in addition to that, you have to be, you know, building what we need for tomorrow. In general, people are having children later in life. There are fewer 18-year-olds now than there were 20 years ago. And so those things can impact your enrollment, and you could build something and have an enrollment crisis. So you want to build thinking about the vitality of the future and build a set of offerings that is second to none so that everyone will want to go there, not just because they want to finish and get a degree, but so that they have the most vibrant social experience, culture experience, and that it is in alignment with their own personal goals and missions. And I think when you do that, you will see some really remarkable stuff. Do I have time to share one more story with you real quick? I've got a thumbs up, good to go. All right. So I've been so inspired by what our Hawaiian brothers and sisters have done. You know, 30 years ago, their language was illegal. It was illegal to use their language in schools, if you can imagine that. Today, it's one of the official languages for the whole state of Hawaii. And when they got started about 30 years ago with their language revitalization effort, there were only 1,000 speakers of their language left on planet Earth. And most of them were elders. And today they have 24,000 speakers of their language, 3,000 of whom have learned it as their first language in the home. And they have an amazing cooperative web between, you know, early childhood, their K-12, and higher education. So you can actually go to school with Hawaiian as your language of instruction from daycare all the way through completing your college degree. And it will be an indigenous language used to deliver all of the courses if you choose that pathway. And so now they are producing just more speakers every single year coming out of every level of the system, and everything contributes to it. Some of the things that we really need to uncork broadly language revitalization are adult immersion programs and teacher training programs. And I think a place like Shingwauk is uniquely well positioned to deliver some of those things, not just for the benefit of Shingwauk and your immediate stakeholders, but for all of the First Nation communities who are eager to build programs. Because what you need to build programs are people who really know the language and people who have the credentials, so they don't have to fight that fight while they're building the program. And I think that's something that you may be able to deliver better than a lot of your competitors out there. And ultimately, you want to look for something that will be, you know, a special strength for you as a calling card to bring people to your institution. And it's ironic, but this is something I've learned in the fundraising part of the business too, is that the big philanthropic donors, they do not give simply to perceived need. Like, those poor people, let's give them some money. They give to perceived strength. And when you show something that is working well, you start to get incredible support. I can tell you there's some very exciting announcements that are going to be coming out with regard to Wadukudaring. We just got a $5 million funding that'll be coming through the government, like on a regular basis, and some new matching funds from private philanthropy. And it's because of the academic success of that particular school that folks are piling in and want to be part of and show their support for that success. So as you start building those things, I think you will find some really remarkable support. And I think the potential for that is phenomenal. And I can tell, just even looking at you in this room, you believe in these things. You want to see it happen. It has been so counterintuitive, like watching the Hawaiians. They would spend 45 minutes at the start of every day just with it, a welcoming protocol in their own language and in their own culture. Like the kids have to line up in rows and the staff are there lined up in rows, and the kids have to sing asking for permission to come into school, and the staff sings back and everybody gets a hug, aloha. And somebody in the mainstream schools would be saying, are you serious? That much time on cultural enrichment every day? Our kids are awake in the morning, make them do math. Until you realize they don't have a statistically significant truancy problem and a 100% graduation rate. Everyone who comes in graduates. And we've seen similar things happen, like with the Hawaiian Language Instructors Program at University of Hawaii Hilo and other places, where the academic success has been truly remarkable. And so when we provide our people with a chance to learn about who they are, as well as learn about the rest of the world, nothing can stop them. My mom used to say that too. My youngest brother is a medical doctor. And so we'd tease him and say, he's the loser in our family, But yeah, my sister's got a law degree. My other brother has a PhD, as do I. And they'd always ask her, like, how did you do that? You're straight out of Bina, everybody knows someone who burned up in a house. And she says, well, I don't really know, but I do know this. I made sure my kids had exposure to their language, to their culture. They know how to harvest wild rice and tap a maple tree. And I think those things make all the difference in the world. Nothing can stop one of our people when they know who they are. And that is the greatest gift that you could give through Shingwauk. Miigwech. Thank you, everybody.
Miigwech, Dr. Truer, thank you for those inspirational words. And like I was telling our group here earlier, like, dare to dream. This is us. This is what we can do. There is so many beautiful recipes out there, and we are formulating our recipe here today. So truly inspirational. Thank you. Thank you. Chimiigwech, chimiigwech, chimiigwech. Bama pi gua min. Thank you. I believe we are going to be moving to our breakout sessions momentarily. And again, we want to say miigwech, Dr. Truer, and we will be in contact again through our administration and Diane and company here. So thank you. There was another song that was shared this morning. It's called Where Does the Spirit Lie? And what it talks about is as our people struggle and are challenged with life sometimes, we say, where does the Spirit lie? Like, where is this Creator? We have such a hard time. And this song says that, where does the Spirit lie? And then it says, the Spirit lies in the east, in the south, in the west, in the north, in our mother, the earth, in that most beautiful place, the spirit world, here at SKG, in the fire. But most importantly, that spirit lies within each one of us. And we need to look within ourselves to understand the answers. And then when we finish the song, we say at the end of the song, now, where does the Spirit lie? What's your understanding now? The Spirit is all around us. We're rich with Spirit. And that was the song one of the songs that we sang this morning. And we acknowledged creation. We acknowledged Bidaban. We acknowledged the sunrise this morning. Forever constant. Forever dependable. Always warming our day. No matter how tough gets, the sun is always there, even if we can't see it behind the clouds. And that was another song that we sang this morning. So we're in good shape this morning. We've acknowledged Spirit, and the fire is blazing, guiding us on our work today. So miigwech, again, good morning, everybody. SHINGWAUK'S. I'm Dean, and I'm going to help us get through day 2, which was quite the day yesterday, and it was good to see so many people. And part of our intent when we get together for this particular symposium, this gathering, is to help us here at Shingwauk Kinoomaage Gamig, in partnership with Algoma University, to design an out-of-the-box approach to education. We recognize that maybe there's room for evolution with education systems and how teachers are trained through some of the more, conventional institutions across the province. We here at SKG are one of 9 new post-secondary educational institutes, or on the horizon is our degree granting accreditation, where we will be able to provide SKG degrees as a post-secondary institute, as a new university, as the 3rd pillar of post-secondary education in Ontario. We're one of 9. What an incredible opportunity we have to design something that's going to be more reflective of the expectations we have of how success might look. And we've been able to bring together many voices and many beautiful Anishinaabe to help us in pursuing that map, that road. And your insights are so wonderful, so beautiful, as we heard yesterday in our breakouts, and the speakers that we had on day 1. Dr. Pam Toulouse was, oh my goodness, we were flying high yesterday with that energy. What a beautiful energy she brings, and it's so insightful, her thoughts and her experiences and where she came from and where she's been in her journey and her career working with First Nations, and it's so nice. And if we can capture the essence of that and what we're trying to do with instilling that type of energy within teachers as they work with our people in the future, and that's something that we want to see happen through the work that we're doing these last and today and tomorrow, or yesterday and today. We also had Dr. Pam Palmater, incredible again. It really brings back some really incredible memories of how we as a people have found a better place. And statistically, we have been progressing. We have made movement, we've grown, we have some success that's improved, but there's still a lot more room for improvement. And it was really cool to think about how we have so many things to be thankful for, so many beautiful things we have as a people. yeah, we had a really challenging history, but we were encouraged to look forward, how we can instill and bring to light beautiful attributes about what it is to be Anishinaabe, and have that effect on everything that we do with education, with our kids. And her stories about her family, like I really appreciated when her kids went to the classroom and talked to the teacher about, that's not appropriate, we're still here. And that was so cool, and I really appreciated, again, that energy that she brought with her yesterday. And Dr. Truer, from, we call that Chamokamanaki, from the land of the big knives. And I guess the perspective that he shared with us is something that we in leadership in Canada have always, I guess, debated as far as the relationship with the colonizers are concerned, and how we looked at our nation-to-nation relationship and responsibilities, our inherent jurisdictions, and the relationship that was chosen by the Anishinaabe on the American side, not really understanding the potential from the daily workings of those intergovernmental relations. And it was good to hear that since the 1960s, they were able to have this school, and the growth and movement and the protection of our ways of life being incorporated, instilled into their systems with the tribes over on the American side, our relatives. So all in all, the examples, the opportunity that's out there for us is enormous. The potential is enormous for us. So we've got a lot of fodder, a lot of information that we can feed on as we work with our consultants, as we work at our board level, as we work with our elders, as we work with our knowledge keepers, our survivors. We have so much that we can consider as we develop and as we evolve and as we align ourselves with some of the intervention and some of the thoughts that come from our ancestors through our ceremonies. It's a really good place to be with you here today in continuing our agenda. So I'm not going to speak much longer, but I do want to invite Dr. Sue Chiblo to come up and share with us some thought, some insight. And ladies and gentlemen, Sue is a local Anishinaabe, and I've worked with Sue for the better part of 20 years in a lot of movements to look after our earth, our mother the earth, and she's done a lot of work with bringing to light the voices of our people, including with our elders, with our knowledge keepers, and there's so much value in that. So I'm looking forward to hearing her thoughts and how we can better reflect what our ancestors' expectations are and how things are going on her fronts where she's working these days. And so welcome this morning, Sue. It's good to see you today. Miigwech.
Morning, everybody. So, yeah, we're waiting for my slide to come up, but Anin, so Suchiblo Dishnakaz, Ogama Anag Indigo, Chichak Dodam, Ketaganzi Bing Danjba, Ketaganzi Bing Indogam. My name is Sue Chiblo, and today I'm going to be talking with you, or sharing, anyways, how to integrate environmental sciences into land-based learning. There it is. All right. Next slide, please. So before I begin, I want to acknowledge the prayers that were sent yesterday and again today, and the smudge from Barb, the smudge from the other people yesterday, and want to just acknowledge that the fire is out there and that we have items here that are here for us as Anishinaabe people. So these are images. I don't know where the clicker went. These are images of, I'm sure you're all aware of that. I don't know how to use this thing. Hold on. I need to figure out a different laptop. There's no more clicker thing. What happened to the clicker? Okay. Okay, so let me just go like this. Nope, that didn't work either. Okay, so yeah, so this is, you're all aware of the Robinson-Huron Treaty, our little reserve box down there in red by what's now known as Sault Ste. Marie. But these are the lands of the Great Lakes lands. And I always mention that these are the lands and the waters that actually govern me. It's not the Canadian government, it's not chief and council. These are the lands. This is what governs me. Next slide, please. Yeah. So my ancestors, so my father is Ed Bell. He lives at Bell's Point. He's lived there all his entire life. I think he left for about 3 years to do his engineering degree. And his father died, so he had to come home and take care of his 7 sisters, because back then there was no welfare system. And so we had a farm. And my mother is Angeline LaRose. So when we went back and we looked at our family tree, and lo and behold, we found out that we have ancestors. Shingwauk is an ancestor on both sides of my family. On my father's side, there's this guy named John Bell, also known as McFarlane. He married one of Shingwauk's daughters, Marie. And then on my mother's side, Charles LaRose married one of Shingwauk's granddaughters. Next slide, please. So Dean Sayers talked about this yesterday. I think Joel mentioned it. I didn't hear the other speakers, but this is the truth, the win, that we as Anishinaabe people, we weren't discovered, and we were definitely not lost. We were never conquered in any war, and our territories were not terra nullius, which is lands without people. We were here occupying these lands, governing ourselves, and one of the key things is we never had to get permission to make the treaty. The Robinson guy that signed the treaty had to actually get permission from the king, and this was through what's called the Royal Proclamation. So it's important to know that we didn't have to ask for permission, and I try to always promote that, because as Anishinaabe people, we're in our own lands. We don't need to ask for permission. We don't need to ask for permission to do what we need to do to live our responsibilities. And before colonization, we were intact as Anishinaabe. We had absolute authority over our own lives. We were born into and lived in a universe which was entirely of our own making. We did not ask, need, or want to be discovered by Europe. Next slide, please. So this guy, Christopher Columbus, he was lost. Everybody knows that. But Canada tries to say he discovered something. But the guy was lost. And they try to say that he was the first person that landed on the shores of the Americas, is what they call it. But history and other historians have shown that he was not the first. That they say there's a Norse Viking, Leif Erikson, that he landed in Newfoundland at around 10,000 AD, almost 5 centuries before Christopher Columbus was lost. And then some historians also mention that Ireland's Saint Brenadine and other Celtic people also crossed the Atlantic before Erickson actually did it. So when we hear this history in our schools, and I haven't been in elementary school in a long time, but I remember when I was there and they were trying to say all of this, I was like, no, wait, no, that's not right. And then in high school, I was getting kicked out of class because I'd say, no, that guy was lost. He didn't discover us. We were already here. So I think that's really important to understand. Regardless whether we're doing land-based teachings or whatever we're doing, we need to instill this into the hearts of our people so that they feel proud and are proud to be Anishinaabe. Next slide, please. So the elders talk about Jakamakwe, the earth, and that she is our everything. They say that she is our pharmacy, she's our education system, she's our kitchen, she's our clothing store, she's our teacher, she's absolutely everything to us. And a lot of the creation stories that we hear as Anishinaabe peoples, as humans, we were created last. And when we look across the world at all of the different religious orders out there, there's a commonality. Humans were created last. So when we think about that, we're the babies of creation, and everything else was here before us. Next slide, please. So learning in parallel is what I'm trying to promote, because I really don't like that word integration, especially since we were here first, and people say, well, let's integrate your knowledge into Western science, and I'm like, no. Western science is what, 300 years old on these lands? So no, we're not integrating. We're going to do something in parallel. And the elders always say, you cannot fit a square peg into a round hole. So why would we want to integrate something? Let's run those systems in parallel. And I think somebody showed the two-row wampum belt yesterday, which can be used as a model on how we actually work in parallel. And so today I'm going to talk about Ninatig, which is the sugar maple tree, and how we can use the Western science to have those in parallel as an education system. Next slide, please. So maple tree water, Ninatig Wabo. How did we know how to access that water? There are stories and stories and stories out there on how we did that. I really like Dr. Alan Corbier's story. There's a link, and he talks about the history of sugar maple from where he's from, which is Chiging, which is on Manitoulin Island. And also, too, there are other stories. You just put in a Google search, maple sugar, and it comes up. And one of the reasons why I want to talk about maple sugar, too, is because Canada took the maple leaf, put it on a flag, claimed it as their own, put it on maple syrup, and claimed it as their own. They've never acknowledged that they've gotten that knowledge on how to create maple sugar from us as Anishinaabe people. And every time I see all of those, and when I meet with international people, I'm like, yeah, you should pick up some maple syrup. It's Anishinaabe. It's not Canada's, it's ours. They just stole it. Next slide, please. Yeah, so they're good at that. So Ninatig. So when we think about this tree, it's sweet water is what the old people call it, and it's 98% water and 2% sugar. So typically the ratio on making maple syrup is about 40-1. You need about 40 gallons to make about 1 gallon of sap. And that's a lot of work. And then when we think, we didn't, as Anishinaabe people, if we think about how brilliant we were and how practical we were, we didn't have these nice little buckets that we have, or water bottles with lids on to carry syrup around. So we made sugar, and it was easier to carry that around. And so to make sugar, you need about 1 liter of maple syrup to about 12 pounds of maple sugar, to make about 12 pounds of maple sugar. So when we think about, I've heard stories of when I was doing our maple syruping, to make those offerings and have that drink out of that tree. And I make tea with it, and it's like so good. But we knew all that stuff. And now when we look at science, and they're like, oh, maple syrup is really important because it has vitamins in it, it has plant hormones in it, it has amino acids in it, it has minerals, polyphenols, and all of these things are really important for our bodies. And so Western science has discovered that it's really important for us to have these things. Next slide, please. So when we think about the maple, we can use it in 4 different ways. We can make syrup, cream, candy, or taffy, and we can make sugar. And we need to use other processes in order to make those. Next slide, please. So in thinking about that maple tree, when I think about that tree, I think about that tree as a teacher and what it actually teaches us. And it teaches us about health. It teaches us about our economy. It teaches us about Anishinaabe, which is our laws. It teaches us about governance, biology, forestry, chemistry, math, engineering, Anishinaabe, human-induced climate change, and the list can go on. But I only have 45 minutes, I think, so these are the ones I'm going to focus on today. Next slide, please. So thinking about health and holistic, and you may have noticed that I use a W in front of holistic, because the other way, it's if you take away the TIC, the STIC, it's a whole. So we don't want to think about a whole, we want to think about the whole entire thing. So whole, because the English language is a funny language, right? So when we think about the health of our people, we think about the spiritual. And Dr. Pamela talked yesterday about how she was taught from a young person to make that offering before you take something. And so we make the offerings. There's our stories, and our laws are included in all that spiritual component when we're doing that activity. And then the physical component of it, the amount of exercise. We're walking around, we're splitting wood, we're carrying sap. So there's a lot of exercise involved. And then the emotional component of our well-being is just the accomplishment of seeing that happen, the satisfaction, being supported by family and friends that are surrounding you, and then learning actually how to listen. Because when we're in the education systems right now, we're not really taught how to listen, we're taught how to regurgitate. They throw a whole bunch of stuff at us, ask us to memorize it, and then regurgitate it onto a piece of paper, and a month later, it's like, I don't even know what that stuff was. I don't even have any inkling or remembrance of it. The way we teach is about listening. And then, of course, the mental and the intellectual. Again, we're surrounded by families and friends. We're actually learning, we're listening, and we're actually doing, and then we're actually being. We're being Anishinaabe. We're living those responsibilities. So this relates directly to Mino B'madzwin and to Naga Mino B'madzmi, which is we live well together. Next slide, please. So the economy. This is a map. It's probably not accurate, but it's still a map. I like maps. And it shows the trade corridor of our trade corridor. And this is just the Great Lakes. And we know that our trade went all the way out west, over those mountains, all the way out east, all the way south, and all the way up north. And so thinking about the maple sugar, and it only comes from a certain area. You can't make maple sugar up in Inuit territory because they don't have no trees. And same with the maple trees out over in the Okanagan Valley, for instance, over those mountains. You can't make maple sugar there. So maple sugar is Anishinaabe, and that's one of the things that we used as a trading in our economy prior to colonization. Next slide, please. So Anishinaabe Naknagewin, we talk about those spiritual laws, about making those offerings, about living that responsibility, but we also have our ancestral laws, those laws that have been passed on from generation to generation, and then the natural laws, like for instance, the tree producing sugar water. That's a natural law. It just does it. And then our behavior laws on how we're supposed to behave, what our roles and responsibilities are. And this image up here is an image from a few years back. We were coming across the St. Mary's River to make a statement to show that we didn't need permission to cross those lands, to cross that water. And this was Gordon Wabiden's Ba was inside this canoe with a whole bunch of other Anishinaabe people, and there was about 5 or 6 of us women that were in kayaks. And we were when it was such a beautiful morning, he did sunrise ceremony, and it was just beautiful. But as soon as they all hopped in that boat, a fog came up the river, and the water runs down the river. So the fog came up the river, and nobody could see. So I'm from here, so I'm kind of familiar with the area. And we were watching him, and my sister says, "Where are they going?" I was like, "I don't know." So we're just watching them, and they're going upriver. They're not going across the river. And what was really, the U.S. Coast Guard had to go up and say, no, you're going in the wrong direction. But all we had to do was listen, because we could hear women standing on this side, and they were drumming. And that sound was carried by the water. And so we crossed, and the next morning we were in sunrise ceremony with Gordon Wabiden's Ba, and he was talking about that canoe. And that canoe was being steered by a non-Indigenous person. and he was explaining how we get lost because we're allowing non-Indigenous people to steer our canoe. So of course, me being, thinking I'm funny, when it came around to my turn, I said, well, did you notice none of us women were following you? We were all saying, where are they going? So that's, I just want to honor Gordon and all of the knowledge that he's shared with me. Next slide, please. So governance, again, spirit comes first. The elders always are adamant about this. Spirit comes first in everything that we do. That tree teaches us about that. It teaches us about our clans. It teaches us about the thunder beings and that relationship that the thunder beings have. And my understanding of the one teaching is when the thunder beings come, that's when that sap starts to run. So that relationship and that responsibility they have. But that tree also teaches us about interconnectivity, meaning we are related to that tree. It is a relative. Next slide, please. So when we look at biology, and we look at that tree, and this is a cutout of that tree, and there's this stuff, it's called xylem. And it's like, they're like tubes, but there's all kinds of things inside that tree, and the outer shell of the tree is harder, and the xylem's in the middle of the tree. And so this tissue, when you do that cut, actually represents the shape of a star, which I think is absolutely awesome, because in a lot of things when we're talking about water governance, forestry, we don't talk about that star world. We don't talk about the moon and the relationship and the responsibilities that they have. And so it's this xylem connects the roots to the stem to the leaves. And so everything moves through the xylem, everything flows upward. So when we think about the biology of that, and we think about what's in the soil, and all of those little critters and microorganisms that live in the soil, and how the roots work with those guys, and take that water from there and bring it up the tree so that we tap it. And there's a whole part of that interconnectivity, that responsibility we have. And I just go back to, man, Anishinaabe people, we were really, really smart because we knew all of this. We just didn't call it biology. We just didn't call it xylem. These are just new words, but the processes are still the same. Next slide, please. So forestry. The maple tree teaches us about forestry. We talk about the different tree species. You have to know which one a maple tree is to tap. You wouldn't be tapping a pine tree, so you need to know your tree species. You also need to know some of the birds on who's singing and talking out there and what lessons that they're sharing with us. And again, those insects, what the insects are doing and how the insects are working with the tree, the soils, and the leaves. And then communication. We as Anishinaabe people, we knew that under the ground, they all communicate to one another. But there's a scientist that discovered that, so got some award for it. But she talked about that communication, and we knew that. So the tree also teaches us about the different seasons. And some of the old people tell me we have 6 seasons, not 4. But she also teaches us about the moons. And some places, it depends where you are, it can be called sugar moon or sucker moon. Just depends where you are. So again, this knowledge is place-based. It's Anishinaabe knowledge. It's not non-Indigenous people knowledge. We shared it with them. Next slide, please. Chemistry. Who doesn't love chemistry? Hey, Joanne back there, I see she's got her hand up waving away. She loves chemistry. And when we look at the chemical formula of maple syrup, it's 12 carbons, 22 atoms of hydrogen, and 11 atoms of oxygen. Isn't that just awesome? So we can use chemistry when we're talking about maple sugar tree. There's and the syrup that comes from it, but also how all of these things work together. When we think about water, we all need water. I'm pretty sure we can all come to that agreement that we all need water. And carbon is the stuff that's inside the soil. And hydrogen, it's a gas, but it connects to oxygen so that you have air. And you have water, H2O. So chemistry is just really awesome. And I think that the tree can really teach us a lot about chemistry also. Next slide, please. And more chemistry. So we think about the fire and how the fire works and the chemical formulas of the fire. So when the fire needs three things in order to actually work. And this fire we have to use when we work with the maple sugar, when we make the maple syrup and we boil that down. And so thinking about what that chemical formula is of fire, how it goes through the maple syrup to the sap water, transforms it through another chemical equation into maple syrup, transforms it into another chemical equation into sugar. See how smart we were? We just didn't call it chemistry. Next slide, please. And math. The tree teaches us about math. We need to know the size of the tree. We need to know the height of the tree. We need to know the amounts, where we're tapping, which one we tap, which one we need to tap next year, who's all living inside of there. And when we have math, we think about the circumference of the tree, which is like this kind of thing of the tree, and which one we need to tap. So the tree can also teach us about math. Next slide, please. Engineering. We were brilliant engineers. We still are brilliant engineers. Thinking about these baskets that we made and that we still make today, these offering bowls that we make, and how we came up with making those. That's all engineering and math all working together on how we would make those and how we knew which tree to use to make that basket so that we could boil that sap. And it's amazing because birch bark can also start fire, but we use birch bark, maybe some people still do, I don't know, I don't, use the birch bark vessels to boil. So when we think about it, well, how come the birch bark doesn't catch on fire when you can use it to start a fire? So see all of that science? We knew that stuff. We knew all about that. These are images that I found. This is an Ojibwe woman tapping a sugar maple tree and fixing up her basket. So you see where she's sitting and how low she actually tapped that tree. And then, of course, this Francis Densmore in 1913. This is one of the baskets that they made, and it's now hanging out at the Smithsonian National Museum of Natural History in Washington, D.C. Next slide, please. So Anishinaabe by hearing and by doing. When I've really been fortunate to work with Barb on a couple different projects, and I've worked with elders from all over Ontario, but more so Treaty 3 elders are always speaking the language, and they tell me that I'm like a 2-year-old when it comes to the language, that I can understand basic commands and that I can say basic commands. And Barb has recommended that I listen more, because when you listen and you keep hearing those words and understanding, then you start to be able to produce those words. You think about a 2-year-old child, they normally don't say any words. They do crying and different types of noises like that, but they don't formulate words. And you think about when you're talking to your child and using your child's name, how often you say that to your child before they actually are able to say that. The same thing is with the Anishinaabe. So when we're out doing the sugaring, we are listening and we're learning by actually doing it. So the work that we do, Nokiwin, that's, thinking about how all of that work, gathering the firewood to make the fires, gathering the birch bark at that certain time of year to actually make those vessels, and then Zisa Ba Kadaken, which is sugar shack, and it actually means the place where the sugar is made. It doesn't mean it's a shack. And then Ziskabakode, which is the sugar candifies into taffy or maple sugar cake. And when we look at the maple sugar, I found this image in case nobody's seen any, what it actually looks like. And so thinking about Anishinaabe in land-based learning or holistic learning, and having those people there that know that language and can continue to use that language, like Quinn Megawaski always says, we need full immersion. And we can't do full immersion by sitting in the class and having somebody read stuff. We need to do full immersion by actually doing. So the sugar tree can also teach us that. Next slide, please. Now we talk about human-induced climate crisis. People call it climate change. It's not change, it's crisis. We're in a crisis. And the tree can teach us about that. It teaches us about the weather patterns. We notice when the thunder beings are coming, the different bugs that need to be there, the different birds that need to be there, and when they're not there, what's going on? The weather patterns. So when we think about the human-induced climate crisis, and I call it human because we humans are the only ones causing this climate crisis. You don't see the deer digging in the ground looking for diamonds. You don't see the beaver digging around trying to find nuclear energy so that they can turn on the lights in their lodge. It's only us humans that do that. And we are interfering with everybody's responsibilities. And when I say everybody, we're interfering with the beaver, we're interfering with the trees, we're interfering with Noden, we're interfering with everything when we have this human-induced climate change. Next slide, please. So when we think about land-based learning and using the maple tree as an example, because I probably have like lots, but it's this time of year where people are doing this activity, and we talk about intergenerational learning and knowledge mobilization, which is pretty much the elders working with us and the youth and transferring that knowledge to us, transferring that language to us. And that's moving the knowledge across generations. So I think when we think about the sugar tree, maple tree, and how that can also teach us on how to do that, because when we think about that tree also, we look at how all of those microorganisms and all those little bugs that live in the soils come in and transfer up and communicate up into that tree. And that's a teaching that on how we can continue to do this knowledge mobilization with our old people that have that knowledge. Next slide, please. So Kina Gigo na Badawasan. I think of this because this is a spider web. And I've heard elders talk about this spider web. And when you actually look at a spider web and how it's all connected, when we take one strand out of there, it has a ripple effect. It may not destroy it, but it has a rippling effect. And we as humans, and I think this has been said by some famous chief down south of the Great Lakes, that we are merely a strand in that web. And everything is connected. To understand that we are connected to that maple tree, to understand that we are connected to the ground, to the waters, to everything around us is so, so important. And the tree, the maple tree, can teach us about that, can teach us about that interconnectivity and how if we change and interfere with the responsibilities of the tree, what those consequences are. Next slide, please. So holistic learning, that's what I like to call it instead of land-based learning, because I just think like holistic is pretty awesome. Mind you, the land is pretty awesome. But when we think about the holistic learning and we think about everything that can be taught through just the maple tree, and if we think about if we go out trapping, everything that can be taught through that, like it's just amazing. We have forestry and language and chemistry and engineering, biology, the climate crisis, and soil science. Forgot to mention that because it's so important that the soils and how that tree gives back to itself when those leaves fall and then they break down, and there's a whole chemistry formula for that too. But when it breaks down, how that goes back into the soil and helps that tree. And so that own interconnectivity that tree has with itself, it teaches us about that soil science. It teaches us about forestry, the intergenerational learning, but also the animals, all of the animals that hang around there, and what the different tracks are of the animals, the roles and responsibilities that these animals have. So this holistic learning is our education system. This is how we used to educate our people prior to being put into institutions. And I'm not dishing institutions because I've gone through them, obviously, to have my PhD. So there's a benefit there. And when I was a young person, I'd already had my first son. I'd making statistics again. I like to make a lot of statistics. And I didn't want to leave the reserve to go to school. But my grandmother, Violet Jones, told me you have to. She told me you have to go and learn their ways and then come home and help your people. So I went to a school called Radio College of Canada. I thought I was going to be a radio announcer, just because of the name. But no, it was actually electronic engineering. And then, came home and did my Bachelor's of Science over at Lake State University with Joanne and a few other people. And then did my Master's in Environment and Management. And then I thought that was it. No more going into those institutions and learning anything. But we had a lot of my friends, like Dan Longboat was one, encouraging me to do my PhD. So I finally did it. And that was only a few years ago. I'm like a new PhD person. So I think that, encouraging people that no matter what your age is, there's always an opportunity. And when I finally made up my mind to do the PhD, I had gone to ceremony, and I'm always being told in ceremony, do what you need to do in order to help our people. And having those couple letters behind my name really, really helped me help our people, because I have access to funding like you would not believe. It's just a matter of having the time to write all of those. And next slide. It has begun. So I'm just really grateful for the invitation to be here, and understanding that these discussions are going to move forward, that it has begun, that we are reclaiming our education systems and working with universities, because I don't think that, I always try to say that we need a bunch of minds at the table. And having a bunch of minds at the table will benefit us. We come up with ideas, we feed off of one another. It's just great to have all kinds of people sitting at the table coming up with ideas on how we move forward. So I want to say miigwech to all of you for coming and to participating in this important initiative on how we can move forward in establishing this type of education system that can work with Western science, but also with our own Indigenous knowledge in parallel, not trying to integrate them into one another. Now, miigwech. Oh, does anybody have any questions? Okay, I see no hands up, so I'm going to go sit down.
Miigwech, thank you, Sue. It's like she was talking about, the maple tree is so important to a lot of the work that we do in the area, and we had a camp here, and we build our lodges using maple, and there's so many things that you could talk for days about maple. So thank you for that, and it does have and it does relate to the work that we're doing, as does our entire worldview here. So thank you for shedding light on that today, Sue. And we're going to move to the breakouts, but first I wanted to turn it over to Bev Friedman, and Bev is somebody that we brought on to help us with connecting the dots here and moving the yardstick towards our goals around education. So Bev, I'll turn it over to you for the next few minutes.
And we're going to bring up the next slide. Talk into the mic, they've said. Talking into the mic. So what we're going to look at the next breakout session is to get your perspective, your views as we're beginning to think about shaping and learning in parallel is a perfect way to frame, so gratitude. We're going to look at very briefly what the accreditation criteria are for the Ontario College of Teachers, for the ministry to acknowledge and recognize this as a school of education, a faculty of education. Next slide, please. Next slide. So both the Ministry of Colleges and Universities, and there's a link in the slide to the accreditation requirements, next slide, and the Faculty of Education are the ones who determine the criteria for being accredited. And so we want the teacher candidates who come here to be accredited with Ontario certificates, which then they can take, quite frankly, all over the world. And so where they choose to work in the communities, but for those who will choose other, that will be their accreditation. When you go back to your breakout session, you will find I've left a copy of the registration guide from the college on becoming a primary junior teacher if you are First Nation, Métis, or Inuit ancestry. And the pathway is different. So what we're looking at now is multiple pathways, and you need a recognized secondary school diploma, not necessarily a post-secondary degree, because the pathway is different. So whether it's an OSSD, a GED, and so you will be able to see in the language of education, academic, what that potential pathway is. Next slide, please. That's us from yesterday. I took pictures and embedded them. Next slide. I've been a teacher a very long time. 1972 I began, and I began grade 12 and 13 when we had grade 13, and many of my first students are grandparents, which is a very scary thought. So these are the criteria: that the provider is accredited, which means that there are reviews and boxes that have to be checked. The last accreditation of a new faculty of education was 2007. That was Nipissing. But on a regular basis, the College of Teachers looks at the faculties, reviews accreditation, and also approves any changes to or new programs. The last of those was OISE-UT in 2023, and I serve on the Ontario College of Teachers accreditation cohort. So I've actually participated in some of those reviews. That, again, was from yesterday, and so because we have to embed what we think are the mission, the values, those have to be obvious to the college. I think that issue of well-being will be one of those that we will recommend. Next slide. That it's appropriate according to the college criteria that the teacher candidates are informed of their progress on an ongoing basis, that they have a practicum. The practicum is 80 days, 400 hours, but you can have more. And there's been talk that we would increase the practicum embedded in communities and maybe even begin the program with a week or two on the land as part of making it very clear that this program will be unlike any other program currently operating. So the language, the land, the identity, that's beginning as opposed to, as Sue mentioned, a classroom with rows. And there's foundational courses, the linking of theory to practice, that learning in parallel, and that the people providing it have the appropriate qualifications, letters behind their name from registered degree granting courses, expertise and experience, etc. Next. That there's controls on student identification, and you know that whole issue of privacy and making sure that those records are secure and confidential is an issue that everyone is concerned about. That there's proof that there's continuous improvement, there's looking at reviews, that the programs are being managed, recorded, reviewed, input gathered, that there's an advisory committee, and to my knowledge, a faculty of education has never started the way that this is starting. The community is coming together and saying, this is what you value, this is how it should be shaped, and then coming back, creating, and then back to you, and that this will be on an ongoing and regular basis, and then the piece about the faculty and the practicum, and the practicums would be embedded in communities or schools where Indigenous students form a sizable, if not majority, part of that school. Next slide, please. There is another piece also that you will see in that there is a teacher shortage. There are shortages in healthcare, and there's shortages in education at all levels. And so the ministry had issued a transition certificate, which now has been renamed a transitional certificate, which allows teacher candidates in the latter part of their program to actually work for money while they're going to school. And so I've included a sheet for you to look at along with the questions, and so that would be another incentive to teachers to come, that part of their journey into becoming a teacher will allow them to be paid for the work and knowledge and expertise that they had. And so that's a very new and very good thing. And again, there's links. Next one, please. I'm still in awe of the medicine gardens and when they were established and then the little plants growing. Next slide, please. So this is question number 6, where the primary junior, because the special regulations for teacher candidates who come who are First Nation, Métis, or Inuit ancestry allows a different pathway for primary junior. Primary junior is kindergarten to grade 6. And so that's what we're thinking of as the initial focus, because it will broaden the pathway of teacher candidates to come into the program. Next slide. And then thinking that the program will be aimed at students from kindergarten to grade 6, what are some pieces of advice that you can offer in terms of making sure that what we're doing for the faculty, for the ministry, would be what they would consider age appropriate? The whole issue of the maple trees and making sure that the learning is embedded, it's parallel, it's primary, and the issue of immersion, those are the advice we're looking at. Next slide. And so we're going to do the nutrition break first, and then the breakout session, she says, as a question. I'm pretty sure. And so that means that we would be coming into the session, what, about 15 minutes of nutrition break?
Thanks, Bev. I'm looking forward to reviewing these thoughts and the Ontario College of Teachers' involvement in our institution in SKG. But before we go to our nutrition break, I wanted to ask Sue to come back up because we have a gift for you. We want to thank you and present you with this gift for the work that you do, but also for making time in your busy schedule. And she's faculty at Guelph, and she came up to help us out, as did all of our presenters. They've come from all over.
What I want to do today, and maybe fortunately or unfortunately, I'm not going to tell you anything new. I'm not going to tell you anything that you don't already know, but I'm going to reaffirm for you, your thinking, and I'm going to help support and give you words of encouragement to do the work. And I'm going to give you a little bit of background so that you can understand, where our future lies, and at the same time to be able to acknowledge, what we have been given in the past. So, we've been hearing a lot, about Indigenous knowledge and different traditional teachings. And so let me tell you, from our perspective as Haudenosaunee, our understanding of that within the oral tradition, and the best way that I can understand it from what those old people told me, so a long time ago. And that's the really beauty of it, is that, all the things that we've been able to do is just like they just told us this, they told us these teachings and they told us this knowledge, and we put it into action. And, it has been, met with phenomenal results in so many different ways, so much so that you can get an award for it, telling the truth. And so the idea behind it is that, in understanding the nature of Indigenous knowledge, they talk about within the oral tradition, that it was our great ancestors, that when they were made, and your own creation teachings, and as Sue talked about this morning, and I really, enjoyed Sue's presentation this morning, and in particular, I also really enjoyed Anton Truer's his presentation yesterday. And I met him, I don't know, probably about 10 or 15 years ago at Bemidji State. And, I was telling Dean this the other day, he was cool then, but he's even cooler now. So, but at the same time, it's unfortunate that he wasn't here, because then we could really, engage in some good conversation together, all of us. So when we talk about Indigenous knowledge, they talk to us then that the origin of our knowledge system, when you look at that in terms of how it's, produced within the common literature, whether it's ethnology or anthropology, or even within, the issues around sustainability and sustainability studies, they oftentimes recognize, like Indigenous peoples living in place for millennia, for long periods of time, have been able to, develop a knowledge systems of how to live in place over a process of trial and error, and have lived sustainably in that place for, millennia. Well, it's kind of true, that, we have a lot of knowledge, but again, there was no such thing as trial and error, back then. And if you think of, and many of you already know, the complexity of medicines that are out there, all of those different plants and the different things that exist in the world. And you see how many of them are out there, and the configuration of putting medicines together to be able to treat particular ailments or conditions. And you can see, the complications of that, the sheer, what would you call that? Numbers of combinations that you could get. Like, that defies the human mind. No one could try that, just by saying, here, well, try these medicines together and see what that does to you, and doesn't have any effect. Don't come back and see me, see somebody else. But, that kind of idea, there was no trial and error. Within the oral tradition, they talk to us about that our great ancestors, all of our great ancestors, their minds were so good and their hearts were so pure that they could talk to all of creation. They could talk to all of the natural world. And it was those things that appeared in the natural world that came forth to help our people whenever we needed anything, and they came forward to help us. And by doing that, they came into us in dreams. They came up to in visions. They came to us, manifested themselves and actually talked to us. They came in many different ways. Whenever we needed help, they were always there for us, because that was part of their original instructions when they were made. When they were made, they talked about, there will be our great Creator when He made all of those things and He gave them their specific duty to fulfill. There will be coming human beings, and it will be your responsibility to help them. So when Sue talked to us today about that we were the last in all of creation, we are totally dependent on creation, but creation doesn't really, is not so much dependent upon us. But in that form, then, in them sharing themselves with us to be able to help us, to heal us, to feed us, to clothe us, to do all the things necessary to take care of us, it was those things then that actually gave us our culture as well, our respective cultures. They gave us not only, here's how you will use us, and here's how we will help you, but they also said, and here's what you will do for us. Here's the protocols. Here's the medicines. Here's the songs, the dances, the ceremonies. Here's the words that you will express to us. Even that little fox out there running around knows what we're talking about. Look how beautiful that looks, eh? He's come to visit us. Maybe somebody can get him a hamburger and take him out there, a steak or something. But yeah, when they did that, and they talked to us about that, and they provided that for us, our ancestors then used that, put that into practice, and that practice has been faithfully transmitted throughout thousands of generations of human beings today where we are, and that they have still helped us all the way through thousands of generations, and they will continue to help us right until the end of time, whenever that is. But that's their responsibility to help us, but at the same time, understanding that we have a responsibility to help them. So it's like we talked about before, the idea when, and again, Sue shared with us the, in Natig, and the story of that, and, we call it Wata. And how that maple tree, for us, our understanding of that is that Wata is it's the leader of all the trees. Everything in creation has leaders. And the leader of that tree is the first one that brings our first medicines to us, during the year in the springtime. And so it works then, with the winds, it works with the thunders, it works with the earth, it works with the animals, the insects, the birds, as she said. All of those things put their power and strength into that, and then it helps that tree to produce medicine. But you can just imagine this when we have our maple ceremonies, and we call it opening the woods. And then we engage with the maple tree, and we have a ceremony for that. And then when we finish that, when it's all over, then we have like closing the woods ceremony for them. You can just imagine what it's like, as the leader. So it's the first tree that's out there. So it spread itself out, and it's standing there. And then all of a sudden, the human beings, we're burning tobacco for it. And we're calling out its name in our longhouse ceremonies. And it's like they sit there, and it's just like, listen, the human beings, they're calling our names. They're saying thank you for us in the job that we were given so a long time ago, and how we have performed that through thousands of generations of them. And now they're continuing to honor us again. And so listen, all you trees, all the ones that are behind me, I'm asking you now to fulfill your responsibility that you were given by the Creator and come to all full fruition. Spruce trees, oak trees, birch trees, all types of different trees that are coming now and going to be giving their leaves forward. It's just like, let's be the best trees that we can be to help the human beings. And in doing so, we help all life continue. And that's how important our ceremonies are, because it's not just, about a particular thing or just harvesting or giving it. It's that protocol that we have been given so long time ago when they first came to us, and when we first came to them and asked them for help, they gave us those ceremonies. And when we do that, we acknowledge them and thank them, and we inspire, empower, we imbue them, and we help to sustain them. And by doing that, we work for the continuation of all life, everything that exists in the world. That's the power of what those ceremonies are. That's the power of Sema or Yenkwa Onwe, the real tobacco. That's the beauty of that. And when we have those ceremonies and those speeches and those songs and dances for them, that's what enlivens them all up. But when we don't do that anymore, it's just the same way as that we have a good friend of ours. We tell this to students in class, we have a good friend of ours, and like we're close to them, and we do everything together. And so when we need help, we call my friend, would you come over here and help me? So Joel and I, we're real good friends, let's say, and I said to Joel, and we do everything together. We're constantly talking with one another. Joel, can you come over and help me? He's the first one there. And then, time goes on, and I get busy, and we don't see each other that much anymore, and Joel, can you come over and help me? It's just like, oh, yeah, I'm kind of busy, but yeah, I can come over and help you. Time goes on, maybe we don't talk for a long time. Maybe we don't even talk anymore. All of a sudden, I need some help, and I say, maybe I'll call Joel. Joel, can you come over and help me? It's just like, man, I'm real busy. I got lots of stuff that I got to do. I got my family. I got things I got to take care of. And it's just like, I can't help you. And the earth and creation, medicines, plants, animals, fish, water, the thunders, sun, the moon, the stars, it's all the same thing. When we don't acknowledge them and don't thank them and don't, provide that recognition to them, then they're going to think that their job in the world is done, and they're going to start pulling back their power. And that's the beauty of the program that we're doing here today. That's the beauty of the work that we're doing here now, is that we have the opportunity now to reinstill and to re-strengthen our people so that we can understand the totality and the power, the immense power, and the sacred responsibility that we have as Anishinaabe or Ongwehongwe peoples, that we as the original peoples, this is our territories, these are our lands, and we have tremendous opportunity and tremendous responsibility and a sacred trust that we have been given to maintain that relationship. And we don't do that just for ourselves and for our communities and for our longhouses or for our lodges or for our First Nations. We do that for everything. so that all life can continue all around the world. That's how powerful it is, and they're just waiting for us. You know, oftentimes, you know, we talk about this idea of our knowledge, you know, is we're losing our knowledge. Well, that knowledge that we originally gained is still out there. What we've lost is our ability to engage with that. And so when we're talking about developing programs like this, and we're talking about little kids and their opportunity and their understanding and their engagement with the natural world, those are the ones that are the closest to the Creator. Those are the ones that still have that power to be able to fully trust and fully engage and fully ask for help. And I always go back to, you know, some of the teachings that we have. And, you know, as Haudenosaunee, we have all these different teachings that we have been provided for. And one of the last ones that we have been given, you know, about 1790, 1800, much the same as what Shingwauk had received in terms of the understanding about how to live in the world. One of our leaders, they refer to him as Skanyat Dario. Skanyat Dario, when you translate that, they call it this, actually like beautiful water, but they refer to that as Handsome Lake. Handsome Lake received a series of visions that he was visited by these four beings that looked after, you know, their responsibility to look after us, the human beings. So Handsome Lake was given these visitations by the four beings, and they took him different places and showed him different things, and they said, this is what's going to happen into the future. I think there's like 80 different prophetic pieces in there that he was given, and 60 of them have come true already. So one of the things that they talk about, you know, and again, this is 1790, 1800, you know, and he's telling the people what he saw in his vision. They said, the four beings said, you're going to see that the earth is going to start to change because of the actions of human beings, because they're destroying the earth. The earth is going to start to heat up, and at the same time, it's going to start to withdraw its power, so things won't grow. And your corn and the different things that you'll be dependent upon for your sustenance, that will become shorter. But this is how you will. This is what you will do in being able to protect yourself and to be able to feed your families going forward. He said there'll come a time when human beings, because of the actions of human beings, that you're not going to be able to drink the water. And people look at one another, 1800, you know, and they said, Handsome Lake, like that will never happen. You know, we can always drink water. But look at us today. You know, I don't know if too many people go down there right now and be able to drink out of that. And I can tell you down where we are, you know, further on down the lake, Lake Ontario, Lake Erie, you wouldn't want to drink that water. But my point of it is that they told him about these different things. They're going to be, you know, different species that were going to change their behavior. Many things will disappear from you. Animals will turn white. You know, fish will act a certain way, and they start talking about all these different pieces in there. People will begin to treat one another differently, that there will be great abuses towards women and children. And when that happens, then you get ready, because things are going to change and things are going to be hard into the future. You know, and I wish I had time to be able to tell you like a lot more of them, because a lot of them are really based on, you know, what we're seeing today. They talk about the circulation of winds. You're going to see winds that are going to blow so hard across the earth that it will remove longhouses, it will remove lodges, it will damage and hurt and kill many people. You're going to see floods come, you're going to see fires come, you're going to see famine come. All of those things that they talk about, we're starting to see them now. So we have an opportunity, you know, to be able to change that process, to be able to really, you know, engage with that. One of our great leaders, many of you know him, his name is Oren Lyons. And Oren's, he's an Onondaga faith keeper from Onondaga, New York, down near Syracuse. And Oren, we celebrated his birthday online, a whole bunch of us, back in early March. He's 94. So Oren has been a long-time fighter, you know, way back in the 60s and 70s, you know, for the rights of Indigenous peoples. He was one of the instrumental people way back in 1977 that made that basic call to consciousness, where they called out to the UN to have a voice for Indigenous peoples and told them about what was going to happen in the world. He was really foundational in being able to create UNDRIP, and it took him 30 years with a group of other working with many other Indigenous peoples from around the world to craft that document, that seminal document and the description of our rights. If you ever get a chance, Oren, he's got a video out. It's just a short video. He's got a whole bunch of videos, really, but one of the last ones he talks about, he says, get ready. The last video I think he's got is, and you'll see it maybe on one of those YouTube or something, because I don't know like a lot of that different technology things. Anyway, he's got a thing out there, and it's called Get Ready for Change. And he's talking about things are going to get worse before they get better. And he's calling out for a value change for survival. But one of the important points that he shared with us is that he said, there's going to come a time, you know, that Shoganash and are going to come to us. And he says, and they're going to ask us about how to live. And you can start to see all of those things that are around us now, you know, that we, all of us have, you know, to some degree or another, have become dependent upon. The food systems, you know, transportation, justice, education, healthcare, criminal justice, all the different pieces, social programming, all the different pieces that are out there that are starting to crumble all around us, economy, politics, all of those things that we have been, you know, so dependent upon, or society has been so dependent upon for many, many centuries and many decades in this more recent time, you know, are starting to crumble. And so they are becoming more unsustainable. And so what's the alternative to that? Are we going to continue to invest in that process and to engage with that? Or are we going to start to create the alternative, which our great ancestors, what fueled and carried our great ancestors for thousands of generations of our people? Are we going to go back to what that is? And that's where the strength and the power really lies. And so for all of us, you know, not just looking at, you know, children's programming, but looking at community program, adult programming, elders programming, get everybody, you know, involved with that. Because again, you know, what we're talking about here is understanding that when we do that kind of work, and when we engage with the real meaningful work that makes us Ongwehongwe, makes us Anishinaabe, we're actually fulfilling the responsibility that we were given by our Creator so long time ago. And there's nothing in the earth that is better than working for the Creator. Nothing better than working for the continuation of life. You know that in many instances, those of you that are mothers, you know that they're, you know, for your children, looking after your children and grandmothers especially, that there's no greater love, you know, on earth than from the love of a mother for their children or for your children. And to understand then, you know, that the same concept that we have in terms of our mother, that's how we greet our mother, the earth. So when we say agetni sneha, you know, for our physical mother, her to me, nisneha, the words actually, when you break it down, it means she to me, she's the one that gave me life. It's like, wow, think about how powerful that is. Every time you say that, you're engaging and you're confirming and affirming your sacred relationship with your mother every time you say that. Because we're matrilineal people, we use that same term in the greeting of our aunts. So all of our aunties, our mother's sisters, we also use that same term to greet them. And at the same time, because our culture is changing, we apply our language to greet anyone of our mother's age, and we call them our mother. I can tell you that, you know, I'm running out of time here. I can tell you that, you know, growing up and being a bad boy, which I was, you know, it's a beautiful thing to be able to have. You know, my mother comes from a family of 12 children, so there was 5 boys and 7 girls, and so to have 7 aunties, 7 mothers looking out after you, you know, that's for being a bad boy, that's not a good thing. But, you know, at the same time, it's so life affirming that, you know, that you have someone that cares for you and someone that looks out for you, you know, over your life. And the beautiful part behind that is that when we use that word, agetni sneha, and we understand the beauty of that, we're affirming the sacred power of the feminine. We're affirming the sacred feminine in all women that are life givers, all women that are life carriers, not just human women, but all the female that exist in the world. And we're acknowledging that they continue to provide life for all of us. And so then our behavior towards that and towards our own mother is one of love, of compassion, of empathy, of honor, of respect. And so we do everything that we can to be able to help our mother. So now, when we take that word, ageh, and we put it to Yeti, her to all of us, Yeti nistaha. She's the one, that's the word that we use for the earth. Yeti nistaha Jiowanjade, our mother, the earth. When we say that word, then we are acknowledging that she's the one that gives us all life and has continued to give us all life. So our behavior towards her then is one of appreciation, of respect, of love, of compassion, of empathy, of honor. In all the things that we do to work to restore and to acknowledge the earth, and all of those things that exist within the natural world are waiting for us to be able to greet them again. And that is the power of our language that Anton talked about yesterday. It's unbelievable about how what he said is so true. We've been hearing a lot about, this idea of two-eyed seeing, and my great friend, the elder Albert Marshall and his late wife, Merdina, were the ones that coined that phrase. When you talk to Albert, he says, it's actually Merdina that came up with it. He says, I just did the work. Which is, probably true, but at the same time, they have carried that idea forward. So now, we see that emerge in so many different places, but that thing is about 25 years old. So it took 25 years to come to fruition. And so now, we're taking this idea of two-eyed seeing and being able to, put that to work and to see what that really means. But at the same time, talking to Albert talks about this idea that, it has limitations. That was only the first part of their conversation. And he says, and we need to continue to build on that. So when he talked about that and building on, I started thinking about, well, what does that mean then in two-eyed seeing, and how do we understand that? So I kind of looked at the human condition, where we are, and I thought, okay, maybe it's like this. So, if we only have one eye, and we're kind of walking around and we're seeing different things, and we have like maybe 100-degree vision, with one eye. We can live, we're gonna bump into a few things and fall down a few times. We don't have, real true depth perception when we have that, only one eye. But at the same time, we can manage and we can live, we can live life, get along pretty good. But then when we have two eyes, all of a sudden, our field of vision engages, and now we have 180 or more degrees of, of vision all around us. And while that's good, that's just the beginning. That when we actually add, what our great ancestors provided for us, and my niece, my spiritual niece, Melanie Goodchild and I were talking about this yesterday, or this morning, when we were talking about AI. She was talking about AI. I said, AI? I said, yeah. She goes, do you mean artificial intelligence? And she says, yeah. And I says, oh, I thought you meant ancestral intelligence. So I said, from ancestral intelligence, actually what we're talking about, when you add that in, and you understand what our great ancestors were given so long ago, then you're starting to have 360-degree vision, because now you've brought all of that vision together. You're using the appropriate parts of science, whatever we need to be able to protect, to measure, to understand, to restore, to engage, with the job and to help resolve the job that's in front of us, whatever that is. And then we use our indigenous knowledge and our indigenous intelligence to be able to bring those things forward. We're creating 360-degree vision all around us, because now we're respecting what our ancestors were given so long time ago. But that's only part of it. Now, when we add, and again, this is the critical part, and this is the words of encouragement that I want to share with you, is that when we include our language, our ceremonies, our understanding of the natural world, when we include our traditional practices, and we include all of those things that we have been given, and our connection to the earth, our mother, and we engage spirit that's all around us, and we become active, and we understand and follow the instructions that we were given by our great ancestors so long ago that they carried that forward to us. Now we're creating another 360-degree vision. We're connecting to the earth, we're connecting to the spiritual world, to all of the cosmos that's out there, and we're adding that. Now when you add those together, we have 720-degree vision. That's a fully engaged human being. That's our great ancestors so long time ago. And that's what we have the capacity and the opportunity and the ability, and at the same time, the responsibility to create right now. So I want to, share with you this idea and kind of close with this is that, as we move forward, there's going to be many challenges that are going to fall in front of us. And sometimes, those challenges and the things that are in front of us, are ourselves. And we got to, start to be able to realize that if we're going to move our peoples forward and if we're going to regain our sovereignty again, because at the end of the day, it's all about regaining and revitalizing our sovereignty, and we're on a sovereignty agenda. And don't let anyone ever tell you that we're anything different. When you think about, the participation and, and again, no disrespect intended, to the late, great, Martin Luther King. He was phenomenal in being able to address, civil rights, in the United States for Black Americans. Did tremendous amount of work and sacrificed his life to be able to make that agenda. But he, in one of his last final speeches, and you all know that speech, I have a dream. The second part of that sentence that he finished off with, he says, I have a dream. And that dream, he says, is firmly entrenched in the American dream. It's like, wow. So they're looking for equality. I don't know about any of you, but I don't want to be equal with the rest of Canada. I want to be the real Ongwe. I want to be the real Anishinaabe. I want to be the real Lakota or the real Coast Salish or the real Seminole or the real Hopi or the real Navajo, the way that we were intended to be, because that's our responsibility that we are given by the Creator, and that's the job that's out in front of all of us. So I want to close with the idea that my great friend, and many of you may know him, Tom Porter. Tom Porter always talks about, and he ever have a chance to kind of share with you a dream that he had. And I was telling Dean about this yesterday, so I'll tell all of you now. I said, Dean, I'll tell you a little bit more about that in Tom Porter's dream. So and I'm not going to do it justice. You're going to have to talk with him to be able to get the full benefit. But I'll share with you what I remember. So Tommy Porter had this dream. He lives in Gunnet-Johorege in the Mohawk Valley. So he was traveling if you know Tommy, he travels all the time. Finally got home, and he got home late, and he was laying in bed, and early in the morning he woke up, and he thought he woke up. And he was awake, and he heard this voice, and this voice says to him, Tommy, get up, it's like you have to go to a meeting. And he says in his mind, he says, I'm so tired. He says, I just been out all meetings all the time. I just want to rest. And they said, no, get up. We got to go. And the next thing you know, he's in this place and he's with this figure, and this figure that's draped, beside him. So he says, Tommy, and so they're in this kind of like an open space, outside. So that being says to him, he says, what do you see? He says, I see all these people sitting around in a circle. And he says, and he says, as the light kind of clears, he says, and he recognizes certain people. And he sees a lot of different, blankets that are folded up, that are sitting in between some of the people. And they say, yeah, what you're seeing. He says, he looked at those people. He says, I can see all of them. He says, there's, Oren Lyons. There's, and he starts naming all these different people out, all these different folks that were around. Thomas Binyaka, all these different people he says, I see all of them there. And he says, and their blankets there, he says, I can see that they're not there. He says, but their blankets are there. And he knew about who the different blankets were. The late John Mohawk, all these different people that, were seminal or that were foundational in being able to make the change. And this voice says to him, yeah, that's who you're seeing. They said, all of you, he says, and I want to thank you. He says, because at that time, and many of you had heard about the White Roots of Peace, and Fernando, he reminded me yesterday about this White Roots of Peace, and it's like, oh man, I remember that back in the 70s. The late 60s and early 70s and on into the 80s, what those people were able to do as they traveled around, all across Turtle Island to help rejuvenate and pick up the spirit of people again, and to relight their fires, so that they could enjoy and understand about what their rightful birthright is and what their sacred responsibility was and the sacred gifts that they carry. So, they were doing that kind of work, and so he names all these different people off, and he's looking at them, and he says to them, he says, yeah, that's what you did. He says, I don't want to thank you guys, all you people in there, men and women. And he says, and I want to thank you. He says, you did a real good job. He says, because at about the late 50s, early 60s, he said, your culture was just about ready to go. We didn't have a whole lot of speakers. You go to Longhouse, and there'd be like 20, 30 people there, out of big communities, and we got like big communities. So Grand River is an example, like today we have about nearly 20,000 people that live in a community, and we got a total band membership of probably around 35,000 just in one community. So, so they said, you have done a great job, because everything was just on the precipice of whether it was going to go or not. They said the Creator then, sent this person, and he said that he went around and he touched all of those people that I named, and many more, and even people amongst you, that they had done the same thing. So the late Dan Pine, all the different elders that you have had, Alex Skeed, all of those different ones that have, been foundational, the old man, Peter O'Cheese, unbelievable men and women, with the power to be able to, with a little bit of Sema, a little bit of Oyenkwo Onwe, start a fire, call the thunders out of the clear blue sky. That's who we come from. That's the power that our culture has. And to see that, what they were able to do and how they were able to help make a change, for all of the people. And we instituted language programs and instituted cultural programs and brought people back into our lodges and into our longhouses, and we revitalized those whole things. And he says, and the reason that you were so successful in being able to do that, he says, that I gave you twice the power of anyone else to be able to do that. So when you, many of you that have had those experiences with those old men and women that were really foundational for us, and when you hold their hand, like time stops, because that's so powerful and they're so beautiful. And that's what we have to make again. What he says, I gave all of you the 2 times the power to be able to get the job done. And he says, and you did a good job. But listen to this, and let me close with this. But he says, all of those ones that you touched and that you have continued to touch, he says, I'm going to give them 7 times the power to be able to make change. So all of your grandchildren, your children, and those ones that are coming up, and all the work that we do, they're going to have 7 times the power to be able to make positive change in the world. That's where we're headed. And when those, as Oren Lyons, and as Oren Lyons says, when the Shoganash, when they come to ask us about what should we do, he says, we better be ready. And I can tell you that when we do institute programs like this, when we bring back our languages, when we bring back our cultural programs, that's exactly what we're going to do, and we're going to be ready. So again, as Tommy says, time to roll up our sleeves and let's get to work. Now,
wow. Like I've been telling you folks, we've got quite the mission. We got to get it right, and you have the power. We have the power. We're going to get there. I want to ask Diane to come up and help us with honoring Dr. Longboat. Dan, we have a gift for you. Thank you. Now, thank you. Miigwech, thank you all. Miigwech, Dan.
It's a puppy.
Okay.
Let's get the junior water walkers. They started from Grandma Josephine's water walkers, and they're all over the world now, but and especially in Thunder Bay, they go out and learn how to make their own snowshoes. Every season they go out and visit the water in all its different forms and build
Okay. We'll do our best to not fall into a post-lunch coma this afternoon and fall asleep on our next speaker. But I want to acknowledge the cooks, Kelly and Kenny Francis. Let's give them a round. What an incredible menu we've had, unique taste. And Kelly and her partner really work hard at having indigenous food. And if you noticed, just yesterday even, we had some foods that were aligned with where we're at with the cycle of the moon. So incredible, beautiful food. But we're ready to move forward with our next presenter, and Dr. Jennifer Brandt. And I kind of thought I recognized her when I saw her picture there, and it was nice to, when she come in, to say, oh my God, I remember her when she was just a little girl. When I lived in Southern Ontario for a lot of years, and I remember her just a little young lady at Quezes back in the day, and what a beautiful path she's been on. And I was just reading a little bit about her biography, and she's currently faculty at the University of Toronto. She's got a lot of beautiful accomplishments as a Anishinaabe Ongwehoe Kwe, a woman from our relatives down to the east of us. And it's an honor for me to introduce her today, and I'll let her take you through her presentation and be more succinct in what she's going to discuss. But ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Dr. Jennifer Brandt.
Sego, Sewagwego, Jennifer Youngyets, Gatnega Hagani'i, Tiandanega Nidawegenu. Can you all hear me okay at the back? Good, perfect. So hello and welcome. I just introduced myself in the Gatnega Haga, or the Mohawk language. And I want to share a little bit about what I said, because I said, Sego Sewagwego, Jennifer Youngyets. And I could tell you that I said, my name is Jennifer, but what I actually said was Jennifer is the name she gave me. So as a Mohawk woman, matrilineally, I'm from Six Nations of the Grand River Territory, but of course, I'm registered to Tyondanega Mohawk Territory because from the Indian Act of Canada, we follow the father line, although I come from a matrilineal community. And so that matrilineal part of my identity is infused in the work that I do. So I'm going to be sharing a little bit about my work on Indigenous maternal theory and the way that I apply that to Indigenous literatures. I start by grounding myself in my cultural identity. These are my personal ties to my teaching and my research and the work that I do. And so as a Yongwe as a Ista, a mother of two children, and also just thinking about what all of that means in terms of my responsibilities as an Indigenous scholar among many Indigenous scholars. So I wanted to share this image of my children many, many years ago. My children were a big part of the inspiration for work on Indigenous maternal theory, but also they were alongside me on my educational journey. So my first year of university, I was expecting my eldest son, Jaden, kind of a full circle moment because now he's in his third year of university. And then my younger one there, still in high school. But this image is from my summer in residence at Lakehead University. So I brought my children along with me, whether it was to conferences or different presentations, right? And I sort of refuse the word single mother and I say matriarchal mother. And so I brought my children along with me throughout that journey. But we're always out on the land, right? You can see their hands physically in the water there. And so whether it's hiking or fishing or connecting with place, wherever we are. So I wanted to share this quotation from Margaret Kovach, who talks about the way our life story, I'll just read it out. Our life story shapes our research interpretations. Past is prologue. Memory is present. We need to know we know what we know from where we stand, and we need to be honest about that. And so part of that is understanding our connections, like what drives us to where we are today, but also those connections that are within us, in our spirit, in our ancestral memories, and so on. So another piece of my cultural identity that I bring into the work that I do is in honor of my late grandmother, Eleanor May Davis Brandt. And so in this image here of my grandmother, she's holding a book, Emily Pauline Johnson's Flint and Feather, poetry book. I have this physical copy, the same book she's holding in this picture I have and I teach with. And I don't know what poem she's reading in that image, and I wish I did. My grandmother was a residential school survivor of the Mohawk Institute, otherwise known as the Mush Hole. It's the oldest, it was the first residential school in Canada that opened 50 years before other residential schools were starting to open in Canada. And my grandmother didn't talk to me about her experiences there. And so it was actually a book, the first image of my slide had a sweetgrass basket. It was a book called Sweetgrass Basket that I read in 2009. I actually got it in the gift shop on Tyendinaga when I was visiting my family, and I couldn't put the book down, and it's about these two sisters. It's a fictional story about two sisters that went to Carlisle Industrial School, and it's written kind of like in poetry in the voices of these two sisters. And this book made me feel closer to my grandmother's story that she didn't share with me, and I felt in some of the passages as though it was my grandmother talking to me. So my grandmother, despite her experiences at the Mush Hole, which she didn't share with me, she still had such a firm belief in education, and she'd always tell me, get as much education under your belt as you can, right? And so she had that belief. She left the Mush Hole and single-handedly raised 9 children and became a psychiatric nurse. And so just an image, this is now the Woodland Cultural Center, and so I'm sure some of you have been in the Woodland Cultural Center. So this is also part of our stories, right? And I don't want to spend a lot of time talking about intergenerational trauma today, but I do want to acknowledge this. And I also want to acknowledge what's still happening in our schools today. So in the image there, to the right, that's my son, Quentin. He was painting my room pink. That was a couple weeks before he came home, and he said, "Mom, if you don't cut my hair, I want a new mom." And so that night, we went to Magic Cuts, and we cut his hair, and it's something that is really hard, right? That, that he was teased, and that this, we have stories of teachers still doing this. And so this is also part of the reality that fuels the work that I do today with teaching Indigenous literatures. So I teach the theoretical framework that sort of like drives my teaching is Indigenous maternal pedagogies, and it's I define it as a women-centered Indigenous epistemology that embraces the whole student, right? So we can bring our heart, mind, body, spirit into education. Maternal pedagogies is a field, right, that comes from women and gender studies. And because I was a young mom in university, I naturally decided to pick up mothering classes. And when I picked them up, I'm like, this feels really Haudenosaunee, what we're learning in this class. And so I made these connections and really started to dive into authors like Kim Anderson, who I'll talk about in a moment, and others who talk about Indigenous mothering and revitalizing Indigenous teachings of mothering. But when I wrote about this in university, I also struggled because I'd have professors come back to me and say, well, how do you position that against all of these stereotypes? And I wasn't writing about the stereotypes. And so I struggled with that too, right? How do I come from and center community narratives of strength and really be unapologetic about that? Indigenous maternal pedagogies also engages with Kim Anderson's work on cultural identity theory by honoring Joanne Archibald's work on Indigenous story work. And so I work with literatures through Indigenous story work. It entails 7 principles, and I'm brushing over a lot of stuff because I want to get through the slides, but I won't go into each of them, but they're respect, responsibility, reciprocity, reverence, holism, interrelatedness, and synergy. And in my class, essentially what I'm doing, or in my classes, is I'm trying to encourage students to bring in their identities, whether that's in their conversations, in their assignments, so what we're talking about and what they're doing for their assignments is connected to what's happening outside of the classroom, right? And so that it's meaningful to them long beyond the end of the course. And I've had students that have got involved in activism, their own publishing, participating in community when they weren't participating in community before, and so on. My slide froze. Just give me a moment. I think my mouse is on that screen, so I have to get it back onto my laptop so I can switch slides. There it is. Okay. I'm not going to get into all of these, but some of the things that also inform Indigenous maternal pedagogies are the ancestral knowledges that I find in Indigenous women's literature. And I kind of describe this as a spiritual and physical legacy that promotes strength and resilience. Kim Anderson talks about this need to like dig up story medicines, right? That they're there, they're not lost, and that we have to dig them up. I'm going to go on to the next slide in the interest of time. I wanted to share this piece as well. So when I talk about Indigenous literature, some of the first authors that really moved me were Beth Brant, Lee Miracle, Patricia Montour Angus. And this book, this quotation from Deborah Miranda, who's writing about Beth Brant, is really powerful to me. And she says, Beth Brant helped save my life. I never met Beth Brant. Both of these things are true. And I think that that really speaks to the power of Indigenous women's writing, that we come to community through Indigenous women's writing. Beth Brant put together this collection entitled A Gathering of Spirit long before Indigenous peoples were publishing. And so she kind of like opened up that sort of like opportunity for women to follow. A gathering of spirit is a collection that she was working on before social media, before email. And so in her introduction, she wrote about literally like going to the post office, getting stamps to mail letters out. And she wanted to ensure that Indigenous women from all across Turtle Island were included. So she sought entries from women in community centers, Indigenous women in education, Indigenous women in prison, Indigenous women in psychiatric facilities. She wanted to ensure that all Indigenous women who had a story to tell had the opportunity to be a part of this. And it came together so powerfully that she talks about why the title was A Gathering of Spirit, because it really became a gathering of spirit. And I want to talk a little bit about Patricia Montour Angus and her influence as well. So Patricia Montour Angus, in her book, which I read when I was just starting my master's, it's called Thunder in My Soul, A Mohawk Woman Speaks. And her writing in this book is so raw, right? So unapologetic. And I think because of that, it's open for others to feel not judged in their experiences, to feel seen and heard. And so there's a piece in this book where she says, I have often been amazed that I landed at law school in Kingston, Ontario, only 8 blocks away from the federal prison for women. I have always felt that I should have properly landed on the other side of that high limestone wall. It was both anger and amazement that took me on my journey to university. And I really love these words, right? Because it speaks to a lot of the driving forces that bring Indigenous students to university, right? It's not all anger, but yes, there's anger, but it's also amazement. And I did a presentation last month, and during the Q&A, somebody said, but where's the healing? And so I feel that maybe I was stuck too much in the anger, and I decided today that I wanted to focus more on the amazement pieces. And so I'll explain that a bit more in a moment. But I also wanted to draw your attention, and some of you may be familiar with the work of Deanne Million, who introduced this theory called felt theory. And she writes about Indigenous women's writing, particularly Indigenous women who were writing from what is now referred to as Canada, and says that Indigenous women created a felt experience through their writing. But she also talks about dreaming. And so today I want to talk a little bit about dreaming, and dreaming as transformative and imaginative, and how we can bring our dreams as part of our knowledge that weaves together theory, our stories, and critical thinking. So Deanne Million said that dreaming to me is the effort to make sense of relations in the worlds we live. Dreaming and emphasizing intensely our relations with past and present and future without the boundaries of linear time. Dreaming is a communicative, sacred activity. Dreaming often allows us to creatively sidestep all the neat little boxes that obscure larger relations and syntheses of imagination. And so I actually want to ask, who are we dreaming with today? And whose knowledges are informing our work? And I actually want you to take a moment to maybe write down who you're dreaming with today. Maybe it's what are the knowledge sources, right? And we're talking about developing, an Indigenous teacher education program, right? And so who are we dreaming with in development of that program, and whose knowledges will help to inform that program? And maybe I like to be interactive, but I know we're short on time, and so maybe I'll just ask you to write a word or someone's name down, and I'll open it up up and see if there's a couple who want to share, but you might also talk about this in your breakout groups. So is there anyone who wants to share? Yes, thank you.
She showed me many ways, to keep in contact with Mother Earth, and taught me many things, how to ice fish and set up rabbit snares, and all the work that that we did, as kids, as part of our schooling, to be part of Mother Earth, and learn how to be able to gather a little bit here and there. And rabbit snares was one of the easiest things that we could have done. And then, of course, follow through with other things, to gather, like, the berries, blueberries, raspberries, and take them to the community, to the grandmothers that are not able to come out, and helping in that good way as a young person. And she taught me many other things, how to sew, how to clean, the animals that were brought in from our uncles and mom and dad and grandpa, and all those people that that we lived with. We mostly lived with grandma and grandpa a lot, and of course my uncles were there with them then too. And so this is, and that's why I learned, before I went away to boarding school, and I was taught all the way through until I was 8 years old, and that's when I left my community to go to boarding school. But I was instilled in that already, and so I was just so glad I was able to do that with my grandmother in many ways. Miigwech.
I also dream with my grandmother. She sends me a lot of messages in my dream. I was raised with my parents until I started residential school, and but I also used to live with other, like my grandfather's sister and that family and everything. And I remember, I think I was 10. We went out in the bay, and there was two young men there. They were teenagers already by the time. They went hunting, and my job was to clean the bird, pluck the bird, clean the bird, and prepare it for cooking. And of course, I didn't do a very good job, like my little hands. And when we were sitting around eating, and the boys would tease me, "Oh, one got machawet," which means, "Oh, who prepared the bird?" And I kind of crawled underneath my, and it was me. And anyway, once I started school, I would go back home in summer. But once I became a teenager and in high school, I never really went back. I started working. And I remember going back to visit in the summertime. And my grandma said to me, "Margaret, don't get lost." And of course, you as a teenager, you know everything, eh? Get lost. How am I going to get lost? But she didn't mean that getting lost, as losing your way. She meant losing yourself, And that's a very special thing that I remember my grandma about that, yep. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not sure if there's anyone else who would like to share. Okay. Oh, I see a hand at the back.
Right away, as soon as I read that, it's like, who are we dreaming with today? Community. I look around and I see everybody here for the exact same reason. And whose knowledges are informing our work? those who walked before us and those who are still here, who are offering their expertise and their lived experience. So I think collectively we're dreaming with community and making it a reality, hopefully.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing. And I encourage you to continue those conversations. But I love the theme also of dreaming with grandmothers, right? And dreaming with community. And the importance of, what I'm also hearing is the importance of instilling that ability to dream into our youngest generations as well. So I just put them into my mouth. Bear with me. Okay. Sorry. I also wanted to talk a little bit about Kim Anderson's theory of identity formation and connect that to how dreams foster a strong sense of cultural identity as well, right? By recalling our grandmother's dreams for us. I'm not going to go through all of these. I'm going to focus more on the construct piece, but I'll share the whole framework. So resist. Actually, I'll talk a little bit about how this framework came to be. So Kim Anderson developed this framework as part of her master's research, where she interviewed 40 Indigenous women across Canada, and as an Indigenous historian, gathered these stories and aligned them with cultural identity theories, but placed it in this medicine wheel framework to align it with an Indigenous paradigm. And so, based on the stories, she proposes that Indigenous women go through this nonlinear process, but I have to start with resist, and that resist is about resisting who I am not. So all of those stereotypes that we have learned, whether that's in school, in media, all of those stereotypes that are pushed on Indigenous women, that actually relate to the racialized, sexualized, and gender-based violences against Indigenous women that we see today. Reclaim is about digging up those stories, digging up what Kim Anderson refers to as story medicines, but also peeling off all of those stereotypical messages and really becoming grounded in the beauty of Indigenous identity. Construct is about applying that within contemporary contexts. And today, I'm using Indigenous literature, because we are a storytelling people, I'm using Indigenous literature in the written form as an example of how we have taken teachings and storytelling processes and story work and translated that into the written word. And then ACT is about thinking about responsibilities. So in this framework, she's talking specifically about Indigenous women. And when she talks about responsibilities, she says it's not about placing responsibilities on Indigenous women. It's about thinking of everyone who cycles around Indigenous women that needs to be supporting Indigenous cultural identity. Okay. So that's sort of my, what I bring to the work that I do with Indigenous stories. I want to touch on Indigenous story work a little bit. So Indigenous story work is introduced by Joanne Archibald, but it's recently been taken as a theoretical framework and methodology for working with stories, and in a new edition of Indigenous story work as method, Linda Tawai-Smith writes about story work, saying that it's not just about the power of stories, but about the power of working with stories. as a means to draw insights and possibilities to Indigenous experiences and knowledge. And so I do a lot of work with teacher candidates through Indigenous literatures, and it's really important for them to understand how to work with Indigenous literatures because many will be teaching, some of them will be teaching, Indigenous literatures in the new grade 11 Indigenous literatures course, and they need to know how to work with Indigenous literatures in ethical and culturally responsible ways. So they have to have a pedagogy for doing that, right? Indigenous literatures themselves can't do the work because as scholars have found, it's not just enough to introduce the stories because settler readers can teach the very same book that is intended to offset stereotypes in a way that contributes to those stereotypes. And so they have to be introduced in a good way. Daniel Heath Justice reminds us that many of the stories that have been told about Indigenous peoples have been told from a colonial narrative and can be understood, as can be understood as bad medicine. But other stories written from perspectives and experiences about, and written from places of trauma and injustice, right, need to be unpacked so they don't become those bad medicine stories. And then there are other stories that are disruptive, that are anti-colonial, and those that are also about imagination, right? Digging up those medicines. And so there's all kinds of stories. But Daniel Heath Justice talks about bad medicine stories and good medicine stories. I've been, some of you may be familiar with Dr. Eve Tuck's work on suspending damage. And in my work with Indigenous literatures, I've had some folks say, mostly a non-Indigenous audience, say, you can't be too damage central, right? You need to introduce the desire-based stories. And so I've been sitting with that for a while, and I feel like I do introduce desire-based stories, but we can't erase the damage, right? Because that further perpetuates damage and harm. We need both. And so I really encourage people to work with both, but to also have this process for introducing and working with stories. So I draw attention to Aubrey Jean Hansen's work on resurgent frameworks. I'm starting to reject the word reconciliation, moving towards resurgence. And so she defines resurgence by talking about what it means to come to Indigenous literatures in ways that sort of offset those colonial narratives, but also acknowledge them. So yes, our stories engage with colonization, but that is not the full story, right? And so, I'm just gonna go to the next slide. Hansen also offers definitions of resurgence, which is different than understandings of decolonization, noting that decolonization is limited or defined by colonial narratives, right? So it's always this decolonization is a response to colonization. And also offers critiques of reconciliation, noting that reconciliation narratives focus on settlers and settler reckonings with Canada's history that emphasize social harmony. And I find this in the work that I do, right? It feels good to talk about reconciliation. The truth piece often gets forgotten. Reconciliation is about the relationship between Indigenous peoples and non-Indigenous peoples, but resurgence focuses on those movements that are arising from within Indigenous communities themselves. And I also, I want to point out Katharina Vermette's work specifically. So one of my favorite books is The Break by Katharina Vermette. It's part of a trilogy, though. So The Break is followed by The Strangers, which is followed by The Circle. And Katharina Vermette's book brings in both engaging with colonization. She talks about racialized, sexualized, and gender-based violences and other forms of intergenerational trauma. And students can get stuck in that if they're not working with that in a way where Katharina Vermette intended for that book to be about intergenerational resilience. It's about kinship. It's about the power and the strength of women generationally coming together. So Katharina Vermette talks about her book, and she says, Indigenous literatures are a way of calling people into deeper mutual understandings and thus into respectful relationships. And she says, I realized I could write what I saw, right? So she writes the stories as she witnessed them, as she experiences them. And she says that stories are always the way in. They are the accessible way. Stories are the way that people relate. Okay. I also want to just quickly talk about Indigenous survivance and what that looks like in schooling contexts. So survivance comes from the work of literary scholar Gerald Weisner, and he says that survivance is more than being about survival. It encompasses an active presence that merges survival and resistance. And for me, that's also the balance, right? Yes, we need to acknowledge our colonial histories. We need to acknowledge the reverberating effects of colonization in the present, but we also need to lean into the desires, the visions. We need to dig up those story medicines, right? We need to talk about our community narratives of strength. For those at the back that might not be able to see, I also have an image of Leilani Zabzalian's recent book called Indigenous Children's Survivance in Public Schools. And then a quote from Leilani Zabzalian when she says, stories and practices of survivance simultaneously surface in the epic and the everyday, right? And so those powerful community narratives of strength that are around us in the everyday, right? And that come from different sources, whether that's our dreams, our memories, our experiences, continuing to sort of uplift those teachings that you had both mentioned about, that you learned from your grandmothers, right? Doing those in the everyday, but also engaging in other kinds of stories. So Daniel Heath Justice writes about Wonderworks. And so I think of books like Sherry Demelin's The Marrow Thieves, some of these post-apocalyptic literatures that can be introduced to, and I'm going back to that grade 11 First Voices course that students will be taking. Okay. And I wanted to end, I think I'm a bit over time, but bringing it full circle back to Beth Brandt's work on A Gathering of Spirit and this quotation that our hands live and work in the present while pushing, and also say pulling, on the past. It is impossible for us not to do both. Our hands make a future. Okay, Yahweh, and I welcome conversation. If there are any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Brandt. Let's give her a full round of applause. That was incredible. You know, it's so good to see what she's been able to accomplish. And as she was talking, it was reminding me of course, stories. And that's so rich amongst our elders, amongst our people. And all of those things that the elders brought forward today, they're so integral to our people. And it reminds me even of further work that has to happen when we try to accommodate everything that it is which we are. And I thank you for bringing those thoughts to us today, Dr. Brand. Before we show a documentary that was done here not long ago that talked about this place and how we are aligned ourselves as a post-secondary institute with an international Indigenous global bar of recognition for post-secondary. We're going to show that to you in a bit, but first we're going to ask our elders, our survivors, for some thought on how did you perceive and what do you think? I guess I'll turn it over to Diane to help with this next part here. We're looking forward to your thoughts, though. Hang on. Okay. Well, they should be here any minute. Ambe, we've done. Yeah, come running around with their skirts hiked up there. But there's so many stories and so many things that we have that really help us feel good about who we are. There's so many beautiful things about being Anishinaabe. And it was so nice to hear those little glimpses in the last couple of days of those stories. And it was nice to hear the stories this afternoon from Dr. Brandt about stories and the importance of stories and books. And we're just coming out of that season when we tell a lot of stories and we work with, what do they call that, when we tell stories in the winter? There's a name for that. Anyway, Atsokan, yeah. And my dad used to talk about how people in the village used to have that spirit, the Atsokan, that would speak and they'd tell stories, beautiful stories, and laugh, and they'd sit outside and around fires, and Atsokan would be the spirit that they would work with to tell those stories in our villages. So it's so important. It's a part of our culture, much like our Haudenosaunee friends as well. They're so many stories. I lived a long time amongst the Haudenosaunee and heard so many beautiful stories. And I was reminded today of those stories and with Dan as well, Dr. Longboat, beautiful stories. So we'll wait a couple more minutes for everybody to make their way back here and we'll reconvene. We're going to call on our survivors to share some insights, but we'll take a couple of minutes, okay?
When I was going through these exercises, some of the things that I wanted to really emphasize was the youth participation. I really wanted to know what the youth would like to see in these programs that we're talking about. It's I find it very important because they're the ones that are going to be taking these. They're going to be the students. I also wanted to really find out how we can express, how we can reach our goals, how we can meet our goals. It's not something that's going to happen overnight. It is a long journey. One of the things that happened in our territory is we took control of our education system. And we wanted to start doing things the Cree way. We started teaching the Cree language from pre-K to grade 3, giving the language of instruction in Cree. Today it's still ongoing. And it was quite something that how it began. When we started producing books in Cree syllabics for the young kids to use, it was the youth that put the books together. You know, sometimes when we talk with our elders, you know, they use stories to express themselves, what they want to do. I think it's more like we want to make our stories evidence-based, that these things did happen. And it's to make them more believable and that they can be done. It's really, really important to include family values in any program that we do. The family values that we have, that we've been born with, that have been passed on from generation to generation, ensure the survival of our people. The other thing that I believe that's really, really important is to encourage and give recognition to students on their achievements. It's, you know, when we learn from the land, it's something that stays with us throughout our life course. Stuff that we learn about animals, birds, fish, whatever. And it's all interconnected. We must ensure that our harvesting practices and activities will ensure that future generations will have the same rights, will have the same opportunities. We need to look at conservation and to ensure that we are not over-harvesting. We use our land not only for hunting, fishing, and trapping, and gathering of our foods. We also use it to heal ourselves. And I think it's really, really important that we continue to do that. Thank you.
Well, it looks like that the Diamonds are going to be speaking first. And we had many chiefs. You know, we had some grand chiefs and chiefs all the way up the coast. They were, you know, mostly diamond relatives of ours, you know, that did actually, you know, did a lot of work for us. And what's happened here is kind of a parallel to, you know, to what happened to us as a people up in the, you know, in the James Bay area with the, we had to fight, you know, for our land up there. And we fought for 7 years. And we had the 7-year itch, I guess we could say, to protect our land, protect our animals, protect our plants that we depended on as, you know, as our food and our medicine. And we didn't want to have it be destroyed in any way. And the only people, you know, that spoke out so urgently, and they had to believe the elders of that community to say that, no, we cannot give you our land. We cannot let you take our land and use it in a bad way. We need some good land for us to survive as a people. We cannot give away our land to people that are going to destroy our whole nation of people up there that have lived up there for thousands of years. And you people here, Anishinaabe people, have been here for thousands of years also then too. And I saw that in, you know, in the beginning when we first started meeting here, you know, as survivors of the, you know, of the boarding school. And we started off with no money whatsoever. We didn't have any money. We had to skimp. We had to sleep on the floor. whenever we would gather. And because we didn't have, hotel money to, to be able to stay in a hotel, or we call on some elders, especially the Surratt family there in Batchewana, and they would take us in once in a while. And this is what we did, and we've been doing this for 40-some years, and never thought it would come to this yet, what we're doing here now. And it's really a good thing, because you're going to be bringing back all your culture and the language to go with it then too, and the people are going to be, and also the young people especially, are the ones that are going to be taking over. And so we must continue to educate and really cater to our young ones, that are going to be taking over for us. And because we're not going to be, here forever, we're going to be going on. And they will call on us as their elders. And that's what we did. We called on our elders to help us come through what we did over the last 40-some years, to continue on with this education part of our people here in this area. And that included the Crees also, because we came here as students. Many of us were Cree, and this mostly Cree, at this boarding school at Shingwauk, and quite a few Anishinaabe also then too, and Mohawks, were here also then too, and other nations. We even had a person from the black family, from Africa. He was a student here also then too, and he was of a colored person, that came here to go to school and learn about, being in the boarding school also then too. And I never saw him, but other students said that he was actually here, and they took him in. And so, and we must take in many other nations also then too, to be part of our programs, and they will help us, in many ways, not just us Northern Crees up in the James Bay area where everything is intact yet. Our language is intact, our culture, our hunting and gathering, all along the James Bay Highway as a Billy Diamond Highway, they call it now. And he's the one that really saved our, our nation up in there. And also, Robert Kennedy Jr. was our lifesaver also then too. And we must call on some lawyers once in a while to help us out in our, in our fights with, with the outside world that are going to interfere with what we have to, what we have to do as a nation of education at Shingwauk, we're our Shingwauk nation of students, and us survivors, are going to be available, and but we're not going to be here forever, like I said, and we must have our young ones step in also then too as advisors, because we're connected, to the old and the young. That's where we learned. That's our teachers were the old people up there. Our grandmothers and our grandfathers were our teachers, and my grandmother, Clara Trapper, was my main teacher up in that area when I was growing up, and I depended on her so much, and I used to travel with her, and my grandpa, Albert Trapper, and we did a lot of, the cultural activities, by canoe and dock sled and all the gathering that we did of the foods that we needed for the winter, and of course the berries and fish in the summer and so on, and so, and what we learned here is we're going to put everything together in a good way so that our children are going to be, the ones that are going to be taking over, and so they must be included in our meetings. And bringing in the young ones here is so important, and because they have to learn from us as their grandmothers and their grandfathers, and call on us whenever they can, and we'll be wide open to them also then too, just like, you know, that I was open to my grandma and my grandpa growing up, and also my uncles then too. And so I just, this is the best way that we could work it out for you for now. But the as advisors, we're going to have some, you know, questions that are going to, we might be stuck on once in a while. But this is where the grandmothers, that way I can call on my grandmother, Grandmother Clara, and also my other grandmothers, you know, that taught me many things, you know, up in the bush, you know, as a bush lady, I guess you can say. That's what they call me in the States, as a bush lady. And yeah, so I just, you know, I'm also a teacher, you know, there at the college, there at the Anishinaabe College in Mount Pleasant, Michigan, you know, originally that's where, you know, that's where I am located now. That's where I'm stationed at right now, and teaching those young people to come forward. And I've got them under my wing right now, and many of them are so eager to learn about the medicines, you know, and because those are the things that are going to be so, so important to us as a people, as the medicines, you know, for, you know, to keep those moving along in the good way, so they learn, so the young people learn about these medicines that, you know, that we call it in Queen in the okay, yeah, so anyway, I just don't have anything else to say, but I think the young is so, I'm so in tune with the young right now, and I just feel, and if you do the same, I think everything's going to work out really well, because they're going to be the next teachers. Miigwech.
Hi, my name is Nellie Mitchell. I love all the presentations that I heard. Excuse me, but I'm very hard of hearing, so I couldn't participate in the other parts. I was here from 1954 until 64. I'm from Brunswick House First Nation. I just got an uplifting message from my grandson. He said to say hello to all the people here. He would love to have been here, but he's in university, and I told him school comes first. Don't do like your grandmother and ditch it. I wish I could have participated more, but because of my limited hearing right now, I'm having a hard time. But I agree with what you're doing, that our culture needs to be saved. We need to have our children and our future kids and learn about their culture, their language, and it's very important to keep it up. I was unfortunate I wasn't able to learn any of it because we were forbidden. And with being in Shingwauk for 10 years, I wasn't allowed to go home. So I didn't learn any native culture or language or anything. I'm glad to see that you're educating our children in the language and the culture. It's very important. Give it to them. It's very important for them to learn it and also learn what happened to us and make sure it never happens to them. Because our culture and our language is important. We have to look beyond what happened to us now and go forward. We have to educate them in a way that we weren't. We need the language, we need the culture. I'm just in the process of learning my culture because I didn't have the opportunity, and my kids don't know, well, two of my kids don't know what happened to me here. My daughter knows, but I can talk to her because she's a doctor and she understands. And, I'm just so glad to know what this building it stands for. I wish it was here when I was here. I wish we could have learned something. The only word I know in my language is bonjour or whatever. I don't even know if that's saying it right. But guess where I'm going tomorrow? I'm going to the States to learn Ojibwe. And I'm hoping to keep it up once I do get back to Canada. Because I did try years ago to learn it, but I was very shy in those days and I wouldn't speak it because I was too shy. When I did go to school in Chapleau, when I finally did get to Chapleau, they told me I had to learn French. Well, I went to school that day and I didn't go back. Because I said there's no way I was speaking French. I couldn't speak my own language. I wasn't speaking any other language but English. But I did finally get my education. I did, because I left Shingwauk, I was only in grade 8. And when I did go back to Chapel, I went with the high, when you get upgrades, I got my grade 12. And I'm still learning every day. Now I gotta try learn Ojibwe. And I'm doing a lot of reading on their culture. And I'm doing ceremony, I've been asked to do ceremonies. I've learned about the sweat lodge, and mind you, I don't go in one because I ended up having a bad experience in one, but that's neither here nor there. But I'm learning my culture. And this is what we need to teach our children, is our culture. We need to let them know what that lodge out there means, what sweetgrass is for, what tobacco is for. They think it's just for smoking. It's not it. Anytime I see stuff on internet, something to do with indigenous, I text it to my grandson, I text it to my grandkids. This is what you need to learn. Because I'm learning the same thing as they are. And they think it's great, so. You guys keep up the good work here and I'll be back. Thank you.
My name is Christine Solomon. I'm from Fort Albany Reserve. I'm a retired federal employee. The dream I have is, my dad is a trapper, and I always noticed this, that he would always take us out in the woods when it's during the winter time or summer. And he's always teaching us all certain things, like how they watch for animals and how they react to you, or types of branches and medicine that he would use for certain sickness. Like, these are all the things we learn all the time whenever he would take us out in the woods. I was born on a trap line. My grandmother is the one that delivered us. I have a twin that we were both delivered on a trap line. So we were raised in the bush a lot. So I'm trying to train or teach my grandchildren now to learn to walk in the woods, like the difference between being in a city and in the woods, you know, how the sound, the city is really noisy, and the woods, like to know the sounds and how to react to the sounds so that your mind can be nice and peaceful, you know, get away from the city. These are the things I'm teaching my grandchildren. I'm also, English is my second language, and I'm trying to teach my grandchildren, my children now, but they understand. But it's really hard to try to train somebody when you're out out in the city and you don't have time to be training your kids and teaching your kids your language. So now what I do is I go home, try to go home every summer so that my grandkids or my kids can learn the language as they hear it. Like the minute you get on that train to Moosonee, like they would listen to all the languages. I always teach them a word by word. This word is the same as Ojibwe or same as Micmac. There's always words that are so similar, and that's how I try to teach my children now of my language. I enjoyed this program because I'm really looking forward to see what it's going to come out of. I'm really so glad to be here to see all this that's happening. And it will happen. That's my dream. I know it will happen with our help, our teaching. Thank you very much for listening.
Hi, my name is Margaret Diamond, and I was a student here for 4 or 5 years, and a student when I was younger at Horton Holmes Factory. I remember when I first arrived here, we came by bus, I think, or did we come by plane? I can't recall exactly. But it was a scary looking place for me. Very different from the previous school I was at. It was, Horton Hall was a brand new building when I got there. And this one looked a little bit more scary. Maybe because I was a little older and I knew better. Anyway, I was a rebel when I was here. I got into trouble a lot. Yes, I did. We'd sneak off downtown, and we'd get back late. And of course, you didn't get any dinner or supper, and you got grounded for the weekend. And we did things to, well, I did. And perhaps I encouraged my little friends to do the same. We'd, I don't know, we would just do the opposite of what they expected us to do. Yeah. I wonder why that was. Because sometimes when we get crowded, we would take our hymn books and sing hymns. Can you believe that? Oh. Oh, I can't believe it. My mother would have been happy. But anyway, I left here. I got married in here. And I had my children here. And I left when I was 29. I went up north to go to work. I went back to school to study as a nurse, for a nurse. And I worked in Saskatchewan during my training. And I almost lost my language. But I spoke it a lot, like in rebellion. And but when I went back up north, I was amazed at how fast it came back to me. But the people there, they spoke a different dialect, like they spoke Saskatchewan in the West Coast. And I'll tell you a funny story about that one. I worked with Madeline, a friend of ours. We were both working in the same ward. And the doctors would get us to translate for the patients when they did their exams. Anyway, oh my goodness. it was funny now, it wasn't funny at the time. I had to translate for this elderly lady. I still remember her name was Teresa. And the doctor was explaining that she was going to have surgery, and they were going to put her to sleep, for her surgery. Of course, I had to say it in Cree. So instead of saying they're going to put you to sleep, which is Tekanapahigun, right? They will put you to sleep. I put the accent on the wrong part of the word, and it's for her, I said, they're going to kill you. which is Tekanapahigun. See? Tekanapahigun, Tekanapahigun. That's very similar, right? And my Kanapahigun. That could be, they could kill you, or, and that wasn't my dialect. And my friend Madeline, who speaks the other dialect, she was just laughing her head off. I had some really good experiences in my work, and I learned a lot, I learned my language more, because I did speak like Cree when my first language was Cree, and I did live with my parents in the bush. I was born in the bush. I was born in the end of March, and my parents and my grandparents, they were just traveling from inland into the coast for the spring when I was born, and my mother told me that I was born in a teepee that had just been built, and it wasn't even warm yet, and it was into the night. And my grandpa, after I was born, my grandpa came in, and he said, the wolves were howling, singing their welcome song to their little sister. Oh, I just love that story. So, other than that, and I really like what is going on here. After having gone through all what we did, fighting every day to survive and to keep ourselves, to keep from getting lost. I think it's a wonderful thing, truly wonderful. And I know it's going to be. I know it's going to be. Thank you.
Donnie? Oh, you want to go? Oh, okay. Hello. Hi, Waji. My name is Sophia. Well, they call me Sophia. And at home, Solomon, and my maiden name is Solomon, but I have a Dutch name, Kleiwet. But I'm not Dutch. I keep saying that. And anyway, I'm very happy to see this, to experience it. And yes, it is very important to know our roots, because our roots is very important. That's the beginning. And as we go to learning, to educate yourself and learn how to express yourself and how to identify yourself is a great way. Our future is to save ourselves, our people. And we survived this long, and we will still be surviving the next generation forward. And I like the program, like I said, and it's going to, we may have potholes, but we can still overcome them, and we will make it, because we are survivors, and we've survived this long. We can survive another 10,000 years. Always remember, when you fall, always get up. Always get up. Thank you.
All right, I avoided it long enough. Anin? Okay, I'm just going to try this because I've been practicing this. Zawa Nimkikwe Anishinaabe. Is that it? All right. You know how long that took me to practice that? But I'm slowly learning little bits of my language because I didn't grow up with that. I'm from Batchwana First Nation. I'm Ojibwe. I've been working for my community for 45 years as a receptionist. Nobody wants my job. But being a survivor, we weren't able to speak, right? We had to listen. We had to behave. And I was very, very shy. Well, you wouldn't think that right now, but in school, I thought if I'm going to get through this, I'm going to be good, and I'm going to make it, and I'm going to survive. And I not only survived, a lot of people don't know this, but I'm a survivor of residential school. I'm a survivor of the 60s scoop. I'm a survivor of domestic violence. And I'm also a survivor of attempted suicide. When I was at that lowest point in my life, and my children found me, because I was in a very dark place, and I just wanted to just say, you know, that's it. I can't do this no more. I can't. But they were able to get me out of it. And when I went to the psychiatric ward, I looked at all the other, say, children, and they were worse off than I was. And I said, well, I can't just stay right there at that point in time. I got to pick myself up, like Sophie said, and brush myself off and say, come on, this isn't going to beat me. Being a residential school survivor is not going to kill me. I got to get out there. And being a receptionist, I talked to a lot of people. I met a lot of elders. And this program has opened my eyes because as an elder even, we're still learning. We don't know all about that. As a survivor, I didn't grow up to know my grandparents. I didn't grow up to know my mother. But I had mother figures in the community. You know, your aunties, they help you. If you go talk to them, they will help you to get through this. And I never thought I'd even get to the point of doing a book. Who could accomplish that? As a survivor, I'm glad I'm still breathing, you know? But my coworkers for 45 years have helped me through all this. My community has helped me through all of this. As much as I wanted a mother, I had mothers out there. I had aunties out there. I had grandmas out there. And it really hurts now because I'm the only sibling left in my family. I got a twin. He hated it so much in that school, he lives in Halifax, at the end of Canada. So I got to go see him, and that's my only family I have left. And you know how lonely that is? To not even have your twin here. Like, be precious. You have that. You know, you can lean on her. And but it's just me. But if it wasn't for my community and my friends and my family, And I even had an elder tell me one time when I was speaking. She even wrote a little note. She said, don't call them your staff, because it sounds like you're the boss. Oh, I don't want to be the boss. God, there's too much headaches in that. I said, no. Call them co-workers. And she was right. She was right. So when I speak now, I say co-workers, not staff. As much as I'd like to order them around sometimes, I tell you. Oh, those new ones want me to go put paper in the copier. I say, hey, I'm too old to even lift that box now. You go do that. But I never thought I'd be working this long. And a lot of them that I know that know me, well, 45 years, come on now. Why don't you retire? Why don't you go have fun? This is fun. I'm having fun. And to be able to teach my grandchild, she's 10 when she learned how to smudge. And she taught me, you know, Graham, you gotta blow a little bit more. You gotta blow a little bit more. So for her to be teaching me that, because she's learning that in school. She loves her Ojibwe class. And I'm so glad I'm able to teach her some things. And she's teaching me stuff. She's teaching me how to laugh, how to be happy. Because when she sees me cry, she says, Grandma, quit crying. Well, it's worse when I try to clean her bedroom. She says, Graham, why can't you stay out of my bedroom? Why are you always cleaning my bed? I said, well, I never had a bed. I never had a bedroom. I had to sleep with my sister. Or at Shingwauk, a dorm of 20 girls. Did you have a stuffy when you were little? Sure you did. I tried to give her as many stuffies as she wants in that bed because I didn't have it. And I said, if you don't clean your room, I'm going to keep cleaning it for you because it reminds me of a bedroom I wanted. I didn't have. And I was telling some elders the other day, do you remember any of birthdays, any Christmas presents at Shingwauk? I don't remember a damn thing. I don't. And when I graduated grade 8, I didn't go back there to that Shingwauk to get my stuff. I ran all the way home. I said, no, you can't catch me. Of course, now I'm too old to run, so I had to get married. Anyway, but it's been a life. It's been a life. And to have this in elementary school now, Ojibwe class, my grandchild loves it. She loves it. And I hope that she achieves more out of it. And with this program, land-based, I even had my cousin one time say, because I told him, well, I'll pray for you. I'll pray for you. How can you pray? You're not in church. I said, church? I said, I had enough of church. There was no answers in that church. That's my church out there. That's where I pray. You can pray anywhere. You don't need a building to pray. And we never even stuck nobody on the goddamn cross. We didn't. And to say that he forgiving our sins. What sins? You are the one that brought it on to us. We don't need that. So this land base, if our children can learn that, our dreams have come true. Some have come true. And if I could learn my language, which is hard. Oh, I tried one time. Oh boy, no. Those long words. How? But I'm not giving up, because as survivors, we didn't give up. We kept on going. And when I attempted suicide, I said, that was stupid. That was very stupid. And who's the one is going? Me. I can't go. I got too much to do. I got too much to learn. And when that Shingwauk closed, boy, I danced all the way home. Let me tell you, the steps were just going. I couldn't get home fast enough. And then my dad said, well, where's your report card? What's that? Oh, I must have left it at school. Yay. But I went on to get more education. I went to Sioux College. That's how I got my job. And the main reason that I'm there is that I hope the daughter that I gave up, under circumstances, she'll come one day and find me there. So I stay there. But I'm helping the community as well because I love it. I didn't think I'd be this outspoken. And my baby brother, he had a lot to do with that. He taught me lots too. He said, Dolly, don't ever give up. I mean, there's rough roads. There's a lot of mental illness. There's a lot of addictions. So if we can get you back to the land, that is what is going to save us. That's going to save all of us. If we can learn from that out there, then we're going to feel fine in here. So everybody, I'm glad. I was honored to come here today and to see all the faces and the familiar faces. And I'll see you at the next Shingwauk reunion. Miigwech.
Wajak Francis Diamonds and Kasonni. Giyuyemni. Jimaitan gadukshinyanot. Stika skot mason jagon. Bantana sheet thana stuinanot. Isham chada juanjiot hated. Sadiasan. Hey. Wash it. Hey. Waschket matchen dit skot mason. Stanem den nuapon. Matchkat skot masen. Mukjibek shun doshim. Magajin du jitachko and gudek. Gat skot masen match. Stam shti ay. Shti chakan skot mason at kay shtukshinian. Min in the data and jen skot masen. Nushimshit. Kma jishtaja at skot masoj and the data night. Did you eat skot mas? Did you eat when we am shtukshim shiknui yoyim? I we shnano am shtukshimon. It's good masodan and no shimshit in the data nigat it's good masya. Did you eat gamig? Kmagnum nashgir nashga. Did you I gam tadichka and the how cheat did you Janoga and the Gadaikai, it's got madams. I got you up, mocked, she needs not. Kagum to get item jan. We him go on the dayton. Shakunat. Winasham Steenuim. The by. When the daytax in Georgia, daytax at Nashemio, I take a Dashemi item George. I had you. I couldn't dash more dish day and I nimiaitan gagaduksinian. Tamiaitak sujiot. Without cheat. And said yes, and Aji Nitchkuga. Kiakai could reach Kiayoj and I dare shall cheat. And Aji Nitchkuga. Tao I Jean da gawi the bum gommi gan no shim ni da gawi the bum gom and next shit she gonna she Jimmy taxage ti down tay squashent she Jimmy took my name na she the gonda ji day make she Christine he's in castle and just son the nasan castle match. Madawachi and Jehoish. Gadan Wapo Island, Agadawachi and Jeho. And same away, Squashy ho, Mary Seal Hunter is in Castle Jedok. I got to go no Akmawash and the I will go in no Akumayo. And Jeda go eat mug and Gagajam Gadan and Castle. But we Skut Majasio Naji in Jeda, he in Jedok. I got said yes one Aji Nitchko. Good up.
Yes, this is one of my favorite jobs, translating. This Frances is my wife. I hope I get this right, by the way, or I'll pay for it. All right. Okay, here we go. She stated, I was very happy to be here. I learned a lot. I never attend too many meetings or too many gatherings, but it was very, very nice to be here. She said, she also said it's been over 40 years that she attended school to learn. At that time, our son was quite young, but she was also pregnant at that time with our second son. But she always wants to learn more, and she hopes that our grandchildren will continue in their education, and she would like to go and live with them, so that they won't be so homesick. And this is the part I like. Says I don't talk too much like George. I guess I'll take it as a compliment. She said I really enjoyed myself being here, even though I didn't speak very much in our groups. Said I loved listening to people, sharing their knowledge, talking about what their expectations were. Said there was a young lady in our group. Her name was Christine. Said she had very, very good ideas, very bright. She seemed a very bright woman. And she also mentioned that she was from Walpole Island. And Frances told her that she had a cousin that had lived there, Mary. So it formed a little bond for her. In closing, she's very, very thankful. And she said that many people that are here are happy and very friendly towards her. And she said, miigwech.
Bujo, what's takan mi equip this in the cars makwa when you ma. I give thanks today because I'm a man that doesn't know nothing. But I have a lot to share because of the things that I learned through my lifetime. I'll be 75 in June, still a young man. But I learned so much through residential school, through alcoholism, and a lot of other things I've learned. I am my own greatest teacher in life. Creator wasn't going to help me. Spirits weren't going to help me. Everything that I've learned, I learned on my own. I found the courage within myself to ask for help. And I got it. From people, from different organizations. I got help. I've been sober 32 years. I never thought I'd make it that far. Each and every day was a new day for me. I had my ups and downs, and just this past year, lost my brother, and I lost my cousin. We were all different, the three of us. My brother was a good Christian. My cousin was a good alcoholic, and I tried to be the best in my culture, in my traditional way of life. I tried my best, and I'm still trying. Just because I don't understand the language, it's the spirits that talk to me. I don't mean talk. It's through thought. They share things with me. They show me things. And then I'm able to understand. He sends people to me. Then I'm able to understand. I love my life. Just like what I heard earlier, I didn't even know that I was on the verge of suicide at 42 years old. I didn't know that. Because if it wasn't for my clan sister, showed me a VCS tape about residential school. It was black and white. She told me to watch it from beginning to end. but make yourself a cup of tea and a sandwich. As I watched it, I felt empty. Because if that's what suicide feels like, I didn't want it. Because when I called her up right away, she came and picked me up. And when we got back to her house, she said to me, if I gave you that tape 5 years ago, you would have committed suicide. How true it is. I work with kids today, children, because I don't want them to go through what I went through. I'm honest with them. I'm truthful with them. I will not lie to them because of all the lies that I went through, all the pain that I went through. I don't want them to go through what I went through. It hurts. Love your children. Hug your children. They're a gift from the Creator. I've never been married. I don't have children. But I'm working with children. Because I am trying to be a good example to them. I don't smoke, I don't drink, I don't do any promiscuous things. I just live a good life. That's all I live for. The love that I have is unconditional. I love each and every one of you. There's no better price than that, to love you. I'm always honest with people when I tell them, when they sit down with them, I'm not a medicine man. I'm not a miracle worker. But I am somebody that's willing to listen to you. Because I've been through so much hurt and pain. I'm glad that I come here. I've been sitting with the CSA as an elder, and I always told them, you take care of the educational part, I'll take care of the culture. Because I pray in a good way. I talk to those ones. But I help people. I find enjoyment out of it. Helping people. Showing them things. Sharing with them. I don't hug them, they come and hug me. Then I'm able to hug back. I will not cross the line with anyone. But I'm glad this is my second time here. And what these people are doing is what Chief Shingwauk wanted. He wanted to keep us our language, to keep our culture, to keep everything that belonged to us. I talk to those ones out there. That's where I'm always in the bush all the time. Nothing out there can hurt me. Nothing. But when I came to this school, even from my own people, I was hurt. I have a handicap. I have polio. People made fun of me. I asked an old man that question one time. Why do people want to hurt other people? And they're still doing it today. You watch some sports, they make big money out of it. Hurting people. Our people were never like that, a long time ago. We were silent. We used the gifts the Creator gave us to see things, to hear things, to feel things. That's what the Creator gave us. We have to put that back into use again. And we can do that through education. I listen to the doctors, and I listen to that man there today, bringing me back to where I need to be in my life, to be happy, to learn to love again. I don't want to hurt nobody. I want to share a little bit about my name, Pitaka. Comes from the Lake of the Woods. It talks about a giant. Those giants were here. They're my relatives. They're my family. We all lost our innocence, but it can all come back. It will come back. We were innocent people until those ones came here. That's why those giants left. They knew exactly what was going to happen. Those people that came here tore up our land, and they're still doing it today. But through education, we teach young people to use that education, to use that language, to use that culture, to pray in a good way, so that we get back what was belonged to us as a people. I'm not a doctor, but we're somebody that knows nothing. I found out about a lot of things because I was somebody that was willing to learn. Old man, Peter O'Cheese asked me one question one time. He asked me, what do I know? And I told him nothing. He said, good, you're easy to teach. So everybody in this room and everybody out there teaches me something. That's how I learn. Simple. Simple way of living. I had a picture taken yesterday with Pam Palmatier. Then somebody said, is that your girlfriend? I will never cross the line. Not with any female. I will never hit another female. Never. as a man, you respect all women from all ages. Don't cross the line. I crossed it once, and I swore to the Creator I would never do it again. And I live to that promise today. But I'll tell you one thing. I got more women friends than any man could ever have. Because they know I'm not going to cross the line. And Diane, your mom was always with you. I see her in that picture and she's smiling. The same smile that I see in her spirit. That's it, her spirit. She's always smiling. Things are going to turn around through education. We're going to do it right this time. We have to do it right. It's like that wampum belt. We're going to work together. They need our help, and we're going to need their help. That's my understanding. And I saw something again today with Sophie. 2 young women got emotional, what she shared. Her story was the same as my story. And when I saw those women, tears in their eyes, that's healing. Don't be afraid to show that emotion. It's healing. And that's how we have to educate our people, to get rid of all that we have been holding on to. Get rid of it. We'll have a brighter mind, a brighter heart, and our journey will be good. So I say miigwech to each and every one of you here today. I pray for you. I see your faces, but I don't remember your names. So that's how I pray. I pray for one. We're all one. Bejik, Peyuk. We're all one. That's how I pray. Simple. So I thank you for listening to me. We're going to go forward. So I say, miigwech.
How do you follow that? I think I made a big mistake in volunteering to speak last. Anyways, I was saying she get in the go. Zgamog Anishinaabe King is Nikarek Ndonji, Migizen Dolem. I didn't attend. I'm a Shingwauk Kinoomaage Gamig. I didn't attend Shingwauk Residential School, but I went to one in Spanish just for one glorious year. And I don't know, I was there. But in the East, and there was considerable discussion here on the loss of language, the retention of language, and getting the language back. I'm quite fortunate that I was born into the language, and when I went into the residential school in Spanish, I didn't learn English until I got there. Bits and pieces of, because we lived in the town of Spanish, I was able to speak both languages at the time. So Anishinaabe one, Anishinaabe, so we were both fluent in the language. And one of the things that really didn't hit me until later on in the years after my children were born, or back in later years when I became involved in some of the movements with the education and some of the things we do as Anishinaabe. We didn't teach our two children the language, and that was because that's a residual effect and teachings of some of the residential school. One of the most significant things of you as the person that you are or should be is your tradition and culture and speaking the language. I think I dropped something here. So, anyways, when I got back to, we used to live in the Tamil Spanish before I entered the residential school. And after I got out of the residential school in '58, we moved to the Tamil Spanish for a little bit. And then in the '60s, we moved to the populated area of the First Nation. And this is where I met my sweetheart in 1960. We've been together since. And I'll be 74 come August. So I've been sitting here debating what the heck am I going to say after all of that. And I look over at the picture of Shirley, and it says, "I better be careful. She's watching." I still remember the laugh, and Diane is just the same laugh. So we've known Diane for years and those things. So I'm really glad. I told Dolores when we got invited here that we're going. Come hell or high water, we're going to go over there and participate and listen to some of the discussions. And I humorously mentioned as we are traveling along and chatting, I said, what's happening at SKG is we're going to be embarking as they say in Star Trek, in a journey where no one else has gone before. Sort of, I guess, sort of. Lose my money. There's when I heard the speakers yesterday, I was really impressed by the speakers we had yesterday and this morning. There's already undertakings in something similar to what we're doing now. And but it's similar but different but similar, and there's other areas where that's have already been started. Where they talk about in southern Ontario, and we built a school in 1985. I was the chief then. So and our dream was we'll teach our children to speak, because we got a school on the reserve. That's what we'll try to do. But that sort of over time that got away from us. And we had emergence grade 1, 2, grades pre-K and kindergarten. Up to grade 8 we taught the language, but now with the language immersion was only at the beginning of we just taught the kids when they first got into the language, and after a while it didn't continue for some reason, and we got the people that were running the school got a little bit sidetracked, I guess. But anyways, so here it is now, 2024, and this coming September, we're going to open a new school. So it's been coming on. So, and one of the discussions that's taken so place is that the council, through discussion with the elders in the community, and then the thumb. The first thing they're going to do is we're going to teach our language to the kids. And we're going to include the things that we're talking about here, some of the land-based teachings, and some of the teachings that should have taken place in the first school. But second try, and second kick at the can, I guess, we'll get some results. So anyways, that's what's going to be happening, and I'm really glad that's going to happen. I hope we get invited to the old grand opening. So when my sweetheart and I travel, and we travel a lot, we talk about these things, and we talk about this thing, and we go up to when we talk about this endeavor here, it's very, very, very significant. When we talked about, everybody used the word land-based teachings, then that's a loaded phrase. When we talk about land-based teaching, we talk about many things. We're talking about the way Anishinaabe we talk about the way Anishinaabe was able to teach and live and support himself over the years and teach their children. So, and that's what is going to happen here. We had some sort of detailed discussion at the last breakout session. We talk about, I think the question they asked us was, the advisory council, what was it the advisory council going to do? And we had some little interesting discussion, and it was quite detailed also. And I think it'll when they develop and read our good work on the walls over there, they'll see that our former teacher here had a lot to offer. So, and it's going to be very significant because we talked about things that our youth don't learn now because their curriculum is different than what's going to be here. They're talking about the Caucasian way of teaching and the way that we were taught when we went to school. And many of you know that because we were here, and I attended the residential school in Spanish, and I went to the day school on the First Nation in Shingwauk, the River Road School, and then I went to the provincial school in Espanola, and then I went to school up when it used to be Cambridge College up over here. So I went through the whole gamut, and then I gave it up. So anyways, and then I don't know if I said this, but when we were living in Spanish, we didn't get exposed to the teachings. We weren't exposed to the ceremony. We weren't exposed to those sort of things when I was growing up. When we later arrived in the reserve proper, we became complete. We actually, that's when, although we spoke the language, we weren't conscious or understand that we were Anishinaabe, that we were different from everybody else, because we grew up in the town of Spanish. And then as I said, after I met my sweetheart, then things started to change. Those are the things that this institution will change. We are going to teach the kids, the people that come here, we're teaching the language. We teach them Anish as a Anishinaabe. How do you be Anishinaabe? Do you think Anishinaabe? You behave Anishinaabe, and that is the way it should be. Because when we were growing up, we didn't have that either. We lived in the community, but we didn't behave like we should be. We should have. Okay, we didn't begin our day by being grateful to the Creator for giving us life and the ability to get out of bed and stand up. We just got up and did things and got out of school, took a shower, and went to work. So, but things now have changed. We do things different, and when our children, our grandchildren come to the house and visit us, which they do all the time, we speak to them in the language. So, so, and those things, and that's a start. So when I heard Anton speak yesterday, we in this area could learn a lot from our brothers in the south, and begin some of those implement some of those practices to teach our youth and our younger generation to speak the language, then speak the language that we speak, so that they can communicate with us, and that and we start early. And so we go. This is what's going to happen here, and those things that the Creator gave to us will be brought here, and this journey into the unknown will continue. Oh, big words.
Abjagundanik kesman pinmat biaveshkam gumandik yabdishnawas. I was trying very hard to hide, sinking deep into my seat here. Abjagog migoachwen menem kinokena kakakigideg. Kitchpita and dausem and sebebeshgoyak. I have great respect for my fellow survivors. Some of them went to residential school much longer than I had. Aside from Harvey over there, he only went 1 year. They can only put up with him for 1 year. I was there for 4 years in Spanish, but 4 years is a lot of time. They tried to take who I was as Anishinaabe Anishinaabe back in those days. I remember when, like, we didn't know English at all. I remember when I was 5 years old and they took us to Spanish, my dad and my mom, who was actually my grandparents. There's a big long story there, which I'll go into another time. They took us to Spanish, and we were all happy. We're going to school, you know, we had a little suitcase. We were very happy to go to school. We didn't know they were going to leave us behind. I don't know what we thought. We thought maybe they're going to stay there with us. I don't know. But at 5 years old, we didn't know any English, not even hello or goodbye or anything. We didn't know one word of English. We weren't exposed to English. So we got to school, and I remember that first day we got there. My dad, he must have known what that little button was for on the door, and he pressed that button. And so these two ladies came, opened the door. They had gray outfits on. I think they were sisters, the gray nuns, they called them. And my sister and I, Rosella, she's 2 years older than me, and we walked in there and we were looking around, you know. We had our little suitcases, and we were just mesmerized by the big chandelier and the shininess of the floor, and everything was so, and we were all around, and I could hear my dad in the back, and he says, don't touch anything. You know, so we didn't touch anything. We were just mesmerized by how how shiny things were. Even the floor was very shiny. It wasn't made out of wood like our floor back home. And then we turned around and our parents were not there. They were not there. We started to cry, me and my sister Rosella. And we started crying, Apishna mama, Apishna papa, Apishka nijat. And then that nun was grabbing us and we tried to hit her. And we're still crying. And then she comes out with that great big strap about that long. And she takes our little hands and she whips us. We didn't know if we were getting strapped because we were crying or if we were speaking the language, one or the other, or both, I think. And that was the first time I remember when I walked into that school. More things happened along the way, but I don't worry about that. I know they tried to take who we are as Anishinaabe people away from us. They were almost successful. Look at us now. We're here. We're still here. Chipitenda with the we were there was lots of things happened. There was a couple of funny things. And I think I shared those couple of funny things before. They're hilarious. There was this one girl, I'm not sure where she was from, her name was Crystal. I remember her name was Crystal. And I forget what grade we might have been. 1, 2, maybe grade 3. And there was this one nun, she was wicked. And you could hear her coming down the hall because they had those little heels on, those black shoes. And then you could hear her beads just clanging away, coming down the hall when she would come in. Well, this one day she was late. A good 10 minutes went by and she wasn't by. She didn't come yet. And this is how she used to walk in the door. I'll show you, so you may have to go faster. She would come down the hall and she'd be just going like this. And then she'd plunk herself on the chair. That's how she came in every day. And then she'd tell us to open our books to page whatever. And anyway, so Crystal says, let me know when you hear her. Once you hear her come down the hall, let me know, she says. So we're all listening, When we hear her clicking of her heels and the swinging of the beads, we're going to tell her. We didn't know what she was doing, so she went to the desk. She opened a drawer and she took some thumbtacks out. And you know how I showed you how she comes in the door, she plunks herself on the chair. So she put all those thumbtacks there, a bunch of them, up, sticking up, and so we hear her coming. She rushed back to her seat over there, and we're all sitting there like little angels. We're supposed to be little angels. But anyway, so she comes running in, or she comes walking real fast in there, and then she plunks herself like she would actually, you can picture her like lifting herself up and then bang, sitting on that. And then she flew right up to the ceiling. We all roared laughing, Oh my God, we were just laughing, because it looked so funny. Well, then she got real mad, She looked like a mad bull, fire coming out of her nose and her smoke coming out of her ears. She was just mad. She wanted to know who did it. Who put those thumbtacks there? And she would to each and every one of us. Guess what we did? We didn't tell Aunt Crystal. No. Nobody told Aunt Crystal. We were made to kneel down in front row. Everybody kneeled down, and every one of us got the strap. We never told on our friend, never. Right to this day, I don't think. Anyway, that's a funny story that I remember that happened. And you got to remember some of those funny things, because they took a lot from us. they taught us how to not love people, not to how to say, I love you. Gaiki Kenzi now, they took that away. They took like our compassion and to be empathetic towards another human being. They took that away because, you know, when you're out in the playground playing and, you know, maybe your friend goes running and she trips and skins her knee, we could not go there to comfort her. We could not do that. We couldn't go and associate with our sisters. We had 2 sisters in the next grade level. So we were primary. They must have been the next whatever that is, junior. They might have been the junior school, the junior grade. We couldn't go there for hugs. No, nothing. We couldn't associate. To this day, we have one of those older sisters left. And like, we're like that. We're close, but not that close, you know, and I test that comes from that. So I could go on, but I don't want to because I know people are getting ready to leave. I have so much I could share, but maybe we'll have another time together to share more stuff. Oh yeah, of course, but I want to share one thing. Last summer, I was asked to co-MC with Daryl Busno in Garden River, part of the RHT or whatever that's called, the big bucks. Supposed to be big bucks. Anyway, that the gathering we had in Garden River. So I'm listening to all the chiefs, like it was chief's panel, I think, and they're all talking. And I'm listening to Glenn Hare, and he says, we're not going to take it. You know, he's talking about the relationship between the chiefs and the government, you know, and he kept saying that. We're not going to take it, you know, anymore. So he's going on. And then in my mind, I'm thinking, hey, there's a song. There's a song. You know, and this is a good little gadget, you know. So I went to that song. I went to that song, and Becca. It's sung by Twisted Sister. So, and it's going, we're not going to take it. No, we ain't going to take it. We're not going to take it anymore. So I thought, well, maybe I should write that in the language, you know. So that's what I did. You know, so when they were finished talking, and that's what I closed the meeting with. See? Somebody knows our history. Hey, Twisted Sister, good words. That's what happened at the gathering that we had in Garden River. I'm retired. I retired as a counselor from Sioux College in 2003 because language was pulling me. I would still speak the language. I didn't lose my language. So language was pulling me, and I retired from a darn good job as a counselor at the college. And I wasn't unemployed very long. Bay Mills Community College had just switched their program into an immersion program. So I worked there for a while, and then I had acute pancreatitis, they call it. I almost died in 2010. And I know I got cute stuff, you know, but not a pancreas. Pancreas. But that's what they said, that I had acute pancreatitis. Anyway, so I survived. I survived that. I've survived breast cancer too. You know, so we all survive our you know, whatever's put between us, up, you know. And so we're survivors, no matter what, eh? And so we have to look at ourselves that way. We are survivors. Or we are, what's that new word that you used? That's
resilient, there's a resurgence or something like that. Like, you know those blow up things that they blow up, and that thing, it goes like that. You can hit it, it'll go down, it'll come right back up. That's what we're like. Yeah, we are like that. You know, so we're not going to take it anymore, okay? And anyway, so I've gone on to teach language in an immersion setting, okay? I had to learn all about that first. What do we do as an immersion instructor? I can't be teaching grammar. I can't be teaching words. I have to teach it in the normal way of talking. So I had to learn that. And then I landed in the daycare in Garden River, so I do little things with the kids. I just speak to them in the language. We play with them. Lynn, Abish Lynn. Way in the back over there, Lynn is my apprentice, so I try and speak to her in the language as much as I can, so I can pass the language on to her as much as I can. Anyway, so we do lots of work with the children in Garden River. Read your blood sugar levels, he said, so you better do that. Your sugar must be high. Anyway, so, and then it occurred to me that I should be making videos for children. Because as Anishinaabe Commissioner, I go like 2 weeks over here, or 1 week over there, and then I have to leave the kids, you know. And I've had that in the back of my mind, so I went ahead on my own. I found this young man that teaches grade 3 immersion school in Walpole Island. And he said, I'll help you make those videos, Barbara. I said, you will? How much you charge? Nothing. Well, I got to pay you. He says, well, whatever and whenever. So January the 2nd, like we're on holiday until January the 8th. January the 2nd, well, before that, I think it was December 19, I booked my ticket to get to Toronto, and then I took the Via Rail to Chatham, and then he picked me up there, and then I come back, travel by myself. And so I started working. That's all he did was video record me, video tape. And then he's working on, like he had the green screen back here, and so he'll put whatever is needed in the background. So those are going to be available probably on YouTube before the middle of April, maybe, the first 10. And then he's got enough for another 10. So, but I'm going to keep on going. As long as I am able, I'm going to do whatever it takes, you know, to entertain the kids instead of them watching, what do you call those, YouTube, Miss Rachel. Instead of watching Miss Rachel, they'll watch Miss Barbara. So, yeah, that's what I'm up to now. And a lot of our communities, they don't have no language speakers in the community, but at least they'll have these videos for the kids in the daycare. And anybody could watch them. You guys will probably watch them just to have a good laugh. And then the adults here that are not speakers, you'll get something out of it. Yeah, so I thought I'd like to share that with you. So that's what I'm up to. Yeah, Chimigwech, Chimigwech.
Wow. Can you hear me? Wow. Miigwech. Thank you for your thoughts. It really does reconcile a lot for us in the work that we're going to do to put the wheels on this bus. We have a lot of beautiful thoughts, and one of our consultants was just saying to me, you know, as we listen to and summarize what we've experienced and heard over time, we actually here at Shingwauk Kinoomaage Gamig have a sacred trust. And we're going to do our best to honor this sacred trust that you've bestowed on us. And we were so blessed to hear your thoughts today. It was such a, I got choked up a couple of times. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful resiliency. Let's give them one more round of applause. Our survivors, you're beautiful. You're so beautiful. Yes. Yeah. And we asked our ceremonial people outside, as you were wrapping up, to give thanks on our behalf to the spirits for blessing us with your presence today. And they burned some medicines on behalf of the work and your resiliency. So thank you. Miigwech, 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 miigwech. We are also going to, as next steps, we have to come up with some plans. Primary, secondary, tertiary, some objectives. We will be back in touch with you. We got a lot of work to do with what you've provided to us. Incredible amount of footage. And if we could, round of applause for Shane and to Ben, who are documenting this for us. Thank you. It will be on Shaw, I guess, at some point. It'll be available at some point, and there's going to be links on there, including to the video that we were going to show, but time is moving along pretty quickly here, so we're not going to show the WinHEC video, but we'll have it running. It'll be on the link. It'll be on the website. It'll be shared with you. You'll have access to it, and I think that was it as far as my comments were for closing. But we do have Nimpianaquit, the young drum group here that are going to help us close. There's going to be 2 songs, I believe, right? Huh? Gigadon Nimki, Miigwech. Okay. Thanks for joining us, Phil. And Phil is one of our knowledge keepers in the area, and he's been sharing a lot of beautiful gifts that have been given to him, to our young folk, and with this beautiful group that you're seeing here today. So we're going to look forward to you're doing 2 songs. An honor song and traveling song. So first is the honor song. If we could maybe, if you're able to stand for the honor song, that would be really cool as our part of our closing, and we'll ask Barb to give us a few words after they're done their songs in English. Traveling song.
language. Aha. Gake nama chibona ma chaing. Amigwech shebneto. Migwech kibiwid bimyang mampi. Migwech kibiwid okoyang. Mampi we bezindamang. We mkwen mang. We yigdong kinegego we jichgang wenek namanda is chigeat mampi. We nish semgak. Conductors minedok shanda kagwech magik. We bishawat minedok mishum sinanik kukmistanik dinwendag nananik kinangwajenik king. No the niwing ni king and nadmak neap the nipskaviat gavin shabat. Odige gimigwech go nangok kinodish biminga temgak. Minon being minoshkak mikwe minodesh kinu bematsichik. Migwech dishkatin nim en sebebesh goyek naha nim notushnak and daik bamamino.
Miigwech, thank you. Safe travels, everybody. One last thank you to our staff, Diane and company, for putting on an incredible gathering. Thank you. And we'll see you somewhere down the trail, folks. Angwamzen.
Shingwauk Kinoomaage Gamig is recognized as one of the 9 Indigenous institutes in Ontario and currently partners with Algoma University to provide undergraduate degree programs in Anishinaabe Moen and Anishinaabe Studies. In September 2012, SKG became accredited by WINHEC, the world's Indigenous Nations of Higher Education Consortium.
These new post-secondary institutions in Ontario have an opportunity to really liberally interpret what we reserve as a people as far as our governance systems are concerned. And when I think about that, I think about how we gave life to Canada, how we delegated authority to all of these levels of government and organizations and systems. We as a people have our nationhood responsibilities, our own law, our own people, our language, our culture, our spirituality, our lands. Those kinds of things are centrifugal in how we design our own post-secondary systems.
We have entered into a partnership with Algoma University, and we will be developing the first land-based 4-year Bachelor of Education program. It'll be the first of its kind in Ontario. We are in the process right now of submitting our application to the Indigenous Advanced Education Skills Council, who is the accrediting body to license anyone providing any type of university or college degree programs. From there, we will be taking on the Anishinaabe Moen and Anishinaabe Studies programs. Both are 3-year degree programs, but we're looking at adding a 4th year onto both and then possibly a master's degree in both.
Our accreditation, our ever-evolving programs, our degrees that are on the horizon will be and are coming from our communities as the original people here in North America.
The WINHEC accreditation is center of what SKG is all about, because our language and culture is center in what we promote.
It's a town, village. Farmer,
I think that, when you're looking out into a classroom of youth, Indigenous or non-Indigenous, and you're talking about it, they're truly engaged because they're learning things for the first time. And I think that that is so valuable and so important for us to be able to do here in this place in Turtle Island, in Bowading, and on these lands. Like, this is grassroots education.
I did a water ceremony. Yeah, my arms were like shaking with the copper cup. I was like, how am I supposed to do this?
For the longest time, it was really hard for youth to even talk about being Indigenous, because of through intergenerational trauma, it was basically advised not to. And I feel that having an institute like Shingwauk Kinoomaage Gamig, it empowers them and makes them feel safe to be who they are and to connect back with their culture. This place represents Anishinaabe people's way of knowing and being, how we are, what we're connected to. And a lot of that connects back to Mother Earth, connects back to land-based education. And our way of life is beautiful.
As the Student Success and Wellness Counselor, when I see a student complete a project or learn how to master a ribbon skirt and continue to those on outside of the building, their beading projects as well, helps me spiritually because I know that I've given my part and I help them learn, our culture and our language even. I can't even really describe it or put it into words. When I see the smiles on their faces or, just seeing their eyes light up, surprised that they're able to do all of this or speak all of this. And when they come out of the lodge, you could just see their spirits are radiating, definitely helping them. It makes you so happy, yeah.
A lot of our Indigenous youth didn't grow up in the culture, so they're learning ceremony for the first time. They're learning about our connection to land for the first time. They're learning about the 4 sacred medicines for the first time. Maybe even some of them perhaps smudging for the first time. All of these important aspects of our culture that, our elders are teaching us, they're really learning maybe for the first time.
I have the good fortune to be the medicine garden coordinator. We're growing the 4 sacred medicines for people on probation and parole to help lead them to Manoba Madswin, a good and balanced life. It's the second year we've had the medicine garden at Shingwauk Kinoomaage Gamig. It's a 60-foot medicine wheel garden. Indigenous people are largely overrepresented in the criminal justice system. And we do know that when people get reconnected with who they are as Indigenous people, and they're learning more and more about how to use the medicines and the teachings to lead a more balanced life. And we're also really pleased with how the garden has become key to SKG and its programming and all the external programming we get to do and the sense of community that the garden provides.
We truly are Chief Shingwauk's vision, and that is integrating our language and our culture and our ways of being and kindness and empathy.
We've come a long way since we originally were a part of WinHack years and years ago. And if you look behind me here, you'll see this new facility, the Discovery Center, the National Chiefs Library, our land-based learning opportunities. You see our teaching lodge back there. You see all these medicines behind me. We have a beautiful opportunity to share our worldview with our communities through students that come here from all over Canada, possibly from around the world. We're really reminded of how we design that, how we make sure that the outcomes will truly benefit not only the individual students themselves, but society in general. We talk about where we're going. We talk about the beauty of this mandate that we have, that we inherited from historic leadership that set terms for our treaty relationship with the newcomers to our land hundreds of years ago. Those dreams, those aspirations, those expectations are still there.